Chapter 771. He had been surrounded by many people since he was a child, and he had never thought about the relationship between men and women. This was the first time he was pursuing a girl, and it might be the only time in his life. He didn't know if his method was right or not, so he could only take one step at a time so that the other party wouldn't be displeased. In the end, Gu Xingyin agreed. Gu Yunke, this scheming man, chose a very classic romance movie. Gu Xingyin looked at the year of the movie and sighed that it was hard for him to find a cinema where this movie was shown. Because it was a movie from a long time ago, there were not many people in the cinema, and there was no one around them. Gu Yunke was very satisfied with such an environment. He searched for information on Baidu, and it was said that the probability of confession could increase by 10 points when watching this movie. It was a classic movie after all. Even though Gu Xingyin had seen it before, he was still attracted by the plot. Gu Yunke turned his head slightly. The light was very dim, and he could only roughly see the gentle outline of the girl beside him. She seemed to be watching it very seriously, and she was even holding the snacks he bought for her in her arms. "I'm willing to spend the rest of my life to give you a home." The male lead in the movie said the classic confession line. At the same time, Gu Xingyin felt that his palm was covered by something warm. It was another person's hand. "I'm willing to spend the rest of my life to give you a home. Are you willing to be its mistress?" The man's affectionate voice sounded in his ear. The scene of the movie suddenly changed at this time, and the screen suddenly lit up for a second. Gu Xingyin happened to look at the man's bright eyes when he turned his head. The way he looked at her was filled with love that couldn't be dissolved or cut off. Such a scene, such a confession, such a person. She couldn't refuse. Gu Yunke was still calm on the surface, but only he knew how fast his heart was beating at this time. Even in the summer when he was 18 years old, when he saw the college entrance examination results, he was not as nervous as he was now. The girl opposite him didn't speak, and his heart became cold little by little. "It's okay," he told himself, "I still have a lot of time. I can take it slow. She will be mine." However, there was still a trace of disappointment and bitterness in his heart. Until the hand under his palm suddenly moved, and then flipped over, gently holding his hand, and interlocking their fingers. "I'm very difficult to raise." A mischievous voice with a hint of laughter rang out. His heart, which had not yet completely cooled down, seemed to have been poured with a cup of hot cocoa. It became hot again, and was filled with a thick sweet fragrance. His fingers were tightly intertwined with hers. As for the second half of the movie, he didn't pay attention to it at all. Until the end of the movie, he was still holding her hand tightly, and the two of them left the theater hand in hand. The light outside made Gu Xingyin feel uncomfortable for a moment. The next moment, she felt a shadow in front of her blocking her way. After a while, she blinked and smiled at the man standing in front of her. "All right. Where do you plan to take me?" she asked. Gu Yunke turned around, and her face and eyes were full of smiles. "Of course it's a date." After watching the movie, the next step was a date walk, followed by a romantic dinner, and lastly, flowers. This was the necessary step of a date he had seen. Sometimes he had to admit that some things, even if they were said to be old, could become classics for a reason. Chapter 772. However, in the end, Gu Xingyin still rejected the last option of sending flowers. If she were to carry a bouquet of flowers back to school, although it wasn't rare in university, it would attract attention. Not to mention, Ruowu was a curious person who wouldn't be able to stop himself from getting to the bottom of it. For the time being, she didn't have any intention of telling anyone about this. In the blink of an eye, it was Thursday. After Gu Xingyin finished his dinner, he informed the people in the group and went into his room. When she entered the room, she realized that there were hundreds of people inside. She glanced at the time. It was only 6:30 p.m. At that moment, the screen was filled with words, and Gu Xingyin couldn't keep up with it. Some sharp-eyed people saw Qingjiu enter and started scrolling. "Qingjiu is here." "Hello, Qingjiu." "Qingjiu, I'm your brainless fan." Qingjiu, can you explain about celestial in the clouds? Gu Xingyin felt a headache coming on as she looked at the speed of the scrolling. She replied, hello, everyone. Hanging there, she closed the window. She'd better wait for them to arrive before answering their questions. After another half an hour, Gu Xingyin logged in again and saw that most of the people in Shanhe Scroll had already entered their rooms. But most of them were like her, hanging there. It wasn't that they were aloof or anything, but that the fans' questions were highly overlapping. If they really had to answer a question, they would have to answer a question several times or even more than 10 times. No one would be able to take it. And the atmosphere in the room was at its peak. Even though there was no voice actor to answer their questions, the fans were still happily scrolling through the screen. Finally, it was 7:30 p.m., and Zhuang Cha activated the mute mode. Only then did Gu Xingyin's vision turn quiet. Zhuang Cha's voice rang in the room. First of all, thank you for coming to the Peach Blossom Forest fan interaction meeting. I'm Zhuang Cha, and I'm also the host of this event. She paused for a moment before continuing, I know everyone has a lot of questions in their hearts. We've sorted out some of them, and we'll answer them all here. She turned on the screen but muted the microphone. Only the designated people could speak. The first question, these questions were carefully selected by her. When the fans were spamming the screen just now, most of the voice actors were hanging up. She was the only one who was seriously watching. After several voice actors spoke up, the topic that all the fans were concerned about was finally read out in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. About the dubbing of Celestial in the Clouds, please welcome our Qingjiu. Gu Xingyin took a look and found that she could speak again. She paused for a moment before saying, hello everyone, I'm Song Qingjiu. This voice was Qingjiu's standard voice, which was the voice that all fans were very familiar with. The fans below were also very supportive. Their screens were swiping very quickly. Gu Xingyin did not disappoint them and directly gave them the answer they wanted. I know that everyone is very curious as to whether I was the one who dubbed Celestial in the Clouds. Now, I can tell you with certainty that I was the one who dubbed Immortal in the Clouds. For those who want to doubt me, listen to what I have to say. Do you have any other questions? She only said 3 sentences. The first sentence was in Huang Tian's voice. The second sentence was in Celestial in the Clouds' voice. For the third sentence, she returned to her previous greeting. The screen even paused for a second, which was rare. Then, it was covered with even more violent comments. Chapter 773. Boss, how did you do it? Amazing, my boss Qingjiu. Amazing. However, Gu Xingyin's microphone had already been turned off, and she didn't answer their questions. Following that, the voice actors were still answering questions from the fans. At 9:30 p.m., the 2-hour interactive meeting was over. In less than an hour, the audio clip spread throughout the voice acting circle. There were even fans who couldn't stand Liang Zi Loves Buns who tagged her. One couldn't blame them for hating her. After Celestial Cloud's dubbing came out, she jumped out to mock her. A few days ago, after the fan interaction was released, she posted on her Weibo that she was waiting for Mountain River Volume to slap herself in the face. Now, it was indeed a slap in the face, but everyone could tell whose face it was. In contrast to Liang Zi Loves Buns, who was hated by everyone in the industry, Qingjiu had gained countless fans based on her own abilities. Gu Xingyin weighed the pros and cons. Today, no matter if it was in terms of popularity, number of fans, or work, the title of Best Voice Actor had landed on her. She felt her entire body relax. Another thing was that their teacher Liang had finally returned. The students in the class expressed that they couldn't bear to see teacher Gu leave. After all, such a handsome man was rare. No one knew that on the first day Liang Zhe returned, his good friend informed him of something. What did you say? Liang Zhe widened his eyes at his good friend. He deeply felt that he had been blind all these years. This guy had pretended to be a wolf with a pure smile on his face for so many years. She's the flower of Z University. So many men want to pluck her, but they've all failed. How did you manage to get her? He lamented bitterly. Gu Yunka smiled gentlemanly. I have to thank you for giving me this opportunity. Qingqing and I will treat you to a meal another day. Liang Zhe waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want to talk to her right now. The impact of this incident on him was that he couldn't help but stare at Gu Xingyin during the next PE class. Even Feng Lin couldn't help but hold Gu Xingyin's hand and ask, could it be that our Ms. Liang has feelings for you because she was away on a business trip for a month and the distance created a sense of beauty? Gu Xingyin laughed. Don't talk nonsense. It seemed that Gu Yunka had told teacher Liang about her relationship with him. It was normal for Mr. Liang to not be used to the fact that his student had suddenly become his good friend's girlfriend. Fortunately, Liang Zhe knew that he was overreacting, so he restrained himself. Since Gu Yunka had left the school, Gu Xingyin didn't hide it from Momo. What did you say? Qinchin's voice rose a few octaves. You're together with Miss Gu. Gu Xingyin was glad that the soundproofing of this apartment was very good. Otherwise, the whole academy would probably know about Momo's voice by tomorrow. Qingqing, you're really good. Qinchin, who came back to her senses, couldn't help but look at Gu Xingyin with starry eyes. Miss Gu, you're the Prince Charming of so many girls in our class. I can't believe that you've taken him down so quietly. Gu Xingyin glanced at her and snorted. Why don't you say it? I'm also the goddess in the hearts of countless men, and I'm so young and beautiful. It's his fortune to be able to pursue me. Qinchin knew that her roommate's little tsundere was acting up again, so she quickly smoothed her hair. After telling Qinchin not to tell anyone, Gu Xingyin turned on the computer. Gu Yunka's message popped up. Qingqing, there are many fans of Shanhe Scroll in Z City, and they plan to meet. I want to ask for your opinion. Chapter 774. The weather was good. Gu Xingyin woke up early in the morning, tidied herself up, and walked out of the school. Gu Yunka's car was parked not far from the school. Seeing Gu Xingyin come out, he was obviously stunned, a trace of surprise flashing across his eyes. You're extra pretty today, he complimented. Gu Xingyin raised her hand to stroke the hair that fell by her ears and said with a smile, Mr. Gu, you're very handsome too. She had deliberately dressed up today. Since she agreed to go for the meetup, with Chu Qing's personality, it would be interesting to outshine the crowd, right? The meetup location was set at a big hotel in City Z. The two were still on their way, but the group chat was already bustling with activity. Tang Tang, I'm already here. I saw a cup of tea and mountains and rivers in my sleeves. Hee hee, handsome and beautiful. I'll feast my eyes first. Gu Xingyin glanced at Gu Yunka, who was driving. Qingjiu, I'm on the way. About 20 more minutes. She then picked up Gu Yunka's phone. Dusk, I'm about 20 minutes away too. Tang Tang, yo, you two are so coincidental. Don't tell me you'll meet by coincidence first. Gu Xingyin pursed her lips and smiled, drawing Gu Yunka's gaze over. What's so funny? Gu Xingyin replied, focus on driving. I'll show you when we arrive. Gu Xingyin continued to look at the people chatting in the group chat. Soon, they arrived. By then, there were already many people seated in the private room. Dream of Tang Tang was young and looked like he was still studying. He looked at the people in the private room and said to the group chat, we're still short of dusk, Qingjiu, Yinin. Just then, the door was pushed open. A man and a woman who were dazzling enough to blind everyone walked in. The man was tall and handsome, with a gentle smile on his handsome face. The woman had a petite figure, exquisite facial features, and a sweet smile that blinded people's eyes. Fuck. Dream of Tang Tang was the first to stand up. Beauties. Don't speak first. Dream of Tang interrupted their self-introductions. The people sitting in front of the table were also looking at the two of them curiously. I guess, you're Huang Hun. Dream of Tang looked at Gu Yunka suspiciously. Gu Yunka nodded and turned to greet everyone. Hello everyone, I'm Drunk Dusk. Gu Xingyin stood there calmly, allowing Dream of Tang to size her up. She was also sizing up this boy who looked younger than her. His skin was a little pale, probably because he hadn't seen the sun for a long time. His facial features were unusually delicate and pretty. On a boy's body, such facial features could be said to be delicate. Dream of Tang matched the people in the group with the girl in front of him one by one and found that none of them were right. I can't guess. Tang Meng was a little discouraged. He looked at Gu Xingyin suspiciously. You're not Huang Huan's family, are you? Gu Xingyin asked, are you Tang Tang? As soon as she spoke, everyone's eyes lit up. They had been in the online voice acting circle for a long time and were used to distinguishing a person's voice. This girl's voice was clean and clear. She was definitely a good seedling in the circle. You know I'm Tang Tang. Dream of Tang 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 said halfway and jumped. I'm Tang Tang, don't call me Tang Tang. Gu Xingyin looked at him with a smile. Alright, Tang Tang, I'm Qingjiu. What? Dream of Tang 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 was dumbfounded. He wasn't the only one who was dumbfounded. Everyone present, except for Gu Yunke, looked surprised. Chapter 775. You're Qingjiu. When Dream of Tang Dynasty thought of the people in the club, the first person he thought of was Qingjiu. In his heart, even if Qingjiu wasn't the domineering queen of blazing hot lips, she was at least a capable and elegant worker. This pretty and cute girl who fit most men's aesthetic standards was Qingjiu. Dream of Tang Dynasty felt like this world was a fantasy. Tang Dynasty, I'm Qingjiu. Gu Xingyin knew that she would be questioned like this, so she used her voice in the voice acting circle to repeat herself. Damn, it's really great Qingjiu. Dream of Tang Dynasty looked at her with a hopeless expression. Gu Xingyin was baffled. What's wrong with this kid? She sat down beside Gu Yunke, and Zhancha, who had regained his senses, held back his laughter as he said, Tang Tang has always been your fan. He was just discussing with us, saying that great Qingjiu must be the legendary domineering queen, and then you guys came. It seemed like Dream of Tang Dynasty's image was shattered. He didn't even react when he heard others call him Tang Tang. It was quite a happy meetup. Mountains and rivers in the sleeves and Zhancha were a protective couple. When everyone found out about Gu Yunke and Gu Xingyin's relationship, they were also shocked. I knew there was something wrong with you. You told me you weren't close to great Qingjiu. Dream of Tang Dynasty complained. Gu Yunke merely smiled. At that time, he didn't even know who Qingjiu was. Overall, this meetup was quite pleasant. Everyone was already familiar with each other online, and after meeting, they chatted about the interesting things around them. Zhancha brought a camera, and after getting everyone's approval, he took many photos. I'll choose some and put them in the group photo album, she said. The next day, Liangzi Loves to Eat Buns came out to cause trouble. She posted several photos on her Weibo account. The man in the photos was tall and well-dressed, looking like a member of society. The girl in his arms had a petite figure and delicate features, and she was acting cute with her big eyes. Liangzi Loves to Eat Steamed Buns. I met Lord Chunhua Qiushi. Lord is so handsome. Oh, ___. Oh, Chunhua Qiushi Itsu Qingjiu. Chunhua and Qiushi were depressed when they saw this Weibo post. They were still in a cold war with Liangzi, and these photos were taken when they met in real life. What was she trying to do now? The most speechless thing was that it was fine if she tagged him, but what was the meaning of tagging Chu Qingjiu? This was also the same question that the fans had. Was Liangzi Loves Buns trying to show off? Could it be that Qingjiu really had some sort of relationship with Chunhua and Qiushi? However, not to mention others, the people from Mountain River Scroll had seen Huang Hun and Qingjiu together not long ago. With a boyfriend like Huang Hun, would Qingjiu even fancy Chunhua and Qiushi? Moreover, everyone believed that Chunhua and Qiushi had never seen Qingjiu before. Otherwise, why would they embarrass Qingjiu so many times for that bun? Dream of Tang Tang directly started to spit out on Weibo. Logically speaking, you're a girl. I shouldn't lower myself to your level. But what have you done? It's your own business if you like to show off. What has it got to do with our Lord Qingjiu? She has a boyfriend, and the two of them have a good relationship. Put away your filthy thoughts. Liangzi loves to eat buns. Chapter 776. Liangzi loves to eat buns was really showing off. She felt that since she had no hope of being a voice actress in this industry, she might as well take advantage of Chunhua and Qiushi's fame. She didn't know why she hated Chu Qingjiu so much. Perhaps it was because ever since she expressed her close relationship with Chunhua and Qiushi, she had been constantly compared to Chu Qingjiu. The fans on the internet were very straightforward. They expressed their thoughts directly. In their hearts, Liangzi loves to eat buns and Itsu Qingjiu couldn't be compared at all. Hence, Liangzi only saw how she was compared to Chu Qingjiu. She hated that unfamiliar woman from the bottom of her heart. Actually, Chu Qingjiu didn't even know who she was and wasn't interested in fighting with her over who was more suitable for Chunhua and Qiushi. However, the more Chu Qingjiu acted like this, the more Liangzi loves to eat buns felt that she was faking it. She wanted to find a chance to win a round against Chu Qingjiu, so that she could take revenge for herself. Since she had no hope in dubbing for online dramas, what else did she have? In terms of looks, in terms of age, there were many other things she could compare with. Liangzi loves to eat buns had always been confident in her looks. She felt that she understood men and knew what kind of girls they liked. She had always relied on this to lead a good life. She didn't know if this would affect Chu Qingjiu's life, but at the very least, it wouldn't be a problem to disgust her. Anyway, her reputation in this industry was more or less ruined. However, her actions didn't affect Gu Xingyin at all. Instead, it was Chunhua and Qiushi who were implicated. The fans didn't find it enough to mock Liangzi loves to eat buns Weibo account, so they went to Chunhua and Qiushi's Weibo account to scold them. The sun is so big, damn, almighty, how blind must you be to fall for a woman like Bun? Why isn't it snowing yet? +1, Liangzi loves to eat buns is a fucking retard. Roses bloom in September, upstairs, you guys don't understand. Men like good-looking women. Who cares if she has brains or tofu in her head? Spring Flower and Autumn Sure were so angry that they changed their Weibo to only allow people to post comments. However, this still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of his fans. In just a few days, the number of his fans on Weibo had increased by several thousand. However, when he clicked on it, he found that all of them had followed him in order to scold him. He immediately made a call. Liangzi, have you had enough? Liangzi loves steamed bun was admiring her new bracelet in the mirror. She said lazily, "What's wrong? Why are you so angry? You didn't even ask for my permission before posting our photo on the internet. Have you ever respected me?" Chunhua, Qiushi, if you're annoyed with me, then just say it. Don't make up these messy excuses. Liangzi loves steamed bun sneered. Well, we haven't been intimate enough. Why don't we go our separate ways? After that, she didn't wait for Chunhua and Qiushi's response. She hung up the phone and blocked them. This man was no longer of any value to her now. Bitch. Chunhua and Qiushi looked at the phone that was hung up and finally couldn't help but curse. Chapter 777. Since the other party did such a thing, Chunhua and Qiushi stopped pretending to be good men. Chunhua and Qiushi, the photo above was taken a long time ago when Miss Liang loves buns and I met. In fact, after meeting her, I quickly discovered that Miss Liang loves buns and I are quite different in terms of personality and conduct. We haven't contacted each other for nearly a month. What he meant was that he wanted to cut all ties with Liangzi loves buns. However, Chunhua and Qiushi thought things were too simple. They thought that it was a good thing to cut ties with Liang loves buns. But they didn't expect that sometimes, when others had a bad impression of you, they would think that you had ulterior motives no matter what you did. For example, this time, when he posted on Weibo, a large number of people scolded him under his Weibo, saying that he was not a man. Seeing Liangzi loves buns in such a state, the first thing that came to their minds was not to protect her, but to get rid of her. Chunhua and Qiushi, who were also scolded like dogs, were speechless. He felt that it was better to keep a low profile during this time. He had to admit that Chunhua and Qiushi were smarter than Liang Love's buns. After he disappeared, the fans saw that no matter what they said, Chunhua and Qiushi didn't say anything, so they stopped harassing him. Gu Xingyin received a piece of good news. The annual Best Voice Actor of the Year, jointly organized by the most famous clubs in the entertainment industry, had finally begun. Qingjiu's name was on the list of candidates. Aside from her, there were also 9 other gods that her fans were familiar with, including Drunk Dusk. This selection was decided by the fans themselves. Everyone had the right to vote, and they could vote for their favorite voice actor. Gu Xingyin knew that she had a high chance of winning, but when she saw the votes, she was still shocked. She was ahead of the second place by nearly 1/3 of the votes. The second place was none other than Drunk Dusk. Gu Xingyin said to the man beside her, "Look, I'm much more popular than you." Gu Yunke smiled gently and said in a low voice, "No matter how many people like you, you're mine alone." Gu Xingyin had to admit that the occasional sweet words of love could really lift one's mood. However, Gu Yunke hesitated for a moment. The video of the award ceremony will be published on the internet. Can you accept it? Gu Xingyin smiled and said, "What's so unacceptable about it? Am I that ugly?" Gu Yunke glanced at her and thought to herself, if you still can't show your face, then wouldn't the people on the street have to go out with their faces covered? But if that's what you think, why didn't you respond to your fans' requests before? Gu Yunke said, "Don't guess a woman's thoughts." After 2 weeks of voting, the results were within everyone's expectations. Itsu Qingjiu was the undisputed number 1. On the 1st of the next month, she was invited to attend the award ceremony. At the same time, the address was also revealed. Fans who wanted to see their idols in person could come and interact with them. Other than Gu Xingyin, the other 9 voice actresses were also invited. As for whether they would go or not, the choice was in their hands. Gu Xingyin felt a sense of relief. Her mission was complete. As for Liangzi Love's buns, she had already prepared a big gift for her. Chapter 778. This time, the award ceremony was broadcasted live. Fans who could afford it had already arrived at the scene early, waiting to see their idols. Fans who didn't have the time or were far away were watching the live broadcast in front of their computers. The host, Yunro, used to be a very active god in the online voice acting circle, but she had retired from the industry a long time ago. The clubs discussed for a while and specially invited her to come. Several voice actors had already arrived at the scene. In order to give the fans a surprise, they didn't appear. Instead, they waited backstage for the host to speak. The voice actors were very familiar with the anime, but this was the first time they appeared in real life. Without a doubt, Chu Qingjiu and Drunken Dusk's good looks caused a huge wave of admiration and shock. Especially after knowing that the two of them were a couple, a few people lamented that they had just seen the male and female god, only to find out that they were already taken. Yunro had already started to introduce the voice actors. One by one, Drunken Dusk and Song Qingjiu were arranged to be at the end. Every time a voice actor appeared, the atmosphere at the scene would explode. Next, let's welcome Drunken Dusk. He entered the industry in 20XX, and his works are. Gu Yunke walked out with his signature smile. The moment he appeared, the fans at the scene couldn't help but scream. Not only the fans at the scene, but also many fans in front of their computers exclaimed softly. God, is this really Drunken Dusk? Is it a model who walked into the wrong set? He's so handsome. Yunro had seen him before, but when she saw him leisurely walking towards her, she couldn't help but be stunned. She smiled and said, Drunken Dusk is not only charming with his voice, but he looks even more charming in person. If I were a few years younger, I might be a little girl, she said half-jokingly. Gu Yunke took the microphone and said, Hello everyone, I'm Drunken Dusk. Oh my god, the god is so handsome. He's the most handsome in the online voice acting circle, right? He's a god. This smile. I can't take it anymore. My mother asked me why my face is so close to the screen. Gu Yunke laughed and said, Sister Yunro, you're so young. But I'm taken. Don't say this later, I'm afraid he'll be angry. He winked after saying that. Her Prince Charming was taken. The fans expressed that they were very curious about the girlfriend of such a handsome and charming male god. Gu Yunke kept him guessing. She is here today, but let's see if she is willing to come out later. Drunken Dusk was out, and after so long, there was only one person left, this year's Best Voice Actor King, Song Qingjiu. Next, please give a warm round of applause to our Song Qingjiu. She, Gu Xingyin, was wearing a light pink gown and entered the sight of her fans. She even reached out her hand to greet the screaming fans. Hello everyone, I'm Chu Qingjiu. She greeted everyone with a sweet smile. Yunro pretended to be aggrieved as she said, the moment Qingjiu appeared, my presence as a host instantly disappeared. As a woman herself, she couldn't help but marvel at Gu Xingyin's beauty. She couldn't be picky about Gu Xingyin's facial features and figure. She was simply too perfect. You wouldn't even know where to start feeling jealous. Chapter 779. Not to mention how passionate the fans were, the fans watching the live stream were already spamming the screen. Oh my god, is this Qingjiu? With a queen's voice and a lowly body, she's so adorable. I take back what I said earlier. Between Huang Han and Qingjiu, it's still debatable who is the prettiest in the online matchmaking circle. Can I say that Qingjiu has the looks of a perfect girlfriend in my heart? Previous poster, get lost. Qingjiu is mine. Does Qingjiu lack a leg accessory? A university accessory that can warm your bed and cook. Chunhua, Qiushi, and Liang Zi loves steamed bun were watching the live stream. When they saw Gu Xingyin appear, Chunhua and Qiushi were clearly stunned for a moment, and then they fell silent. Liang Zi loves steamed bun screamed in anger, how is that possible? How can she be Qingjiu? If Qingjiu was so pretty, why would Chunhua and Qiushi abandon her to be with her? But no matter how conflicted they were, it didn't matter anymore. Yunro was still teasing Gu Xingyin. I think after today, there will be a huge wave of confessions on your Weibo account. Yunro smiled mischievously. Gu Xingyin tilted her head hesitantly. Many fans couldn't help but hold their hearts when they saw this action. She was simply too adorable. Oh my god, such an adorable Qingjiu, they really wanted to bring her home and treasure her. Yunro sucked in a breath and said with a smile, you're too lethal. No one would have thought that Qingjiu would be the #1 top female voice in the industry. Gu Xingyin pursed her lips and smiled, then replied to her previous question, confessions and whatnot, I don't need them. I have a family. Her voice was sweet, and when she said this, her face was filled with a blissful smile. One could tell that she had a good relationship with her boyfriend. But, the fans only wanted to drag out the guy who snatched their goddess and beat him to death. Yunro asked casually, is he from the industry? She had just blurted it out, but Gu Xingyin gave her an affirmative answer. Yes. He came today as well. Yunro was a little curious. She really wanted to see what kind of man could make this girl fall in love with him. Then, everyone at the scene opened their mouths wide. Because, their Lord Dusk had stood up from his seat. Could it be? That guess made everyone hold their breaths, and there was a moment of strange silence. Gu Yunke's expression didn't change. She walked step by step to Gu Xingyin. Their fingers were interlocked. For this fan meeting, Song Qingjiu and Drunken Dusk were the absolute protagonists. Gu Xingyin successfully received the award for the Best Voice Actress. The image of her smiling sweetly as she held the trophy became the desktop image of many people. Liangzi Loves Bun seemed to be unable to accept this fact. She began to spread rumors, saying that this was not a sake at all and that she had invited someone to receive an award. But who would believe her? Did they think that everyone in the industry was a fool? A day later, Liangzi Loves Bun's computer was hacked, and her messy private life was exposed. It turned out that she had dropped out of high school. Relying on her good looks and coquettish skills, she had been dealing with all kinds of men, obtaining material enjoyment from them. Even now, she was dating 3 men at the same time. It was unbearable to look at. Her Weibo account was exposed, and she couldn't use her phone or QQ account anymore. She had no choice but to withdraw from the industry. When are you going to give me a home? Gu Xingyin looked up and asked the man. Gu Yunke paused for a moment, then smiled. Anytime. Chapter 780. When Gu Xingyin returned to the pure white space, she suddenly had a thought. She waved her sleeves, and a very modern European-style sofa appeared in the space. System. She shouted in surprise. The system's white light flashed quickly. Congratulations, host, you have mastered the ability to create objects out of thin air. Gu Xingyin suddenly asked, you said before that the strength of my soul needs to reach a certain level. Then what level is considered a sufficient level? The system replied, host, please continue to create. See what level you can reach. Gu Xingyin looked at it and closed her eyes. In her mind, she began to imagine her house in the previous world. Soon, in the empty space, walls, roofs, and furniture appeared out of thin air. A luxurious mansion appeared here. Gu Xingyin opened her eyes and looked at the system. The system was a little surprised. The host's talent was really the best among all the hosts it had ever seen. She had only completed a few missions, and she had already mastered the ability to create objects out of thin air. And looking at her appearance, she did not seem weak at all after creating such a big mansion. Host, try again. Can you create living creatures? The system said. Gu Xingyin nodded. She stretched out one hand, palm facing up. A white light flashed, and a small emerald bird appeared in her palm. However, its eyes did not open. Its body suddenly became illusory, and it turned into a speck of light that disappeared into thin air. Gu Xingyin did not give up and tried again. She found that it was the same as before. She could not create living creatures. She looked at the system with a questioning gaze. The system replied, host, you have now mastered the ability to create objects out of thin air. The next step is to be able to create living creatures. The next step is to leave this place with your own ability. Leave this place? Gu Xingyin was shocked. Ever since she was born, she had been staying here. Even though her consciousness followed the system to different worlds to complete missions, her body had never left this place. This place was always a vast expanse of whiteness. Other than herself and the system, she could not see anything else, even if it was inanimate. Leave this place. Gu Xingyin was confused for a moment, but her eyes became firm again. After all, there was a direction to work towards, wasn't there? System, I'm fine now. Let's go to the next world. The way to increase her strength was to complete as many missions as possible. Every time she completed a mission, she would be able to receive a gift from that world. Tianxian Land. This was a world where martial arts were respected. Every child born in the Tianxian continent, if they were tested to have profound qi in their bodies, it meant that they had the qualifications to become a martial artist, and would be heavily nurtured by their families. Similarly, if a person was born without any xian qi, no matter how high his status was, he was just a person who couldn't cultivate. Naturally, he wouldn't receive much attention. The former mercenary queen of the ancient Blue Star, Qingling, had died one day and transmigrated into the Tianxian dynasty's fifth miss, Qinglingyu, who was a good-for-nothing concubine's daughter with no profound qi talent at all. After the person who should have died opened his eyes, the cowardice in his eyes disappeared. A legend was rising. The original female protagonist of this world was the eldest daughter of the Protector General's mansion, the peerless genius with perfect innate mystic qi, Qing Linin. Chapter 781. Qing Linin, the eldest daughter of the Protector General, was tested to have perfected innate mystic qi on the day she was 1 month old. She was taken in as the personal disciple of the Tianxian dynasty's #1 expert, the Great Consecrator. She was a renowned peerless genius in the entire Tianxian continent. Originally, according to the plot, Qing Linyin would learn from the great consecrator. Until she finished her apprenticeship at the age of 18, she represented the Tianxian dynasty in the competition among the younger generation and successfully won first place. After that, she advanced triumphantly, perfectly demonstrating what it meant to be a winner in life. Finally, she became one of the top figures in the Tianxian continent. However, after Qing Ling came to this world, everything changed. Qing Lingyu was just one of the many concubine daughters of the great general's residence, and the type that was least valued. Naturally, the servants of the protector general's residence would not pay much attention to such a master who was not valued by the family head. This time, Qing Ling was able to come to Qing Lingyu's body because Qing Lingyu had an argument with another concubine's daughter and both fell into the water. Qing Lingyu had always been weak, and after falling into the water, she recovered from a cold. Qing Ling, who inherited her body, felt that she owed her karma and should repay her. As for how to repay? Firstly, she would not let go of the young lady who caused her to fall into the water and the culprit who caused Qing Lingyu to become like this. Secondly, if the Protector General's residence had paid more attention to Qing Lingyu after she fell ill, Qing Lingyu would not have fallen to such a state. Therefore, the Protector General's residence was not a good thing. Qing Ling, who was born as a mercenary, did not have many moral values in her head. She would not show mercy to those who were dangerous to her and should be eradicated. Therefore, she pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. First, she subdued the servant girl beside her, then found a way to poison the concubine's daughter who pushed Qing Lingyu into the water, causing her to itch all over and causing her to die miserably. Later, she found that her identity was not simple. Her birth mother was not an ordinary servant girl, but a member of a mysterious clan, the Guyu clan. The Guyu clan members were born with the ability to practice a secret technique, but their talent had to be at least 18 years old to awaken. As she slowly accumulated her strength, she developed feelings for Tianxian dynasty's first prince, Xian Tian's, and the two of them made a promise of life and death. Xian Tian's mother's family, the left prime minister's branch, had always been very dissatisfied with the Protector General's estate. Under Xian Tian's plan and Qing Lingyu's cooperation, the Protector General's estate was suspected of treason by the emperor, and the whole family was exterminated. There were only two survivors. Qing Linyin was the personal disciple of the head high priest. She grew up with the head high priest, so she was exempted from her crime. Qing Lingyu was a good example of putting righteousness before family. She was also very powerful. Under Xian Tian's suggestion, she was made the new Protector General of the state. Because of this stepsister, because of a groundless crime, her entire clan was wiped out. How could Qing Linyin not hate her? She wanted to take revenge on Qing Lingyu, but Qing Lingyu had already grown up and was not someone she could touch. Qing Lingyu was used to a life where the strong preyed on the weak. How could she not know how to eliminate the source of trouble? She told the emperor that Qing Linyin harbored resentment. When she grew stronger in the future, she would most likely seek revenge on the Tianxian dynasty. The emperor was very suspicious and actually believed her words. After using the excuse of having the head priest leave the imperial city, he destroyed her Sea of Qi. Chapter 782. What did it feel like for a martial artist who had once stood at the top of the world to have her Sea of Qi destroyed? Qing Linyin wanted to die, but she survived. However, Qing Lingyu wouldn't let her go. She felt that Qing Linyin was a terrifying person and couldn't let her live. Even though the great reverend loved his disciple dearly, he couldn't stay by her side all the time. In the end, Qing Linyin was still killed by the pervasive assassination. When the great reverend heard the news, all he could do was vent his anger on a few scapegoats who had been abandoned a long time ago. Qing Lingyu proudly became the great general who protected the country. She married the second prince and was always honorable and unrestrained. Many years later, no one would remember the crying and resentful souls of the deceased under this magnificent residence. Gu Xingyin's arrival in this world was very coincidental. It was the day before Qing Lingyu transmigrated into Qing Lingyu's body. Qing Linyin was 18 years old this year. Qing Lingyu was a year younger than her, so her nominal age was 17. Gu Xingyin put away the jade flute in her hand. Not far away, a row of bamboo snapped at the roots. This jade flute was her weapon. The Great Reverend had personally gone to the Great Snowy Mountains in the north and found the jadeite essence that had been frozen for 1,000 years. He spent a great deal of effort to refine it. It was an extremely powerful magic spiritual weapon. Moreover, the flute had a hidden mechanism. With a slight push of a button, this small and exquisite jade flute could turn into an invisible killing sword within the flute. As a teacher, the Great Reverend truly doted on his only and youngest female disciple. Gu Xingyin put the jade flute back into her sleeve and walked into a large hall. The Great Reverend lived in the tallest Xiantian tower in the Tianxian dynasty's imperial city. Gu Xingyin had been taken away by him when she was 1 month old and had practically grown up here. "Teacher," Gu Xingyin respectfully called from outside the hall. The door opened soundlessly. Gu Xingyin knew that the people inside the hall wanted her to enter. Gu Xingyin walked in with familiarity. The decorations in this hall were exquisite and gorgeous. In the direction of the main seat, there was a square white jade platform, and on the white jade platform sat a white-clothed man. The man in white looked very young, only in his early 20s. However, Gu Xingyin knew that he had already looked like this more than 10 years ago. Or even earlier. No one knew how long the High Elder had lived. It was as if he had always lived in the Xiantian Tower, guarding the imperial city. No one knew how strong the head consecrator was. They only knew that as long as the head consecrator was present, no one would dare to be disrespectful to the Tianxian dynasty. "Teacher." Gu Xingyin gave him a proper bow. The man in white opened his eyes. As he opened his eyes, the entire hall seemed to light up. His previously blurry face was now clearly imprinted in Gu Xingyin's eyes. This was a shockingly handsome face. Every stroke of his facial features seemed to have been meticulously drawn by someone. There was not a single imperfection on his face. The only imperfection was that the eyes on this face were too calm. It was so calm that it was as if nothing in this world could cause them to waver. However, it was only as if. Because there was such a person in front of him. Looking at his beloved disciple, a gentle ripple appeared in the head consecrator's calm eyes. He opened his mouth and said, "Lin Yin, what business do you have with me?" His voice was just like his person. It was extremely pleasant to listen to, but also extremely cold. Chapter 783. Gu Xingyin admired his beauty inwardly, then said, "Teacher, I would like to return home in a few days. It will be my grandmother's birthday in a few days. This time, I would like to accompany her for a few more days." The head consecrator would never reject such a small matter. He nodded slightly. "You can go by yourself. Remember to be careful." Gu Xingyin nodded. Just as she was about to leave, she saw that the head consecrator was about to close his eyes again. At a certain moment, she felt that this man was extremely lonely. The head consecrator only felt that something had suddenly approached him. He instinctively wanted to wave it away, but he realized that it was his little disciple. He paused for a moment, and at this moment, his neck was hugged by someone. His entire body stiffened. No one had ever dared to treat him like this. "Lin Yin?" he asked in confusion. Gu Xingyin felt the somewhat tense body in her embrace, and her mood suddenly became extremely good. "Teacher, Yin Er thinks that you are the best teacher in this world." So she was acting coquettishly. The head consecrator understood. However, ever since Lin Yin was 6 years old, she had never asked him to hug her again. He felt somewhat comfortable inwardly, but on the surface, he still said lightly, "You are also old. Next time, don't be so unseemly." However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt the arm around his shoulder tighten. "I won't," Gu Xingyin said righteously. "I grew up with you, teacher. You are the person closest to me, and also my biggest support. If I don't kiss you, who should I kiss?" The head consecrator felt helpless. He had taken in a total of 3 disciples. His first disciple had already exhausted her lifespan and was no longer in this world. His second disciple was also a famous elite warrior in the Tian Xian land. Only this third disciple was his only female disciple. She was also brought up by him. He couldn't help but indulge her a little, which caused his personality to become somewhat arrogant. However, facing such Lin Yin, he couldn't bear to be ruthless. Just as he was thinking, Gu Xingyin suddenly spoke again, "Teacher, when is your birthday? All these years, Yin Er has never heard you mention it." Birthday? He was stunned for a moment. How long had it been since someone had mentioned this matter? The people who knew his birthday had long disappeared on this road, and he had never paid attention to it. Therefore, when Gu Xingyin asked, he actually thought about it carefully. Why do you need to know about these trivial matters? Gu Xingyin couldn't help but feel a little sorry for this person. She said discontentedly, "How is this a small matter? It's obviously an extremely important matter." In the end, under Gu Xingyin's coaxing and pestering, she finally learned a specific time and left the Xiantian tower with satisfaction. She didn't know that after she left, the person in the tower touched his shoulder with his left hand. It seemed to still have the warmth of her body just now, mixed with a faint fragrance of a girl. This warmth made people yearn for it. Then, a smile quietly blossomed at the corner of his mouth. Although it was very shallow, it was enough to shock the world. Unfortunately, he didn't get to see this rare scene in 100 years. Lin Yin Ah. He whispered his little disciple's name. He felt that there seemed to be some changes in her. However, this Lin Yin seemed to be even more adorable than before. Chapter 784. The return of the eldest miss, who lived in the Xiantian Tower all year round, was a major event in the great general's residence. Everyone in the residence knew that the eldest miss was one of the noblest people in the residence. Even though she rarely appeared in the residence, no one dared to underestimate her. She was a genius warrior who had perfected her profound qi and was the disciple of the head consecrator. In everyone's eyes, the personal disciple of the head consecrator was much more honorable than the princes and princesses in the imperial city. Gu Xingyin was personally welcomed into the residence by her mother, the wife of the great general. When she arrived at the residence, she saw the old madam, who was about to celebrate her birthday. Naturally, it was another intimate meeting between a grandmother and her granddaughter. Those concubine ladies who usually didn't have the qualifications to come to the old madam's courtyard were all informed to dress up and go see the eldest miss. Qingling Yu was among them. However, she was an unfavored concubine's daughter and had a cowardly personality. How could she have anything good to show off? No matter what, the people in the main courtyard were only responsible for giving orders. She had to figure out the rest by herself. Gu Xingyin saw a large number of her younger sisters in the old madam's courtyard. In this world, warriors lived long lives. Male warriors had strong bodies and naturally had more needs than ordinary people. Therefore, in addition to the great general's wife, he also had 2 concubines. The rest of the concubines and maids were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. Therefore, Qinglingyin's brothers and sisters were also a large number. These younger siblings were also very curious about this elder sister who had basically lived in legends. In the great general's residence, they had heard the most about this elder sister's deeds. Now that they saw the real person, they were all very reserved. Gu Xingyin looked at them one by one. She had to admit that the great general's residence had good genes. Among these younger sisters, none of them were ugly. As for the difference, it was the difference between good-looking, very good-looking, and extremely good-looking. When it was Qingling Yu's turn, Gu Xingyin focused all her attention on her. Qingling Yu wasn't tall. Although she was a 16-year-old girl, she looked about the same height as a 14-year-old girl. It was obvious that she was malnourished. Looking at her face, he saw that her facial features were beautiful with a hint of sickly paleness. She was definitely a beauty. However, her eyes were filled with a timid look, which reduced her beauty from 8 points to 5 points. Gu Xingyin was a little puzzled. Although it was inevitable that the servants of the general's residence would step on those of higher status, no matter how unfavored Qing Lingyu was, she was still a master. How could she be in such a state of malnutrition? It seemed that he would have to do a thorough investigation later. For Qing Lingyu, the sight of Gu Xingyin made her feel extremely inferior. This elder sister of his possessed unparalleled talent and a somewhat impressive family background. In fact, even her appearance was incomparably gorgeous. She was like a celestial being. When she spoke to others, she lifted her chin slightly and her eyes were full of vigor. That was the most proud and reserved posture. Only people with enough confidence could have such vigor. She was afraid that she would never have such an opportunity in her life. After seeing their elder sister, old Madame naturally didn't keep these young ladies for long. Instead, she asked them to return to their courtyard. Of course, she wanted to cultivate a relationship with her granddaughter, whom she hadn't seen for more than half a year. Watching Qing Lingyu leave, Gu Xingyin lowered her head and gave a few instructions to her personal maidservant. The maidservant was obviously a little surprised, but she still turned and left. Chapter 785. When Qing Lingyu was about to return to her courtyard, she was stopped by someone. She looked up and found that it was Qing Lingyue, the fourth miss of the courtyard next door. Qing Lingyue had been at odds with her since they were young. She liked to tease her when they were young. When she grew up, she was even worse. Every time they met, she would make things difficult for her. It was reasonable to say that they were of similar status. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been assigned to the same courtyard. However, Qing Lingyue was shrewish while Qing Lingyu was timid. She always looked like a bullied little wife. Qing Lingyue liked to bully her. "Oh, let me see. Fifth sister's new dress looks good." Qing Lingyue looked at her dress critically. Qing Lingyu nervously grasped the hem of her dress. This dress was made by her personal maid, Xiaoyan, who stayed up all night. She knew what Qing Lingyue meant. Ever since she was young, Qing Lingyue would snatch anything from her whenever she saw it. Usually, she would tolerate it. However, Xiaoyan stayed up for 2 nights to make this dress for her. She hoped that she could leave a good impression on old Madame when she went to visit her. She didn't want to tolerate it today. And for some reason, she suddenly thought of the elder sister she saw in old Madame's honor hall today. She saw her elder sister surrounded by people. If it were her, she would have impatiently retorted when she encountered such a situation, right? No, who would dare to do that to her? Qing Lingyu laughed self-deprecatingly. Although she couldn't be as proud as her, at the very least, she couldn't swallow her pride when others humiliated her, right? She encouraged herself in her heart and tried to smile at Qing Lingyue. "Fourth sister, thank you for your compliment. I like this dress very much. My maid, Xiaoyan, made it for me. If you like it, you can ask your maid to make one for you." Qing Lingyue exclaimed in surprise. She looked at Qing Lingyu carefully and sneered, "What's wrong with you today? My good little sister actually dares to say such a long string of words." Her face turned cold. "Then I'll be frank. I like your dress and want to borrow it for 2 days. Sister, you won't refuse, right?" Qing Lingyu bit her lip and looked at her firmly. "Fourth sister, I don't want to." Qing Lingyue did not expect that her sister, who had always been weak, would dare to disobey her. In a moment of anger, she walked over and tried to pull her away. "You don't want to. I must get it today no matter what." For the first time in her life, Qing Lingyu summoned up the courage to fight with her elder sister. This was a fake mountain, and below it was a man-made pond built for aesthetic purposes. The two of them were getting closer and closer to the pond. A figure quickly rushed over. He stretched out his hand and patted the bodies of the 2 men. The 2 men felt as if they had been electrocuted, and their bodies went limp. "Who is it?" Qing Lingyue frowned and was about to curse when her eyes caught sight of the woman's skirt. Her pupils shrank. She recognized this dress. It belonged to the maidservant of her elder sister. The reason why she remembered it so clearly was because she was jealous. Even the personal maidservant of eldest sister was wearing clothes of better quality than her, the 4th Mississippi. However, no matter how much she complained in her heart, she didn't dare to say anything. Ming Kei stood to the side and respectfully said to the two, "This servant saw that there seemed to be a misunderstanding between the two misses. Our miss said that the old madam's birthday is coming up, so it's best not to have any unhappy things happen in the residence." Gu Xingyin had stopped the accident. She wanted to see if Cheng Lingyu would have been able to come to this world successfully if the accident had not happened. Chapter 786. Gu Xingyin had Ming Kei keep an eye on Cheng Lingyu's courtyard. Ming Kei did not understand why her master wanted her to keep an eye on the 5th young miss and make sure nothing happened to her. However, she did not dare to ask too much about her master's intentions and could only comply. Gu Xingyin observed Cheng Lingyu. Cheng Lingyu did not fall into the water that day and naturally did not catch a cold. On the 2nd day, Cheng Lingyu was still the healthy Cheng Lingyu. On the 3rd day, it rained. When Cheng Lingyu was about to leave her room, she slipped and was about to fall. Ming Kei, who was hiding in the dark, hurriedly sent a hidden force to Cheng Lingyu's body, stabilizing her shaky body. Nothing happened on the 4th day. Nothing happened on the 5th day. The 6th day was the old madam's birthday. The country's great general's manor could be considered a first-rate family in the Tianxian dynasty. Almost all of the influential families in Huangfu sent representatives to congratulate the old madam on her birthday. As the young miss of the general's manor, Cheng Lingyu naturally had to attend such an occasion. Furthermore, the manor had specially prepared beautiful clothes for these unfavored young misses so that they would not disgrace the general's manor. Cheng Lingyu tugged at the smooth material on her body and was a little reserved. Gu Xingyin glanced at her and suddenly walked over. "You don't need to be too nervous. Just stay to the side and eat well." Cheng Lingyu was startled and looked at the person in front of her. She did not think that her elder sister, who was the moon surrounded by stars, would come over to comfort her. She was a little moved and bowed. "Thank you for your concern, elder sister." Gu Xingyin nodded to her and left. If she was too close to Cheng Lingyu, it would not be good for her. Ming Kei continued to follow the 5th young miss in the shadows. "His Highness the eldest prince and His Highness the 2nd prince have arrived." A shout came from afar. Gu Xingyin looked up and saw 2 men dressed in black robes with cloud patterns that symbolized the royal family's status walking over. The one on the left was slightly taller and had a gentle smile on his handsome face. This was the eldest prince, Xian Tianhao, born from the emperor and empress. He was also the prince most likely to become the next emperor. On the right was the 2nd prince, Xian Tianche. His facial features were even more handsome than the eldest prince's. He had inherited the beauty of his mother's favorite concubine. His expression was not as gentle as the eldest prince's. Instead, it carried a sense of lofty arrogance. However, no one felt that there was anything wrong with it. The prince of the imperial family naturally had the right to be proud. When the 1st prince saw Gu Xingyin, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. The empress's family had always wanted the 1st prince to marry Cheng Lingyin. That way, they would be able to gain the support of the head consecrator behind Cheng Lingyin, and the 1st prince's position would be even more stable. They couldn't be blamed for being paranoid. Over the years, the imperial concubine's bloodline had been eyeing the 2nd prince covetously. Now that the 2nd prince had grown up and was quite outstanding, he was deeply loved by the emperor. They could not help but worry. However, the great general protector's manor did not want Cheng Lingyin to marry the 1st prince. Their family was already extremely noble. There was no need for them to marry another girl into the imperial family to show off their nobility. Also, since ancient times, it was fine if they succeeded in getting involved in the imperial family's struggles, but which of those who failed had a good ending? Cheng Lingyin did not have any feelings for the 1st prince. Fortunately, she had a good teacher. If she was unwilling, no one could force her. "Yin, how long will you be staying at the manor this time?" the 1st prince asked happily. Gu Xingyin's expression was indifferent. "When grandmother's birthday is over, I will return to the Xiantian Tower." The first prince was a little disappointed. Chapter 787. The second prince looked at the two of them coldly. A trace of mockery flashed through his eyes. The girl clearly didn't want to talk, but his brother still wanted to talk to her. How embarrassing. Xian Tianzi had always hated Qing Linin, who was praised by everyone in the imperial city. She was just the daughter of a lowly official, but she was more respected than he was in front of his father. Gu Xingyin was about to find an excuse to leave, but her heart suddenly trembled. She was extremely fast. Her figure flashed and appeared behind the eldest prince. At the same time, a green light flashed in her sleeve. The sword in her flute shot out and cut off a sword that was coming at her from the side. Protect the eldest prince. The surrounding guests were shocked. Seeing that his attack missed, the assassin seemed to know that he didn't have a chance. He didn't want to continue fighting. He quickly retreated and was about to leave. How could Gu Xingyin let him leave so easily? She didn't chase after him. Instead, she put the jade flute in her hand under her lips. A melodious sound came from the flute. At the same time, a hazy green shadow seemed to fall from the sky, blocking the masked assassin's path of retreat. There was a net on 3 sides. Gu Xingyin was waiting for him behind. The assassin's eyes narrowed when he saw the green shadow. He clearly recognized what it was. He also knew that it was a treasure personally refined by the head priest. There was no way he could break it with his own strength. He turned around and looked behind him. Then, he pounced in Gu Xingyin's direction. Gu Xingyin flew up and prepared to meet the enemy. Suddenly, she felt that something was wrong. Protect the women. However, the assassin was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into the crowd and grabbed a woman in luxurious clothes. He pressed the broken sword in his hand against her neck. Let me go, or I'll bury her with me. His voice was hoarse as he looked at the guards who had rushed over to surround him. The people from the Protector General's manor relaxed when they saw who he was holding hostage. It was just a concubine's daughter. Gu Xingyin's heart tightened. The person who was being held hostage was Qing Lingyu. She was already very careful. Could it be that Qing Lingyu still couldn't escape? She looked at the eldest prince. This assassin was after the eldest prince. She wanted to save Qing Lingyu, but she had to ask the eldest prince's permission. Although the first prince didn't recognize Qing Lingyu and wanted to take down this madwoman who dared to assassinate him, he had to show his benevolent side in front of so many aristocratic families. If you spare the life of the young miss in your arms, this prince can let you leave, he said, inwardly gritting his teeth. The assassin sneered, hypocrite. His eyes swept around. Didn't you hear what your master said? Back off. The surrounding guards made way for them, and the assassin didn't slow down at all. After a few flashes, they disappeared from sight. Let's go and check on fifth sister. Gu Xingyin was worried about Qing Lingyu, so she quickly followed them. Not far from the general's mansion, Qing Lingyu was knocked out and put aside. Gu Xingyin examined him. Fortunately, there were no other injuries. Such injuries shouldn't cause any problems, right? She ordered people to bring fifth miss back to rest. After this incident, the joyous atmosphere had been diluted quite a bit. Many of the guests had already returned to their residences. When Gu Xingyin received Ming Kei's message the next day, she realized that she had been too naive. The fifth miss woke up after 4 hours. When I looked at her, she looked, Ming Kei paused for a moment, but still said, like a different person. Chapter 788. The moment Qing Ling woke up, she felt that something was wrong. She didn't move, but carefully sensed her surroundings. After making sure that there was no one in the room, she opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was a plain white curtain embroidered with butterflies and flowers. When she looked up, she saw the antique furniture. Even her white inner clothes were of a style that she had never seen before. What happened? Her strong mental fortitude forced her to calm down. She sensed that although this body was a little weak, there was nothing wrong with it. She got off the bed and scanned the room. Qingling barely found something that could be called a mirror. The mirror wasn't clear, but Qingling saw it clearly at first glance. It was a completely unfamiliar face. It wasn't Qingling. She sat quietly on the chair and began to think about what had happened. She had stepped into someone's trap. It was certain that she had died from being shot multiple times. Those people wouldn't have let her come back to life. So now, she had reincarnated in someone else's body. What had happened to the original owner of this body? Creak, the door was gently pushed open. A girl dressed as a servant girl around 15 or 16 years old came in with a basin of water. She saw Qingling sitting in front of the mirror. Miss, you're awake. Xiao Yan put down the things in her hands and said happily. Qingling didn't know who she was, so she only responded with a faint Miss, I just brought in some hot water. I'll help you freshen up first. I'll send someone to inform old Madam and eldest Mississippi. They're very worried about you, the servant girl said. Qingling didn't understand what she was saying. After thinking for a while, she suddenly screamed and pressed her head. She looked like she was in pain. Miss, what's wrong? Xiao Yan was shocked to see her like this. I'll get the doctor to take a look. Get the doctor. Qingling's eyes flashed. She grabbed Xiao Yan who was about to leave. There's no need. I'm feeling better now. Xiao Yan knew that her miss was used to being patient, so she didn't think that there was anything wrong. Qingling said tentatively, I feel a little confused. Who are old madam and eldest miss that you mentioned? She secretly made preparations in her hands. If this little girl's reaction was wrong in the slightest, then don't blame her for being ruthless. Xiao Yan seemed to be stunned by her question. She stared blankly at her mistress. When Qingling was getting impatient, she finally burst into tears. Qingling, Xiao Yan looked at her and said, Miss, you didn't hurt your head, did you? Qingling. Her hands were itching. The servant girl continued to ask, then, Miss, do you still remember this servant? Qingling shook her head honestly. Seeing that the girl who called herself Xiao Yan was about to cry again, Qingling made a prompt decision and shouted, Shut up. Xiao Yan seemed to be frightened. She opened her eyes and looked at the miss who seemed different from usual. Qingling facepalmed. I just woke up and realized that I can't remember anything from the past. Can you tell me more about it? Xiao Yan's first reaction was, I'll get a doctor. Qingling. Come back. The servant girl sat back down under Qingling's oppressive gaze. She followed Qingling's instructions and started to talk about the fifth miss, Qingling Yu's identity, the masters of the Protector General's residence, and some general knowledge about the Tianxian continent. Chapter 789. After she finished, Xiao Yan looked at Qingling worriedly. Young mistress, why don't I ask the old madam and ask her to invite a good doctor for you? The old madam? Qingling, now Qingling Yu, frowned. According to Xiao Yan's description, the old madam was not a simple person. Her excuse could fool this silly little girl, but it might not be able to fool a truly shrewd person. Thinking about the personality of the fifth young mistress, she said, There's no need to trouble the old madam. There's nothing wrong with my body. I think this is just a side effect. Perhaps I'll be able to remember some things after a while. After she finished speaking, she saw the little maid looking at her with a pained expression. Young mistress, you don't cherish yourself. Qingling was speechless. She revealed a saintly smile and remained silent. She said to Xiao Yan in a low voice, I don't remember anything from the past. Don't tell anyone about this, okay? Xiao Yan felt that the young mistress now was different from before. In the past, the young mistress would not speak to her so forcefully. However, the young mistress now was more like a master. She nodded. Young mistress, are you hungry? I'll go to the kitchen and get you something to eat. After hearing her words, Qingling did feel a little hungry. Xiao Yan left. After Xiao Yan left, Qingling put away the expression on her face and began to think about her current situation with a cold expression. An unfavored young mistress of a concubine? In the Tianxian continent, such an identity would usually be married off with a favored sister or be given away as a sacrifice by the family. How could she be willing to accept this? Suddenly, she felt that someone was looking at her. Her heart skipped a beat and she quickly regained her melancholy expression. Who was it? Ming Ke quietly left the small courtyard. After listening to Ming Ke's story and seeing the system notification the moment Qingling arrived in this world, Gu Xingyi knew that it was useless to try to stop her. What was meant to come would eventually come. For a moment, killing intent rose in her heart. If he went to Qingling's courtyard now and did something to her, would Qinglingyu be able to cause any more trouble? She had countless ways to kill Qingling without anyone noticing. Of course, with her status, even if she was discovered, the Protector General's manor would only think of a way to cover her up. Ming Ke lowered her head and felt the killing intent from her master. She was puzzled. He wondered what the fifth miss had done to offend his master. Gu Xingyin's killing intent only lasted for a moment. She couldn't do that. No matter how much she knew in her heart, if she were to attack Qingling now, it was very likely that she would be able to eliminate the threat that Qingling might pose in the future. However, she just couldn't do it. Why should he let the Qingling of this world bear the sins of the original plot? The system sensed her thoughts and thought to itself, looks like I've unknowingly cultivated a host with extremely positive values. Gu Xingyin gestured for Ming Ke to leave. System, from now on, monitor Qinglingyu's every move. If she's like in the original plot. A cold light flashed in Gu Xingyin's eyes. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 790. The day before returning to the Xiantian Tower, Gu Xingyin specially came to visit her, frightened and bedridden, fifth sister. Qinglingyu frowned when she heard the news. She had also heard about Qinglin from Shaoyan. She and Qinglingyu were people from two completely different worlds. It could be seen from the name. In the great general's estate, the direct descendants all had the surname Lin, while the concubines could only take the name Ling. In any case, Qinglingyu had already come to the courtyard, so she had to get up and meet her. Fifth sister, are you feeling better these past 2 days? Gu Xingyin glanced at the surrounding environment. Although it wasn't as gorgeous and exquisite as her courtyard, it didn't mistreat her. She carefully sized up Qinglingyu. Her face was pale, her expression docile, and her eyes were evasive. She was still the same as before. Her acting skills were not bad. Qinglingyu was also discreetly sizing up Gu Xingyin. From the moment Gu Xingyin came in, the instinct engraved in the depths of her soul drove her to stay away from this person. Qinglingyu was very strong, so strong that she was no match for her. She lowered her head and softly replied, "Thank you for your concern, eldest sister. I'm fine now." Gu Xingyin didn't stay for long. She only said a few words and left a lot of precious herbs before leaving. After Gu Xingyin left, Qinglingyu swept away her previous timidity. Her gaze swept over the neatly arranged herbs and she sneered. "Young miss, did eldest miss send these over? They're all good things. I'll go boil the medicine for you." Xiao Yan came in and said in surprise when she saw these things. Qinglingyu looked at the little girl busying herself and didn't say anything. Was Qinglin concerned about her? Qinglin was a high and mighty person who had only met her a few times. Why would she suddenly care about her? What did she want from her? Or rather, what did she want from her? Qinglingyu didn't understand, but she believed that Qinglin's goal wasn't simple. Qinglingyu's expression only turned cold after Xiaoyan happily took a stock of spiritual medicine to boil for her. "Don't think that you can bribe me with just a few herbs." She had experienced how the Protector General's residence had treated Qinglingyu all these years. Since she had come to this body, she would naturally repay it on her behalf. Qinglingyu, as well as those who had ignored her for so many years, would not be left out. Gu Xingyin returned to the Xiantian Tower. There were very few people on this high tower. The head reverend didn't need anyone to serve him. Only Qing Linyin and a few servants were left in the Xiantian tower. Gu Xingyin went to see the high priest. Teacher. The high priest opened his eyes. You're back. Yes, Gu Xingyin replied. She looked like she wanted to say something but hesitated. How could the high priest miss this opportunity? He said, if you have anything to say, just say it. Gu Xingyin's expression became serious. Yes. She began to talk about nothing else but Qing Lingyu. My fifth sister seems to be different from before. I suspect that she might have been possessed, she said with a frown. Although possession was rare in the Tianxian continent, it wasn't something that had never happened before. However, possession was very cruel to the original owner. The soul that had been possessed would dissipate without any support. Therefore, possession was also seen as a demonic technique. In the Tianxian land, almost everyone had the right to kill a person who had taken over another's body. Chapter 791. Gu Xingyin's soul entering this body was, in a sense, a possession. However, when she came to the mission world, someone had used heaven-defying means to reverse time and space. Strictly speaking, she was in a parallel world to her original world. This female lead soul had long left this world after her original life. Moreover, no one in this world would be able to find anything wrong with this body that was created by the system. However, Qing Lingyu was different. Although Qing Lingyu didn't know why she had entered Qing Lingyu's body, it was a fact that she had taken over Qing Lingyu's body. Qing Lingyu hadn't lost her vitality to begin with. Therefore, without a soul to rely on, her soul would dissipate from this world sooner or later. Possession. The cold voice repeated the word. Gu Xingyin nodded. I have such a guess. The high priest glanced at her. Are you close to your fifth sister? Gu Xingyin saw him looking at him and shook his head honestly. I grew up with my teacher since I was a child. I've only met my siblings a few times at most. The high priest closed his eyes. That has nothing to do with you. Gu Xingyin sighed inwardly. She knew the high priest's reaction would be like this. In his eyes, other than a few people who still had some sense of existence, the rest had nothing to do with him. She gritted her teeth. If that person is evil and wants to frame the great general's residence, if that's the case, I'll personally end her. The high priest opened his eyes helplessly and looked at his little disciple. There was a hint of doting in his voice. Linyin, if you want to reach the peak of martial arts, you can't have too many distracting thoughts in your heart. Gu Xingyin's expression froze for a moment before he lowered his head. I understand. She left the hall and asked the system, are you sure there's nothing wrong with Qing Lingyu's soul? The system replied with certainty, don't worry. Qing Lingyu didn't possess a normal body. She didn't devour or drive away Qing Lingyu's soul. Qing Lingyu is only temporarily in a deep sleep. In other words, there were two souls in Qing Lingyu's body. The real Qing Lingyu had fallen into a deep sleep, and Qing Ling had taken over the body. Gu Xingyin already knew about this beforehand, so she purposely mentioned it to the head consecrator just to inform him of this matter. If the price of Qing Ling's awakening was the death of Qing Lingyu's soul, she would not show any mercy. If Qing Lingyu were to cause trouble in the future, the high priest would not stand by and do nothing. Although she wouldn't kill her, she would restrict her every move, one step at a time. Since Qing Ling was able to come back to life in Qing Lingyu's body after her death, it was a gift from fate. Now, he only hoped that she would be able to stay here peacefully and not let down this hard-won second rebirth. The residence of the Protector General. Fifth sister, big sister is here to see you. A loud female voice sounded from outside the courtyard. Qing Lingyu turned to look at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan immediately answered, it's Miss Hua. Fourth Miss Qing Lingyue, the one who loved to bully Qing Lingyu? Qing Lingyu raised her eyebrows. She had been busy investigating the plasticity of this body and hadn't gone looking for trouble with Qing Lingyue, but Qing Lingyue had come looking for her. The door opened and Qing Lingyu walked out. She looked at Qing Lingyue standing in the courtyard with a half-smile. What brings you here, fourth sister? Chapter 792. Qing Lingyue was stunned to see Qing Lingyu like this. Since when could this cowardly and timid fifth sister show such a calm expression in front of him? She must be pretending to be calm. Qing Lingyue thought. She knew Qing Lingyu's character best. Qing Lingyue smiled maliciously. Weren't you frightened last time? I heard Big Sister sent you a lot of precious herbs. In my opinion, Big Sister's medicinal herbs are really good. I can see that little sister's complexion has improved a lot. Qing Lingyu knew what Qing Lingyue meant. She wanted to get her hands on those herbs. It just so happens that Big Sister hasn't been feeling well these days. Are you willing to part with them? Qing Lingyu looked at Qing Lingyue mockingly. To be honest, she really looked down on people like Qing Lingyue. She didn't have any ability, but she was jealous. Whenever she saw something good in others, she would want to take advantage of it. But she didn't want her to get her way. She said indifferently, Big Sister felt sorry for me because I walked around the gates of hell. So, she brought me those herbs. Fourth sister, do you want them because you want to go there first? Qing Lingyue's face turned green. Qing Lingyu, how dare you curse me? Qing Lingyu was expressionless. Fourth sister, you can change your face too. I thought you were so thick-skinned that I couldn't see any expression. Qing Lingyue was used to being arrogant and thought her sister was easy to bully. Now that she was ridiculing her, she was naturally angry. She didn't even think before raising her hand to slap her. Today, I'll teach you what it means to respect your elder sister. Qing Lingyu had long seen that fourth sister was just a facade. If she really had Xian Qi talent, she wouldn't live with Qing Lingyu. She moved her feet and dodged Qing Lingyue's slap. Then, she grabbed the side of Qing Lingyue's hand. Slap! Qing Lingyue's palm landed squarely on her own face. How dare you hit me? Qing Lingyue was furious. Qing Lingyu looked innocent. Fourth sister, you were careless. I didn't do anything. Qing Lingyue refused to believe it and tried to hit her again. Of course, it was impossible for her to succeed. Qing Lingyue was kicked to the ground. She looked at Qing Lingyu in disbelief. Is this the trash Qing Lingyu? How could this be? Although Qing Lingyu had no primordial qi in her body, she had recovered 30% of her strength after days of continuous training. Subduing Qing Lingyue was a piece of cake for her. Qing Lingyu was finally scared. She looked at Qing Lingyue in horror. You! How did Qing Lingyu become like this? You're not her, right? Qing Lingyu's expression turned cold. She looked around and saw that Xiao Yan had gone to get her medicine. Qing Lingyue had come alone, so no one had heard what they had said. She gently walked to Qing Lingyue's side and grabbed her by the collar, forcing her to raise her head. My good sister, you have to know what it means to have a loose tongue. If you don't know how to speak, then there's no need for this tongue. She looked terrifying, and Qing Lingyu could clearly sense the murderous intent coming from her. I was just joking. Fifth sister, you were just joking with me, right? She tried to put on a smile. Whether it's a joke or not depends on you, fourth sister. Qing Lingyu pulled her up and gently smoothed her collar. Qing Lingyue ran out of the courtyard in embarrassment. Chapter 793. Qing Lingyu looked at her coldly. A moment ago, when she was tidying Qing Lingyue's collar, she added a little something. It would be safer for this fourth sister to keep her mouth shut forever. How interesting. A lazy voice came from above. Who is it? Qing Lingyu felt apprehensive inwardly. There was someone nearby, but she did not sense it at all. It meant that there was a huge difference in strength between her and this person. A figure dressed in black appeared before her. Qing Lingyu narrowed her eyes and glanced at him. Your Highness, the second prince. Xian Tian sized up the girl before him with great interest. She had a pretty face, but she was far from being important. Seeing that she lived in such a remote courtyard, he assumed that she would not be an important person in the great general's mansion. I didn't know that there was such a wonderful person like you in this mansion. How come he did not realize it before? Oh, that's not right. That person who left just now said that she was a completely different person. Murderous intent flashed across Qing Lingyu's mind. Clearly, this man had heard her conversation with Qing Lingyue. During this time, she had learned a lot of common knowledge about the Tianxian land. She understood that if someone were to discover her situation, the consequences would not be good. Xian Tians felt her murderous intent, but he did not take it to heart. Put away your murderous intent, I mean you no harm. Qing Lingyu looked at him coldly. Why should I believe you? Xian Tian squinted his eyes, and the pressure from his body pressed down on Qing Lingyu. If I wanted your life, I wouldn't have to spend any effort. What do you want? Qing Lingyu was not stupid. Certainly, he wanted something from her since he was talking so much. I want to work with you. Xian Tian smiled meaningfully. Do you hate this place? Do you hate this great general's mansion? You're clearly a noble master, but you're even worse off than a decent servant. When Gu Xingyin learned that Qing Lingyu had hooked up with the second prince, her expression was indescribable. Especially when she heard the system's detailed description. She did not care how the second prince was able to enter the great general's mansion's womenfolk's backyard. Currently, Qing Lingyu was only a useless person with no talent and no favor. Of all the people the second prince could work with, he actually took the initiative to ask her to work with him. System, can you give me a logical reason? The system replied. No. Gu Xingyin asked, why? The system said, the original plot was like this as well. If the host has any questions, he can return to this world to question the world's laws after he becomes strong enough. Gu Xingyin. System, you can do it. She did not dwell on this. Anyway, it was probably some weird reason that the plot had automatically completed itself. What mattered now was that Qing Lingyu and the second prince had joined hands, just like in the plot. They had already taken the first step to dismantling the great general's residence. Since she didn't have any goodwill towards the great general's estate, there was no need for her to hold back. Weren't they working together? Want to be together? She was more than happy to fulfill their wishes. She summoned her subordinates. Qing Linyin had 4 personal maidservants since she was young: Bright Sparrow, Dark Word, Guang Yao, and Yi Lai. These 4 were personally hand-picked by the great high priest and had grown up with Qing Linyin. Although their talents could not compare to Qing Linyin's, they were still 1 in 100. She whispered a few orders, and Dark Word and Yi Lai left to carry out her orders. Chapter 794. The second prince, Xian Tians, had taken a fancy to an unknown concubine's daughter from the great general's residence. This matter had to be attributed to a few hedonistic sons of rich parents. That day, a few famous hedonistic sons of the imperial city saw an incomparably beautiful woman in a restaurant. Judging from her dressing, she seemed to be from a small family, so they started having romantic thoughts. That woman refused to give in no matter what, and as she stumbled, she accidentally pushed open the door of a private room. Inside the private room, the second prince and a beauty dressed in white were cuddling with each other, showing their affection for each other. There was no doubt that the onlookers made up the rest of the story. Xian Tians and Qing Lingyu were just chatting normally. However, rumors usually spread from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and 3 to the public. By the time everyone knew about it, even the people involved wouldn't be able to recognize themselves. The most widely circulated version in the imperial city was that the second prince had spotted the 5th miss, who was not favored, among countless gorgeous beauties, at the birthday banquet of the old madam of the protector general's mansion. After returning home, he could not forget her and fell in love with her. In the end, he could not help but ask her out. This kind of storybook that involved the rich and powerful and had a hint of sex appeal was the most popular among the masses. The great general's residence. I didn't know that there was someone like you among my daughters. The great general, Qing Xiugang, looked at Qing Lingyu with a solemn expression. He had many children. Except for a few who were especially outstanding, he didn't care about the others. If it weren't for this incident, he wouldn't even have thought of this fifth daughter. Father, I met His Highness the second prince by chance, Qing Lingyu said with a frightened look on her face. By chance? Qing Tsugang sneered. What kind of person is the second prince? If it's really someone you don't know, can you meet him in a private room? He waved his hand to stop Qing Lingyu, who wanted to say more. You don't have to explain anything. I'll send someone to the second prince's residence. If he's interested in you, you can go to his residence and be his concubine. If he's not, the great general's tone became extremely cold. The great general's residence doesn't need a daughter with a ruined reputation. Qing Lingyu returned to the courtyard. When she closed the door, her face darkened. She didn't expect that something she had done so secretly would be discovered so easily. But all of this just happened to be so coincidental. Those hedonistic sons of rich parents spent all day fighting cocks and raising dogs. It was common for them to take a fancy to a beautiful woman and want to take liberties with her. Then, was it really his bad luck? Recalling what her so-called father had said, Qing Lingyu's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. There's not a single good person in this residence. All of them deserve to die. It was time for her to make some plans for herself. Although the two of them had not interacted much, Qing Lingyu knew exactly what kind of person he was. That person was a typical example of a woman who looked like a good girl on the outside but had a heart like the king of hell. Right now, it was still unknown whether or not he was worth saving, so he had to prepare a way out for himself. In the second prince's residence, Xian Tian sent off the people from the general's residence. The smile on his face disappeared. You want this prince to take that woman? His voice dragged out, but the servants in the room all kept quiet out of fear. As His Highness' personal servants, they all knew that whenever His Highness spoke in such a tone, it meant that he was in a bad mood. Chapter 795. Indeed, Xian Tianche was in a bad mood. He was certain that his meeting with Qing Lingyu had been kept a secret. It was impossible for the people on his side to betray him. Then, was this really just a coincidence? He was naturally suspicious, and what he didn't believe the most was the word coincidence. In that case, was it possible that Qing Lingyu was the one who planned all this? Perhaps she did not want to live that kind of life in the general's mansion, and felt that she was a good shade tree. The more the second prince thought about it, the more he felt that this was very possible. Although this matter was done very secretly, and he could not find any trace of it. Thinking of this, his lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. His original intention of abandoning Qing Lingyu changed. Help me tell the general that I am very fond of the fifth miss of your mansion. This meant that he had agreed. How dare she scheme against me, humph. When Qing Lingyu received the news, she was still in disbelief. Xian Tianche actually admitted to this matter. This was completely different from what she knew of him. What was he trying to do? Qing Lingyu was not happy at all. Instead, a strong sense of vigilance rose in her heart. The servant who came to her courtyard to deliver the news was no longer as arrogant as before. His face was full of joy and enthusiasm. This attitude made Qing Lingyu very disgusted. Her thoughts were in a mess, and she no longer put on an act. Instead, she coldly asked Xiaolian to see the guest out. The steward retreated with the same smile. After he was out of the door, his expression turned cold. She was indeed not presentable. She had not even left, but she had already shown such a face. 3 days later, Qing Lingyu was sent to the second prince's mansion as a concubine. When Gu Xingyin received this news, she could not help but laugh. In the original plot, Qing Lingyu did not leave the general's mansion. When she was 18 years old, she awakened her talent and was groomed by the general. Gradually, she gained his trust. The trust of the master of this mansion. This was also the biggest reason why she was able to sabotage the general's mansion and slander him. As of now, she was already considered a member of the second prince's residence. In this case, not to mention that she no longer had the advantage to do anything to the general's residence, even if she were to expose the crimes of the general's residence once again, the higher-ups would suspect that the second prince wanted to deal with the general's residence. Furthermore, she had successfully planted a seed of doubt between Xian Tians and Qing Lingyu. Can the two of you still be like in the original plot and become lovers who love each other wholeheartedly? Lin Yin. A faint voice rang in her ears. Come here. When Gu Xingyin arrived at the main hall, the high priest was standing there waiting for her. I've told you before, don't let those mundane matters occupy your mind too much. The great consecrator turned to look at his favorite disciple. Gu Xingyin blinked and looked at him. But teacher, the second prince and my fifth sister have teamed up to plot against the general's mansion. That's where I was born. I can't just stand by and watch. The High Reverend frowned. He had never thought about this before. In his world, there was no such thing as scheming. Going against him, he could just sweep his sword over. When a person was so powerful that everyone had to look up to him, there was no longer any conspiracy that could work on him. Because even if you had 1,000 schemes, he only needed to move a finger to make all your schemes go down the drain. Chapter 796. Therefore, what he hoped for the most was for this disciple of his to become strong enough. One day, because of her existence, no one would dare to touch her family in the slightest. Seeing that her teacher was looking at her disapprovingly, Gu Xingyin giggled and walked over to hug his arm. Teacher, I promise that I'll cultivate diligently. No matter what I'm thinking about, I won't delay my cultivation progress. The high priest felt the warmth on his arm. It seemed that this disciple of his liked to be close to him more and more recently. He had even read the ancient books in the Xiantian Tower for this reason. According to the ancient books, the reason why she suddenly liked to be close to others was because she felt uneasy and indecisive. Was Lin Yin wronged at home? Or was she frightened by the matter between the second prince and her fifth sister? Regardless of which it was, he felt pity for her. Therefore, he didn't avoid it. Instead, he let Gu Xingyin continue hugging him. By the way, teacher, Gu Xingyin suddenly remembered something, don't spy on my whereabouts for the next few days. For someone as strong as the high priest, his divine sense was extremely powerful. If he wanted to know something, it was extremely easy. The high priest looked at her in confusion. Your disciple won't leave the Xiantian Tower for the next few days. Don't worry. I have a little secret. She raised a finger. The high priest didn't know why, but he felt a little unhappy. No matter what Lin Yin did in the past, she would never hide it from him. However, his state of mind had always been strong. This thought only lasted for a short moment. It was so short that even Gu Xingyin didn't notice it. The high priest nodded. All right, if you don't want me to know, I won't investigate. Gu Xingyin felt that there was something wrong with his words. It sounded like he was jealous. However, looking at her teacher's calm expression, she felt that she was overthinking. In the following 10 days, Gu Xingyin prepared her little secret while observing the second prince's residence. Her life in the second prince's residence wasn't as good as people thought. At first, everyone thought that since she was the first official concubine of the second prince must have treated her differently. However, after she entered the manor, the second prince continued to sleep in his own bedroom. During the day, he would go out to find his 2 or 3 good friends to chat. When he was in the mood, he would even summon 2 beauties to liven things up. In fact, the second prince had never rested in his new concubine's room. The servants of the second prince's residence, who had been observing her carefully, now understood that she was not liked by the second prince. Although he didn't know what His Highness was thinking, he still accepted this person even though he didn't like her. However, all of this had nothing to do with them as servants. They were only responsible for serving people. Qing Lingyu's treatment had deteriorated over the past few days. It was only slightly better than when she was in the general's residence. This was because, apart from Xian Tians, she was the only one in the second prince's residence who could barely be considered half a master. Xiao Yan was furious, but Qing Lingyu heaved a sigh of relief. If Xiantiansu had shown her more affection, she would have felt that something was wrong. It was best if Xiantiansu didn't dote on her. She also didn't want to give her body to a completely unfamiliar and emotionless man. The general's residents had originally been observing this daughter of theirs. If she was favored by the second prince, they could make use of her. However, looking at the current situation, this move was useless. Chapter 797. Gu Xingyin counted the days. It seemed that Qing Lingyu had just celebrated her 17th birthday, so there was still a year before her 18th birthday awakening. 1 year was enough for her to do a lot of things. There was no distinction between spring, summer, autumn, and winter in the Xiantian Tower. It was the most comfortable temperature all year round because the high priest had personally set up a thermostatic array so that his little disciple could have a happy life. That night, he received a voice transmission from his little disciple. "Teacher, come to the observatory behind the main hall." He heard the excitement and anticipation in Lin Yin's voice and his heart skipped a beat. His figure flashed and he appeared beside Gu Xingyin. "This is..." He looked at the things in front of him and was puzzled for a moment. There was a square table in front of him with several dishes on it. They all looked very good. One of the bowls was covered with a lid, so he couldn't see what was inside. "Teacher, have you forgotten? You told me what day it is today." Gu Xingyin looked at him with a smile. "Today?" The high priest counted the days and looked at Gu Xingyin with a warm gaze. "It's good that you still remember." Gu Xingyin tilted her head and smiled. "Teacher, open it." She pointed to the covered bowl. The high priest opened the lid with a glance, and a thick fragrance wafted out. It was a bowl of noodles. The thin noodles were like silver threads. The soup was made of an unknown material and there was no color. It looked like a bowl of plain noodles, but the fragrance couldn't lie. Gu Xingyin said, "This is the longevity noodles I made for you. I heard that ordinary people eat longevity noodles like this on their birthdays. It means longevity and health." After saying this, she was a little embarrassed. "I know that you don't lack these things, but I didn't know." A hand fell on the top of her head. The high priest gently rubbed her hair as if comforting her. "No, Lin Yin, I'm very happy." There seemed to be something warm flowing in his chest. No one had ever done this for him. Although he didn't care about these things, at this moment, the feelings from this little disciple still made his heart, which hadn't fluctuated for a long time, happy. Gu Xingyin pulled down the hand on her head and asked him to sit down. She smiled and looked at him. "Teacher, hurry up and eat. It's going to get cold." The high priest picked up his chopsticks and picked up a stick. "Oh, right. The whole bowl is made of noodles. Teacher, you can't bite it off. You have to finish it in one go." When he raised his head and saw his disciple looking at him expectantly, the high priest couldn't help but smile. "All right." With that, he lowered his head and began to eat bit by bit. Gu Xingyin was swayed by his smile. Not only her, but in Qing Linin's memory, she had never seen this teacher smile. The moon tonight was very big, and the Xiantian Tower was very high. They were sitting on the highest stargazing platform of the Xiantian Tower. The huge moon seemed to be within reach. Gu Xingyin recalled the high priest's fleeting smile. The moon was behind him, but it only served as a foil to him. There was a bandit gentleman who was like carved jade. Her heart thumped heavily. She quickly picked up the wine beside her and drank a cup to cover up her gaffe. He was such a perfect and powerful man, and he was also her lover. It was really hard for her to hold back those restless thoughts. There weren't many noodles. After the high priest finished eating, he raised his head. He hadn't eaten any grains for many years, but he had to admit that this bowl of noodles tasted very good. Lin Yin didn't make a sound. If he hadn't sensed that she was sitting in front of him, the high priest would have thought that she had left. When he raised his head, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 798. He saw that the girl's cheeks were red and she was looking at him drunkenly with her chin propped up. The head consecrator glanced at the empty wine cup in front of her and understood what was going on. This wine was clearly taken out by Lin Yin from the Xiantian Tower's storeroom. Anything that the head consecrator put into the storeroom was definitely good stuff. In other words, anything that could be given to the head consecrator was definitely not bad. This wine was called Drunken Immortal Rain. Although its name sounded poetic, it was actually a first-class liquor. Moreover, this wine wasn't the kind that was strong when it entered the mouth. On the contrary, it was mellow and gentle when it entered the mouth. It tasted similar to ordinary fruit wine, but it had the strongest aftertaste. Even those who claimed to never get drunk after 1,000 cups didn't dare to drink 3 cups in a row. The head consecrator glanced at the amount of wine in the pot and understood that this girl definitely drank more than 3 cups. He felt a bit helpless, but he wasn't too worried. Although the drunken immortal rain was strong, it didn't affect the body. Once she had a good sleep, she would be fine when she woke up. However, this wine had a special characteristic: it could evoke a person's deepest desires. In other words, many things that they didn't dare to say or do normally couldn't be hidden after drinking this wine. The head consecrator wasn't willing to reveal his disciples' inner secrets. He got up and wanted to bring her down to rest. However, who knew that Gu Xingyin would raise her head and look at the head consecrator with a smile. "Teacher, you're really good looking," she said with a grin. The head consecrator's expression didn't change. If someone else dared to speak to him in such a teasing tone, he definitely wouldn't let them off easily. However, the person who spoke was Lin Yin. He only felt a sense of closeness. "You're drunk." He calmly stated this fact. Gu Xingyin felt her mind was extremely clear. "I'm not drunk. I specially came today to celebrate teacher's birthday. I personally made these dishes. Are they delicious?" The head consecrator's expression changed slightly. This child had grown up with him. No one knew better than him whether she knew how to cook or not. So, was this the little secret she spoke of a while ago? Thinking of this, the head consecrator's mood suddenly became better. His gentle gaze swept across the delicate-looking dishes and he nodded. "I like it very much." Gu Xingyin was visibly happy. She looked at the high priest's flawless face up close and blurted out, "Teacher, I have something to tell you." The high priest was about to get up, but when he heard her, he turned to look at her. Gu Xingyin looked at her without blinking and said in a clear voice, "Teacher, I like you." The high priest paused. He looked at his little disciple in astonishment. What did she just say? As if she knew what he was thinking, Gu Xingyin repeated her words one by one, "Teacher, I like you." The great consecrator wanted to use the excuse of a drunken slip of the tongue to persuade himself, but the drunken immortal downpour's characteristics were there, and he couldn't deceive himself. The child that she had raised herself actually had such thoughts about her. The high priest had never thought of such a problem. He felt that he should be disgusted, but he wasn't. In the face of his little disciple's words, he only felt that there was something wrong. Yes, this wasn't right. He slowly turned his face. After Gu Xingyin said that sentence, she kept staring at his face. When she saw his expression this time, her heart sank. She thought that she already knew the answer. Chapter 799. The high priest's tone was very gentle, but Gu Xingyin had a bad feeling. "Lin Yin, you're drunk." He repeated this sentence again. Gu Xingyin felt that she had completely let go of herself. "Teacher, you actually know if I'm speaking the truth or if I'm drunk, right?" The high priest was silent for a moment, then flicked his sleeves. Gu Xingyin only felt her vision darken as she fell into a familiar embrace. The high priest looked at his little disciple lying in the crook of his arm and sighed inwardly. He reached out a finger and gently tapped Gu Xingyin's forehead. Some things were better forgotten. Gu Xingyin, who was sound asleep, frowned uncomfortably and subconsciously snuggled into this familiar and warm embrace. The high priest carried her back to the room and carefully covered her with a blanket. Then, he returned to the stargazing platform. He looked at the full moon and slowly, one bite at a time, finished everything on the table. The next day, Gu Xingyin woke up feeling refreshed. One of the obvious benefits of a top-grade wine like the drunken immortal rain was that there wouldn't be any side effects after getting drunk. But, she rubbed her forehead. She had clearly celebrated her teacher's birthday last night, but why couldn't she remember anything now? She really shouldn't drink too much. She asked the maids to prepare hot water. After a good bath, she went to the main hall. The high priest was still sitting on the white jade platform. He had his own room, but every time Gu Xingyin saw him, it was in the main hall. Teacher. Gu Xingyin bowed. The high priest asked, "You're awake. Do you feel unwell?" Gu Xingyin shook her head and asked again. "I drank too much last night. I didn't do anything out of line, right?" The high priest's expression didn't change. "You were very obedient when you were drunk. You fell asleep immediately." Obedient? Did her teacher still think of her as a child? Gu Xingyin was relieved. It was fine as long as she didn't make a fool of herself. However, the system didn't remind him, so it seemed like nothing had happened. Gu Xingyin put this matter aside. Now, she had to start preparing for something else. At the end of the year, it would be her 18th birthday. After that, the young king competition that was held once every 5 years in the Tianxian continent would begin. Being the #1 talent in the Tianxian land, how could Qing Linyi not participate in such a pageant? If Qing Lingyu hadn't interfered, Qing Linin's legendary journey would have started here. The new king competition was held once every 5 years, and the various empires would take turns to host it. This time, it was the Vermilion Bird Empire's turn. The Vermilion Bird Empire was located in the southernmost part of the continent. The empire worshipped the vermilion bird, the divine beast that controlled the flames of the south. Hence, it was called the Vermilion Bird Empire. The Vermilion Bird Empire and the Tianxian Empire were separated by a vast desert. This meant that Gu Xingyin would not be able to see the head priest for at least a year after the young king competition. By the time she returned, Qing Lingyu would have already awakened her talent. She went to see the head priest for this, hoping that he could keep an eye on Qing Lingyu while she was away from the Tianxian Empire. The high priest frowned. "That's so troublesome. Why don't I just take care of it for you?" Gu Xingyin paused and asked, "Teacher, can you erase the soul that has taken over my 5th sister without harming her?" The high priest nodded. "I can try." Gu Xingyin thought for a moment. "Not now. I'll have to trouble you to expel this person from my 5th sister's body in the near future." The high priest was puzzled as to why Lin Yin didn't want him to do it now. However, he never cared about this kind of thing, so he didn't ask. Chapter 800. Qing Lingyu convinced the second prince to take her to the Vermilion Bird Empire. Gu Xingyin had to admire Qing Lingyu's ability to convince the second prince to take her with him under such circumstances. However, having Qing Lingyu under her nose was a good thing for her. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of departure. The night before departure, Gu Xingyin came to bid farewell to the head priest. "Teacher, I won't be back for many days. Please take care of yourself." She bowed to the head priest. The head priest looked at her and said gently, "You don't have to worry about me. You, on the other hand, should be careful of your own safety." Gu Xingyin nodded in agreement. She suddenly raised her head and said softly, "Teacher, I can't bear to part with you." The high priest's expression softened. He immediately thought of that night when his little disciple had drunk the immortal rain wine and softly said to him, "I like you." In the end, he said calmly, "You're already an adult. There will be times when you'll be alone." Gu Xingyin took a closer look at his expression and sighed inwardly. He then took his leave. Behind her, the palace door closed silently. The next day, Gu Xingyin came to the palace. Accompanying her were 9 of the most famous young masters of the Tianxian dynasty. The second prince was among them. Seeing her arrival, everyone except the second prince, Xian Tiance, came forward to greet her. The emperor praised everyone and rewarded them with countless treasures. Then, the 10 of them set off for the Vermilion Bird Empire under the protection of a few masters of the Tianxian dynasty. During the journey, Gu Xingyin took the time to see Qing Lingyu, who had set off with the second prince. She already knew why Qing Lingyu insisted on coming. She didn't know where she had heard the rumor, but it was said that among the rewards of the young king competition, there was an item called the Xian pill. Taking this pill could stimulate one's potential to the greatest extent. It was very likely that it could allow a person who was born without Xian Qi to be qualified to cultivate Xian Qi. Although it was equally dangerous, Qing Lingyu wanted to give it a try. If she wanted to obtain the Xian summoning pill, she would definitely not go through the proper channels. Such a precious item, Qing Lingyu would not have the extravagant hope that the victor would use it on her. That's right, what she wanted to do was steal. Although Gu Xingyin didn't know where this woman got the confidence to steal such a precious elixir under the protection of so many experts, he didn't know where she got her confidence from. In fact, if Qing Lingyu had come over and talked to her, she would have been very happy to give her the mysterious summoning pill. Gu Xingyin intended to give her a present. Gu Xingyin wanted to let her have everything and then take everything she stole with his own hands. After a month, the people from the mysterious Heaven Empire finally arrived at the territory of the Vermilion Bird Empire. As the strongest empire in the profound sky continent, Gu Xingyin's group was undoubtedly treated with utmost respect. Everything was perfect, except for someone who was especially passionate. Miss Lin Yin, our Vermilion Bird City has many beautiful areas. I wonder if this little king has the honor of inviting Miss to enjoy them together. This handsome man with a warm smile on his face was the youngest brother of the current emperor of the Vermilion Bird Empire, Lai Xiao. From the first time he saw Gu Xingyin, he was stunned by her beauty. He didn't hide his love for Gu Xingyin at all and reported to the Tianxian Empire's embassy every day without fail. Chapter 801. Gu Xingyin was almost worn out by him. Didn't you say he was annoying? His eyes clearly showed his admiration and adoration for you, but he never crossed the line. Every time, he would step on the boundaries that she could accept. And he didn't just invite Gu Xingyin alone. Just like now, even if everyone knew that his goal was Gu Xingyin, he didn't forget to consider the feelings of others. Our Vermilion Bird City has a Xuanhua cave. It is rumored that there is a fire seed left behind by the Vermilion Bird hidden underground. When a martial artist is inside, their cultivation speed will increase by a lot. When he said this, everyone's eyes lit up. Such an obvious scheme, but Gu Xingyin couldn't refuse. This was because everyone else had an eager expression on their faces, while Lai Xiao was looking at him eagerly. Moreover, she was a bit curious about such a place. She nodded. Lai Xiao laughed heartily and didn't waste any more words. He personally led the way for everyone. He told everyone without reservation because the Vermilion Bird Empire's Xuanhua cave wasn't a secret to begin with, and it had a limited effect on cultivation. Normal martial artists would only have a certain effect on their first try. After that, their strength wouldn't increase at all. Miss Lin Yin, it is spring now, and there are many tourists. To think that such a beautiful girl like you will attract the attention of many young masters. Lai Xiao exclaimed. His tone was straightforward, and his words were full of praise. Gu Xingyin could only smile faintly. Your Highness is too kind. So when the head consecrator wanted to see what his little disciple was doing, his divine sense saw this scene. She was fighting with a handsome man in a red robe on the busy street. The two seemed to be very close, and Lin Yin even showed him a very happy smile. The head consecrator didn't have any impression of this person. Judging from his clothes, he wasn't from the Tianxian kingdom. Who was he? The head consecrator only felt that the scene of the two smiling at each other was inexplicably dazzling. The undisguised adoration in the man's eyes made him even more annoyed. He had romantic feelings for Lin Yin. Then what about Lin Yin? The head consecrator carefully looked at his disciple and found that she didn't reject this man's closeness. Lin Yin had lived in the Tianxian Tower with him for the past 18 years. She rarely interacted with outsiders, especially men. This man's status wasn't low, and his looks were barely decent. He also looked like a talkative person. Didn't he see that the usually taciturn Lin Yin was so happy and smiled at him? Lin Yin was so innocent, she couldn't have been deceived. The head consecrator started to worry for his little disciple. No. The next moment, the head consecrator suddenly. Just now, there was a moment of confusion in his state of mind when he saw Lin Yin smiling at that person. Since when did she have such a huge influence on his thoughts? His consecrator S's. Consecrator. The head consecrator withdrew his divine sense. For the first time, he didn't meditate on the white jade platform. Instead, he quietly pondered. Gu Xingyin seemed to sense something. She raised her head and looked at the sky with some confusion. What's wrong? Lai Xiao saw her suddenly raise her head and asked. Gu Xingyin shook her head and didn't say anything. Maybe it was an illusion. Chapter 802. When she returned to her room that night, the system reminded Gu Xingyin, the poison that Qing Lingyu put into Qing Lingyue's body has begun to take effect. It had to be said that Qing Lingyu was a ruthless and careful person. Qing Lingyue had bullied her, so she had sucked the poison into Qing Lingyue's body with a tug. It had been a few months since then, and she had already entered the second prince's residence. Even if Qing Lingyue were to die from the poison now, no one would bully her. Fortunately, before she left, she had instructed her confidant in Tianxian continent, this is the antidote. When Qing Lingyue's poison takes effect, cure her of it. Remember, give her the antidote only after she has tasted the bitter fruit. Her fourth sister's actions were indeed a little too much. This time, she would let her suffer a little to temper her character. Heeding her master's instructions, Secret Word did not give Qing Lingyue the antidote immediately after the poison took effect. Instead, after she had invited a few physicians, all of whom said that they were powerless and that she would rather die than suffer for a few days, Secret Word snuck into her courtyard one night and placed a letter and a bottle of antidote on the table. The letter clearly stated that this was her punishment for her unforgiving mouth, her tendency to take advantage of others, and her haggling over every little thing. This time, she would be spared. If there was a next time, no one would save her. After the scare, Qing Lingyue's character actually changed. Although she did not become as timid and cowardly as Qing Lingyu in the past, she became more cautious in her words and actions. Qing Lingyu did not know this. In her heart, Qing Lingyue was already a dead person. She was currently in her room, reading a blurry parchment scroll. She had come across it by chance in an ancient book in the second prince's residence, and it recorded information related to possession. Hesitant possession had always been a very good thing, so very few people were interested in it. She slowly read through the content on it. These days, she often had a dream at night. In the dream, she was in a pitch-black place, and her body was an illusion, emitting a faint glow. Not far in front of her, there was a similar illusion lying quietly in mid-air, with the appearance of Qing Lingyue. At first, she didn't know what it meant until she read the ancient books. Through her investigation, she discovered that she had not completely obtained a new life. The place she went to in her dream was the sea of consciousness of this body. Her soul came to this body, but the soul of the original owner, Qing Lingyu, didn't disappear. She just fell into a deep sleep. Now, she frequently dreamed of this scene because Qing Lingyu's soul was gradually getting stronger. When Qing Lingyu woke up, it would be the time when she would be expelled from this body. How could she allow such a thing to happen? To Qing Ling, coming to this alternate world after death was a gift from the heavens. Since she had come back to life in Qing Lingyu's body, she was now Qing Lingyu. As for the original Qing Lingyu, since you've been asleep for so long, there's no need for you to wake up. Just stay asleep forever. This sheepskin scroll recorded how to expel a soul from a body. In fact, it was a complete method of possession. However, Qing Ling had already accidentally completed the most difficult task, which was to place her soul into the body. Now, she only had one step left, and that was how to expel the original owner's soul and truly obtain this body. Chapter 803. She did not have any celestial qi in her body. Even if there was a method written on the parchment, it would not be easy for her. However, the mystic summoning pill gave her hope. It was rumored that the mystic summoning pill could fully stimulate a person's potential and even awaken the thinnest celestial qi in the body. This process was obviously very painful. And this was the time when a person's consciousness was at its weakest. To Qingling, this was the best opportunity. She could use this opportunity to completely remove Qingling's soul. She had complete confidence that a weak and self-abased soul would not be her match. Gu Xingyin did not know what she was thinking, but she knew what Qinglingyu was looking at through the system. Therefore, she could roughly guess Qingling's motive. It seemed that Qingling had discovered that Qinglingyu's soul had not disappeared. With her ruthless temperament that had been honed from her many years as a mercenary, it wasn't strange for her to want to kill someone to the last one. Since Qingling was so ruthless, Gu Xingyin felt even less burdened by this matter. As Gu Xingyin was thinking about Qinglingyu, she did not know that in the distant Tianxian continent, on the Xiantian Tower, someone quietly opened his eyes and disappeared from the white jade stage. As the young king competition drew closer, Gu Xingyin finally had an excuse to reject Lai Zhao's invitation. She was busy cultivating and did not have time. Lai Zhao also knew the importance of this competition and tactfully did not disturb her. Finally, the day of the competition arrived. When Gu Xingyin followed the rest of the participants from the Tianxian continent out of the embassy, there was already a crowd of onlookers outside. Most of these people did not have the right to enter the competition grounds and could only see the continent's youngest and strongest warrior. Gu Xingyin saw a man in white in the middle of the crowd. His face was very ordinary, the kind that could not be found in the crowd. The white clothes on him were also made of the most ordinary material. His entire person was very inconspicuous. However, Gu Xingyin lowered her head to hide her loss of composure. Why was Master here? And in disguise? The high priest's disguise was, of course, flawless. But to Gu Xingyin, no matter how that person tried to disguise himself, the lotus fragrance that accompanied his soul to every world could not be concealed. By the time Gu Xingyin calmed down and looked back, there was no trace of that person. What she didn't know was that the high priest was actually still there. He was just hiding his figure. He had just felt that his little disciple's aura had suddenly become chaotic, and he thought that she had discovered him. But with her cultivation level, this was something that was simply impossible to happen. The great consecrator saw the flamboyant red-robed man not far away from him. Could it be that Lin Yin's emotions were fluctuating because of him? When he thought of this, the high priest snorted coldly in his heart. Lai Zhao, who was watching his sweetheart leave, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He raised his head and looked at the bright sun in the sky, wondering if there was something wrong with his body. He shook his head to get rid of the thought. Young Mistress Lin Yin was already preparing to leave for the competition grounds. He had to hurry over as well. He definitely could not miss Lin Yin's entrance. He left in the company of his servants. Chapter 804. Thank you for letting me win. Gu Xingyin cupped her fists elegantly and said to the person opposite her. The man opposite her got up and admitted defeat to Gu Xingyin. Thank you for going easy on me. The other party's strength was not on the same level as his. The surrounding audience had long lost their previous excitement. There was no other reason, they were already numb from the shock of this girl from the Tianxian kingdom. From the beginning, she had been overwhelming with her strength. From the preliminary selections to the rotation matches, and now to the semifinals. She was not the only one who had won all the matches, but she was the only one who looked much stronger than her opponents. None of her opponents could last more than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. No matter how strong her opponent was, this girl always had a relaxed look on her face. Everyone could see that she was not using her full strength. If a person was slightly stronger than others, they might be envied by others. But when she was many times stronger than others, so strong that you had to look up to her, you would not even be jealous. Now, others felt that way about Gu Xingyin. Originally, the young warriors who could participate in the Young King competition were already the strongest young warriors in each kingdom. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were already unreachable. However, such strong warriors were unable to fight back in front of this girl. In the past, they had only heard that her talent was determined by her Xiantian mystic qi. She was the personal disciple of the most mysterious warrior in the Tianxian continent. Everyone only thought that these two titles sounded very powerful, but they had never thought about the meaning behind them. Until today, Gu Xingyin used her strength to prove that these were not just two titles. Beneath these two titles was absolute strength that could crush anyone. It was too shocking. Lai Xiao looked dazzlingly at the high-spirited girl in red. His heart was burning. He had never clearly understood what kind of girl he had fallen in love with. She was different from others. She was one of a kind. He might not even be worthy of her. But Lai Xiao had no intention of backing down. He looked at Gu Xingyin in the arena with a burning gaze and said softly, "I must have such a peerless girl." His words were so soft that even the people sitting next to him did not hear them. However, a certain white-robed man who had been paying attention to him with a strand of his divine sense heard it. His face darkened when he heard this. As a result, Lord Lai Xiao once again felt a chill down his spine when the sun was high in the sky. He shivered and put away his thoughts. Once again, he looked silently at the cloudless sky. Could it be that he was really sick? Forget it, after the competition, he did not look for Miss Lin Yin. He should go find a doctor first. Sensing that the man's gaze was no longer fixed on Gu Xingyin, the man in white nodded in satisfaction. He was sitting right in the middle of the field. It was obvious that this young man was looking for a seat in the competition, but the seats around him were all empty. This was really surprising. However, the most surprising thing was that although no one was sitting next to him, no one else found it strange. If someone wanted to pass by, they would subconsciously go around this position as if it did not exist. Chapter 805. The high priest stared at his little disciple in a daze. Lin Yin always wore an obedient smile in front of him. She looked so dependent on him, as if she hadn't grown up yet. He never knew that his little disciple, who had always been a little girl in his eyes, would have such a side to her. She stood on the field and defeated her opponents one by one. She wasn't shy in the face of everyone's cheers and praises. She was a high-spirited and dazzling girl. She was the disciple he had taught since she was a child. She was his. Lin Yin. The high priest felt something warm flowing in his heart. He reached out his hand to cover his chest, where his heart was beating at a speed that was not normal. He knew who his heart was beating for. So, he wasn't a cold-hearted person after all. His heart didn't beat because he had never met anyone who could make him move. The high priest looked at Gu Xingyin in the field. His eyes gradually became deep. A smile also appeared on his face. Because of this smile, his ordinary face seemed to have become very moving. Unfortunately, no one was able to appreciate this scene. There was another person who was also looking at Gu Xingyin with a burning gaze. Qing Lingyu, who was lucky enough to be here to watch the competition thanks to the second prince. Looking at Gu Xingyin, who was enjoying the admiration of everyone in the field, Qing Lingyu felt her blood boiling. Yes, that's right. That's it. It was this kind of life that she had been pursuing. She wanted to be powerful and live in the shock and admiration of everyone. She wanted to create a legend. She even thought that it would be great if she had transmigrated into Qing Linin's body. In that case, she wouldn't have to spend so much effort to plan for herself. She could easily get everything she wanted. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. But in the end, reason calmed her down. That was impossible. Not to mention that Qing Linin was a powerful cultivator. She might not be able to defeat her in terms of soul strength. It was already a gift from the heavens that she had a chance to start over. Desire was endless. Why should she be greedy? Qing Lingyu suppressed the wild thoughts in her mind and loosened her palm, which was hurt by her nails. What about Qing Linin? When he successfully obtained the profound summoning pill, he would be qualified to cultivate and gain control of this body. She didn't believe that she was inferior to anyone. When the time came, he, who had taken over Qing Lingyu's body, would naturally help her settle all the grudges in the past, including the general's residence and those who had looked down on her. She didn't want to admit that she was the one who had taken Qing Lingyu's body, and that she should be the person that Qing Lingyu hated the most. Qing Lingyu was such a coward. She would only be bullied by others and live a humble and cowardly life. Perhaps her arrival would be her relief. Only by taking control of this body could she help Qing Lingyu take revenge on those who had hurt her. Only then could Qing Lingyu's name become a dazzling legend. Qing Lingyu should be thanking her instead. If Gu Xingyin heard such shameless words, she would probably slap his face mercilessly. Saying so much was just an excuse for his own selfishness. You took Qing Lingyu's body and everything from her. How dare you say that she should thank you? There was a saying that went like this: a shameless person is invincible. Chapter 806. The last round of the Young King tournament. Her opponent was very strong. Of course, it was impossible for anyone who could reach this stage to be weak. However, he was still no match for Gu Xingyin. I've lost. Her opponent was a swordsman. His person was like his sword, silent and determined. Only when he drew his sword would one feel the chilling murderous intent that followed him like a shadow. He admitted defeat without any hesitation. A person like him would not waste his time on such meaningless things. If he had the time, he would rather practice his swordsmanship. As everyone expected, Gu Xingyin took first place in the tournament and became the undisputed king of the younger generation of martial artists in the Tianxian continent. The moment the results were announced, the Tianxian continent used a precious communication stone to send the good news back to the Tianxian continent. What awaited the warriors who returned to the empire was the grandest welcome ceremony. After the awards ceremony, the delegation from the Tianxian continent did not linger in the Vermilion Bird Empire for long. Under the reluctant gaze of the fierce Owl King, Gu Xingyin stepped on the road back home. In the carriage, Gu Xingyin was playing with an exquisite white jade bottle. Inside the bottle was the mystical summoning pill that Qing Lingyu could not forget. She knew that Qing Lingyu was trying to get her hands on this bottle of pills. She, too, was thinking of how to let Qing Lingyu get her hands on this bottle of pills. She would treat it as a gift to the real Qing Lingyu. The effects of the mystical summoning pill were terrifying. It could completely cleanse one's muscles, marrow, and bones. Ordinary people could not bear such pain. Among the cases of people who failed to awaken after taking the mystical summoning pill, at least 30% of them failed because they could not bear the pain. If it was the real Qing Lingyu, she would not be able to bear the pain. But Qing Ling was different. For the sake of becoming stronger, she was willing to do anything. Her goal was to expel Qing Lingyu when her soul was at its weakest, the moment of awakening. Coincidentally, Gu Xingyin had the same idea. Expel her from Qing Lingyu's body when her soul was at its weakest. Give him a taste of his own medicine. No one had wronged anyone. As Gu Xingyin was thinking, a familiar aura appeared beside her. She wasn't surprised at all. She turned her head and smiled. Teacher. The High Consecrator was surprised. How did you know it was me? Gu Xingyin blinked. No matter what you look like, I'll be able to recognize you at a glance. The High Consecrator admitted that he was overjoyed by these words. Close your eyes, he said. Gu Xingyin closed her eyes without hesitation. Seeing that she didn't hesitate at all in response to his words and didn't even put up any defenses, exposing all her vital points to him, the high priest's eyes warmed. He gently reached out a finger and tapped on Gu Xingyin's forehead. The sealed memories of that night flooded into Gu Xingyin's mind. So, I actually confessed to her so directly when I was drunk. Gu Xingyin opened her eyes with some hesitation and looked at the High Consecrator, who had returned to his original appearance. She could totally understand why her teacher sealed her memories. This way, they could avoid awkwardness and discomfort. But now, why did he suddenly release the seal? Could it be that after a period of time, they would no longer be awkward? Could it be? Gu Xingyin widened her eyes. Chapter 807. Seeing the little girl in front of him staring at him in a daze, the high priest felt very happy. Others could only see her commanding and high-spirited appearance. Only he, could see her acting coquettishly and adorably like a little girl. This was his Linine. Do you still remember what you said that night? The high priest asked. Gu Xingyin couldn't react and nodded blankly. What was going on? Did teachers suddenly become enlightened? Then I will respond to you. I also like you. The head consecrator continued to speak in an indifferent tone. His words were not indifferent at all. Gu Xingyin blinked, then blinked hard. It wasn't an illusion. Her own teacher really became enlightened just like that. The person she liked had accepted her confession. What should she do? Gu Xingyin wanted to hurry up and do it. A bright smile suddenly blossomed on her face, which was still a little dazed. Then, she threw herself forward and landed in the high priest's arms. The high priest instinctively reached out his hand to catch her. Then, he felt something warm and wet on his face. It was a kiss. This passionate and open-minded little disciple actually kissed him without hesitation. He was a little surprised, but didn't find it hard to accept. However, there were some things that needed to be clarified first. That prince of the Vermilion Bird Empire, what's your relationship with him? He was a little unhappy when he said this, but he hid it well. Lai Xiao. Gu Xingyin was confused. What relationship did Lai Xiao have with her? She thought for a moment and finally understood what the teacher meant. Was the teacher jealous? She was secretly happy, but on the surface, she said righteously, there's absolutely nothing between him and me. I believe you. The high priest knew in his heart that Lin Yin didn't have any feelings for that man. After all, his status wasn't as high as his looks weren't as outstanding, and his strength wasn't as strong. In terms of feelings, he couldn't compare to the 10 years of intimacy he had with Lin Yin. No matter how he looked at it, Lin Yin wouldn't like someone else over him. The confident great consecrator thought so. However, there were some words that he still wanted to hear from the mouth of his beloved. The two of them enjoyed each other's company for a while before the high priest finally got down to business. I saw you holding this little bottle for a long time. Is there something on your mind? He asked. Gu Xingyin nodded and told him about Qing Lingyu's plan as well as his own. She wasn't willing to hide her true nature in front of the high priest. The two of them were going to spend a lifetime together. Even if she pretended to be pure and innocent now, she couldn't pretend for a lifetime. Even if she didn't say that she was too tired, it was also a sign of distrust. Moreover, she was confident that this man would not care about this. As expected, the high consecrator didn't point out anything wrong with her actions. He only asked, so what you're worried about now is how to let Qing Lingyu get this thing? Gu Xingyin nodded. The high priest's tone was calm. That's very simple. He said a few words to Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin's eyes lit up and she nodded. The carriages were slowly moving forward. At this moment, a masked figure suddenly rushed out of the forest on the side and attacked Qing Lingyu's carriage. Chapter 808. The carriage that Gu Xingyin was in was instantly blown apart by the palm wind. Everyone only saw a red figure fly out of the carriage and chase after the white figure. In the blink of an eye, the red figure disappeared without a trace. Hurry up and chase after her. The experts leading the team were anxious. Qing Linyin was now a precious treasure. Not to mention what it meant to be the champion of the Young King tournament, just her identity was enough for them to not let their guard down. If something happened to her while she was under their protection, who would be able to bear the responsibility if the head consecrator pursued the matter? Everyone else also got out of their carriages. The moment Qing Lingyu got out of the carriage, she saw a familiar jade bottle not far away. Wasn't this the mystic summoning pill? It seemed that Qing Linyin had this item on her and had accidentally dropped it when she was fighting with the white figure. She really didn't need to do anything to get it. Qing Lingyu quickly picked up the item and put it in her sleeve. Then, like everyone else, she revealed a worried expression. However, just as the experts in the team chased after her, they saw Gu Xingyin coming back alone. Her face was a little pale. It was obvious that she was injured. That person was too fast. I couldn't catch up to him. She looked tired. Everyone asked her how she was. Gu Xingyin shook her head. It's just a minor injury. I have my own healing pills. I'll be fine after resting for a while. There was no lack of empty carriages in the team. Soon, Gu Xingyin boarded a new carriage. The team strengthened their security and set off again. Gu Xingyin was also exempted from all disturbances due to her injury. The moment she entered the carriage, the weakness on her face disappeared without a trace. A certain man was already sitting inside. Teacher, you're so fast. The head consecrator glanced at her. You can't find me with just these few people. After saying this, he frowned. The Tianxian Empire is too much. Did they only send these few people to protect you? If you encounter a true expert, won't you be in danger? Gu Xingyin was silent for a moment. These elders were already the top experts in the Tianxian Empire. So, in her teacher's eyes, they weren't even true experts. What were the standards of a teacher? If it were him, then indeed, there would not be many elite warriors in the entire Tianxian land that he could bring out. That afternoon, Gu Xingyin, who was recuperating from her injuries, walked out of the carriage with a pale face. She found the elders in charge of protecting them and seemed to have said something to them. The faces of the elders turned solemn. In the end, they could only shake their heads helplessly. Qing Lingyu watched and knew that Qing Linyin had most likely discovered that the black summoning pill was gone. At this time, everyone would definitely think that the profound summoning pill had been taken away by the white-clothed man who had suddenly attacked them, and no one would trace it back to the convoy. She looked at Gu Xingyin's gloomy expression as she got off the carriage. She only felt happy in her heart. So what if you obtained the profound summoning pill? In the end, wasn't it all for the benefit of others? For the rest of the journey, nothing happened, and the group successfully returned to Tianxian Empire. As expected, the Emperor of Tianxian Empire was extremely happy this time. He even personally came to the city gates to congratulate the warriors who had returned with glory. Among them, the one who received the most attention was undoubtedly Gu Xingyin. The palace even held a grand celebration banquet for her. The banquet had just ended when Gu Xingyin asked to leave. The emperor wanted to persuade her to stay, but Gu Xingyin could only use the high priestess. The high priestess name was indeed useful. The emperor didn't dare to stop her. Gu Xingyin smoothly left the palace and returned to the Xiantian Tower. There were still people waiting for her there. Chapter 809. The first thing Qing Lingyu did when she returned to the second prince's residence was to find out how to take the pill and what preparations she needed to make. Fortunately, the second prince didn't care about her at all. The servants in the residence also knew that this master wasn't favored and didn't have any hobbies other than reading books. Therefore, no one cared about her. Qing Lingyu flipped through several ancient books, which all said that the pill could be taken directly. And the effect was very fast. The result could be seen in one night, whether it was a success or a failure. However, the effect of the pill was very strong. When it took effect, it would be very painful. Moreover, it couldn't be disturbed, so it was best to find a quiet environment. A quiet environment? Then it was impossible to go to the second prince's residence. Qing Lingyu found a time and told the housekeeper that she wanted to go to a villa on the outskirts of the city to relax for a while. When she said this, her tone was very sad. The housekeeper remembered that the second prince had taken a fancy to a flower girl in Zuyu brothel. It seemed that she was unhappy. Previously, the second prince had told the housekeeper to take care of everything in the backyard if it wasn't important. The housekeeper didn't inform the second prince and only ordered a few good guards to follow her to the villa to protect Qing Lingyu's safety. Qing Lingyu successfully made her way to the secluded courtyard. Because she was a female, the guards only waited outside the courtyard and didn't come in. It was very convenient. She told them in advance that she would wake up late in the morning and asked them not to disturb her. The guards all said they understood. That night, Qing Lingyu sat on the bed and looked at the jade bottle for a long time. Finally, she pulled out the jade stopper and took out a round, jade-colored pill. After looking at it for a while, she put it into her mouth without hesitation. At first, she didn't feel anything. Slowly, from her dantian, it began to heat up. The heat wasn't obvious at first, but then it became heavier and heavier. It even reached the point of burning, and then it spread throughout her body. There seemed to be a boom sound, as if some switch had been turned on in her body. Her entire body, from head to toe, whether it was her internal organs, skin, or even a strand of hair, she felt as if she had been scalded. Pain. The extreme pain spread throughout her body, as if there were countless blades cutting her body under her skin. Qing Lingyu knew that this was the process of reshaping her bone structure. She couldn't help but groan. Back when she was still the queen of mercenaries, she had been plotted against and hunted down for 7 days and 7 nights. The gunshot wound on her calf hadn't been treated in time, and she hadn't even frowned when it was red and swollen. That little bit of pain was nothing compared to what he was feeling now. Her consciousness was already a little dizzy from the pain. Realizing this, she suddenly gathered her remaining strength without hesitation and fiercely bit the tip of her tongue. It was just an increase in pain, but this action allowed her to regain a trace of clarity. He couldn't fall asleep. Otherwise, he might fall asleep forever. She secretly cheered herself on. She had sacrificed so much, planned for so long, and finally saw a little hope of success. How could she allow herself to kneel at this last step? Chapter 8:10. She didn't know how much time had passed, but Qing Lingyu's consciousness was in a muddled state. The only thing that kept her going was the stubbornness in her heart. She wanted to become stronger. She wanted to be above all others. It was this stubbornness that kept her from sinking into the endless pain. Until the first rays of the morning sun shone on her through the tightly shut window. That beam of light seemed to have magical powers. Qing Lingyu only felt a cooling sensation slowly spreading from her dantian. Wherever that cooling sensation flowed, the burning sensation and the tearing pain were gradually alleviated. Her weak and powerless body was slowly being filled with strength. She was overjoyed. She knew that she had succeeded. She sat up with difficulty. This simple action exhausted the little bit of strength she had just recovered. Qing Lingyu positioned herself in a posture with her palms facing the sky. She followed the method described on the parchment and slowly sensed the subtle celestial qi in her body. She was waiting. She was waiting for the cool sensation to seep into her meridians, bones, and blood. She was waiting for her body, which had been severely injured last night, to fully recover. That would be the time for her to act. When that time came, she would truly become the only Qing Lingyu. She didn't know that in this room, there were 2 people standing quietly less than 5 steps away from her. "You're quite considerate of your sister," said the high priest. He waved his hand and set up a boundary around them. Even if Qing Lingyu was at her peak, she wouldn't be able to detect them, let alone the current Qing Lingyu. Gu Xingyin said, "She's my sister after all. Just take it as giving her an opportunity." Of course, she was referring to the real Qing Lingyu. The high priest took a closer look at the seated Qing Lingyu and suddenly said, "This woman is quite resilient." Gu Xingyin didn't say anything. Of course, she was resilient. It was a pity that her arrival was a mistake. The 2 waited for about the time it took to brew a cup of tea. When the body had more or less recovered, Qing Lingyu calmed her mind and entered the sea of consciousness. The real Qing Lingyu's soul was still sleeping quietly, but the light around her illusory body was much stronger. This meant that if there were no external influences, she would wake up on her own soon. A murderous look appeared on Qing Ling's face. "Sorry. Since you're unlucky to have met me, you should just go into a deep sleep." She raised her hand to grab Qing Lingyu's neck. However, before she could touch Qing Lingyu's soul, she felt her body being held in place by a huge force. Then, a huge pulling force tore her soul out. His surroundings were empty, as if he had nothing to rely on. Qingling knew that something was wrong. The parchment did not mention such a thing. She raised her head and her pupils shrank at what she saw. There were two people standing in front of him. She was very familiar with one of them. It was Qing Linyin, who had just received the title of young king. The other white-clothed man's appearance and bearing was something she had rarely seen in her life, but when she saw him for the first time, her heart was filled with endless fear and admiration. This man was so scary. She turned around and looked at Qing Lingyu, who was sitting motionlessly on the bed. Then, she looked at the two people standing in front of her. She thought about what she had been through in the past few days. What else could she not understand? Chapter 8:11. Her eyes were bloodshot as she looked at the two of them. You set me up. The high priest didn't say anything. Gu Xingyin continued, we set you up. Wrong. You were the one who set me up. Qingling sneered. I did all this just to keep myself alive. What's wrong with that? Gu Xingyin looked at her and replied, I did all this just to keep my fifth sister alive. What's wrong with that? Qingling sneered. Don't talk about sisterhood in front of me. If you really cared about Qing Lingyu, she wouldn't be living like that in the Protector General's manor. Gu Xingyin didn't answer the question. Instead, she said, it doesn't matter if I care about her or not. She's Qing Linin's sister. I can't let some unknown monster take over her body. Qingling knew that everything she had done during this period of time had been seen by the other party. What's more, the other party might have deliberately allowed her to get the Xian pill. She laughed. The winner takes all. Since I've lost today, I'll let you say whatever you want. She didn't say anything else and looked like she was at their disposal. Gu Xingyin didn't believe that Qingling was someone who would give up so easily. Sure enough, the moment she relaxed a little, the woman suddenly dashed toward Qing Lingyu, who was lying on the bed. Qingling knew that it was impossible for her to escape. She might as well take a gamble. Although the chances of success weren't high, what if she could return to Qing Lingyu's body? They waited until now to deal with her because they weren't confident that they could expel her from Qing Lingyu's body under normal circumstances. However, she had underestimated the other person in the room. The high priest didn't even need to make a move. He just glanced at Qingling's soul and she froze there, unable to move. The high priest ignored the frozen Qingling and went to Qing Lingyu's side in a flash. He bent down and glanced at the unconscious person. Then, he raised his hand and a misty light shot towards her body. I've already helped her stabilize her soul. She won't have to worry about being taken advantage of in the future, he told Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin knew that she was willing to do this because of her. She smiled and said, thank you, teacher. Teacher? Qingling finally knew who this man with a terrifying aura was. The rumored #1 expert of the Middle Continent, the unfathomable great consecrator of the Tianxian Empire. Indeed, it was not unjust for him to fall. She closed her eyes. In the end, she was still lacking. At this moment, Qing Lingyu, who had been unconscious all this time, opened her eyes groggily. She was still a little confused at this moment. When she looked around, she found herself in an unfamiliar environment with two people standing beside her. One of them was her big sister, who was high and mighty. As for the other, she only glanced at her briefly before hurriedly lowering her head. The moment she lowered her head, countless memories flooded into her mind like a tidal wave, causing her to feel a little absent-minded. What had happened during this period of time? She saw that a complete stranger had taken over her life, doing things that she didn't even dare to imagine before. Qing Lingyu admitted that those days were far more exciting than living alone in the small courtyard of the Protector General's residence. However, that wasn't her. Chapter 8:12. That wasn't her. No matter how wonderful that person's life was, it had nothing to do with her or Qing Lingyu. Qing Lingyu's face paled as she understood everything. Of course, she had seen how Gu Xingyin and the man in white had helped her. She walked to Gu Xingyin and bowed deeply. Thank you for your help, big sister. She bowed to the high priest on the other side. Both of them accepted the gesture calmly. Gu Xingyin said gently, Fifth sister, would you like to meet the person who harmed you? Qing Lingyu's expression froze, then she nodded. Thank you, big sister. Gu Xingyin looked at the high priest, who then pointed at Qing Lingyu with a finger. Qing Lingyu felt as if her eyes were covered in frost and snow. She closed her eyes reflexively. When she opened her eyes again, she saw Qing Lingyu, who was only a step away from her. Ah! Qing Lingyu couldn't help but take a step back when a living person suddenly appeared in front of her. Then, she thought of something and carefully sized up the woman in front of her. She had short hair and wore strange clothes. Her arms, legs, and even her abdomen were exposed. Her face was resolute and bloodthirsty. Clearly, she wasn't an easy person to get along with. Why did you harm me? Qing Lingyu mustered up her courage and asked. Qing Lingyu sneered. Harm you? Tell me, what kind of life have you been living in that mansion? If you were me, you'd rather die early than live such a cowardly and unambitious life. Qing Lingyu instinctively wanted to refute her, but she had always been a woman of few words. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Gu Xingyin couldn't stand such selfish words. She retorted, no matter how she lived, it's her own business. You're an outsider. What right do you have to judge someone else's life? You're just trying to find an excuse for your selfish behavior. She looked directly at Qing Lingyu. Fifth sister, I asked you to meet her because I wanted to ask for your opinion. What do you plan to do with this person? What to do with her? Qing Lingyu was a little confused. In fact, even if he did not do anything, Qing Ling's soul would dissipate from this world sooner or later. However, Gu Xingyin wanted to see if her fifth sister could stand on her own 2 feet after going through such a thing. Yes, I'll give you the choice. What do you want to do with her? Qing Lingyu bit her lip awkwardly. She had never made such a big decision before. Gu Xingyin waited patiently. The first step was always more difficult to take. After a long while, Qing Lingyu finally spoke, Big sister, I don't want to let her go. There was a rare look of determination in her eyes. She wants to kill me. I can't tolerate it. Gu Xingyin smiled. Then, fifth sister, watch carefully. She glanced at the head consecrator, who nodded and waved his right sleeve. Qing Ling's soul seemed to have suffered a huge impact and suddenly became distorted and blurry. She screamed shrilly, if I don't die, I'll make you pay with your blood. She looked so scary that Qing Lingyu couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Gu Xingyin said indifferently, unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Qing Ling's soul turned into ashes amidst the unwillingness and resentment. Gu Xingyin heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, this huge threat was finally eliminated. Chapter 8:13. She turned to Qing Ling, who was still in a daze, and asked, what are your plans for the future? Qing Lingyu had successfully awakened and was able to cultivate mystical qi. She had the ability to protect herself. Moreover, her current identity was a headache, the second prince's concubine. All of this was the result of Qing Ling's actions. But now, Qing Lingyu had to bear all the consequences. Qing Lingyu was also a little confused. Gu Xingyin could only say, stay in the courtyard for a while this time. Think carefully about your future and let me know when you've made up your mind. She truly felt that her fifth sister was quite pitiful. The 2 of them left the courtyard. The high priest couldn't help but ask Gu Xingyin, why are you so concerned about your sister's matters? Why? Gu Xingyin pondered for a moment. Perhaps it was because she had paid too much attention to her from the beginning, so she couldn't pretend not to see anything along the way. She shook her head, maybe it's fate. The great consecrator did not dwell on this topic. Instead, he brought up another matter. When do you plan to marry me? Gu Xingyin was stunned, wedding. That was too soon. The high priest said matter-of-factly, I think in the Tianxian continent, after you've fallen in love with each other, the next step would be a wedding. He paused and looked at Gu Xingyin. Are you unwilling, Linyin? Of course, Gu Xingyin wasn't unwilling. She just didn't expect him to act so quickly. But since the high priest had brought it up, she wouldn't refuse. After receiving his disciple's affirmation, the high priest nodded, I'll ask for your opinion first. Then I'll send someone to your house to propose marriage. The chief consecrator's speed was definitely swift and decisive. In less than 3 days after he said this, he personally came to the residence of the protector of the nation. Qing Xiugang, the protector general of the state, who had always been resolute and cold in front of outsiders, welcomed the arrival of the head consecrator in fear and trepidation. After that, they had a conversation in fear and trepidation, accepted an extremely precious gift, and finally respectfully sent the head consecrator away. Until the person left, his expression was somewhat absent-minded. What happened just now? The high priest had just proposed marriage to him and wanted to marry Lin Yin. General Qing finally came back to his senses. When he realized what this meant, he couldn't hide the joy on his face. The head consecrator just said that he wanted to marry Lin Yin. From now on, the great general's residence would have one more powerful in-law. Servants, invite Madam to old Madam's courtyard. The masters of the National Protector General's residence were all overjoyed when they heard the news. At this time, Qing Xiugang said, the head consecrator seems to be quite anxious. The old mistress interrupted her, where is Yin? Only then did General Qing remember that his daughter was still in the Xiantian Tower. At this moment, a servant suddenly came to report that eldest miss had returned home. Only then did the old madam nod. That's more like it. Of course, the bride has to stay at home to prepare for the wedding. The protector of the nation's residence was filled with joy as they prepared. The news that the high priest was going to marry his little disciple, Qing Lin Yin, had also spread. Everyone was envious of the Qing family's good luck. They had a good daughter who had actually captured the high priest's heart. As for gossiping, in this world where the strong were respected, who dared to gossip about the high priest? Chapter 8:14. The great general's residence was filled with guests. Now, everyone knew that the great general's residence had the head consecrator as their backer. As long as the head consecrator did not fall, even the imperial family would have to think twice before causing trouble for the Qing family. However, receiving guests was left to others. Gu Xingyin only had to wait for someone to serve her every day. She even took the time to visit Qing Lingyu's residence. Qing Lingyu finally made a decision in the past few days. She did not want to stay in the second prince's backyard for the rest of her life. To Qing Lingyu, the second prince was a complete stranger. She had her own ideas and the life she wanted to live. She did not want to follow in Qing Lingyu's footsteps. Gu Xingyin expressed her understanding. She told Qing Lingyu to be at ease and said that she would help her solve all her problems. Actually, with her current status, it would only take a single sentence to solve the problem. It was far better for the head consecrator to handle this matter than for Gu Xingyin to handle it herself. The head consecrator personally went to the second prince's residence and said a few words. The next day, Qing Lingyu was respectfully sent back by the second prince's residence. Qing Lingyu was originally just a concubine with no status, so it was easier to get her back. Gu Xingyin personally went to tell Qing Xiugang that her fifth sister had been possessed. Fortunately, she had discovered it. Now that she had been reborn and had the talent to cultivate celestial qi, she hoped that her father would treat her well. Of course, General Cheng would not refuse such a small matter. After Qing Lingyu's matter was settled, Gu Xingyin waited to get married. 2 months later, Qing Lingyin married the head consecrator in the Xiantian Tower. For the next few years, no one saw their whereabouts. Some said that they were cultivating in seclusion, while others said that they were traveling the world. 10 years later, Qing Lingyin challenged the saint of the netherworld in the far west and won. She became famous in one battle. The saint of the netherworld was a master who had been famous in the Tianxian continent for a long time. He had dominated the far west for many years, but he was defeated by Chen Lingyin, who was not even 30 years old. His talent could be said to be terrifying. Another year later, Chen Lingyin and her flute swept away the notorious bandit group in the north, the Ice Plain Alliance. It shocked the entire continent once again. In these two battles, Chen Lingyin had proven her strength to everyone. From then on, when other people mentioned her, they would not say that she was the wife of the head consecrator, but the true #1 talent in the Tianxian land in 1,000 years. "Teacher, you're not used to running around with me like this, right?" Gu Xingyin looked at the man beside her and felt a little embarrassed. Even though they had been married for many years, she was still used to calling him teacher. In the past 10 years or so, the head consecrator she had seen had always been sitting on the white jade platform. The great high priest reached out to pull the cloak over her shoulders and gently shook his head. "No, it's the exact opposite. These years have been the happiest time of my life." Time didn't have much meaning to him. In the past, he sat on the white jade platform all day long to meditate, not because he liked peace and quiet. It was because he couldn't find anything to pay attention to or to pass the time. It was her who had let him know what it felt like to be worried. She had let him walk down the altar and let him experience emotions and warmth. To be able to accompany her through the great river north and south, to see the happy smile on her face, was the thing he looked forward to the most. After 1,000 years, Gu Xingyin had finally reached the end of her life. The head consecrator still looked the same. Time had never left a trace on his body. "Teacher." The corner of Gu Xingyin's eyes felt a little sour. She felt heartache for this man. She had reached the end of her life and left, but this man had to suffer the pain of losing his true love again. The head consecrator hugged his wife who was breathing weakly. For a long time, he held her tightly until he could no longer feel her warmth. Chapter 8:15. Gu Xingyin returned to that space and watched the man hold her lifeless body for a long time before finally bringing her to the Shantian Tower. No one saw him come out again. She withdrew her gaze, suppressed the pain in her heart, and reached out her hand. The little bird that appeared in her hand still didn't open its eyes. Gu Xingyin tacitly agreed, "System, go to the next world." The system flashed white and Gu Xingyin opened her eyes in another world. She turned into a white fox and was in a cave full of peach blossoms. Gu Xingyin opened her shining eyes and raised her paw to take a look. This little white fox didn't seem to have transformed yet. Gu Xingyin began to straighten out the plot of this world in her mind. The original Qing Bo was a rare nine-tailed white fox that only appeared once in 10,000 years. The nine-tailed white fox was a mythological beast that could be compared to the azure dragon and the phoenix after reaching adulthood. Her bloodline was noble and pure. She didn't have parents and couldn't find any relatives. It seemed that from the beginning of her consciousness, she had lived alone in this uninhabited peach blossom forest. She was less than 100 years old and was at her most vulnerable and ignorant age. When she reached 100 years old, her first fox tail would grow, and her spiritual wisdom would be fully awakened. The inherited memories in her bloodline would awaken and she would have a certain amount of self-protection. With Qing Bo's status, she should have been the favored child of the heavenly Tao. She would quietly wait for the first fox tail to grow out, then she would begin her formal cultivation. She would only need to wait for the Dharma manifestation fox tail that would appear every 1,000 years to successfully attain Tao and ascend to become an immortal. However, she just happened to meet someone. A cultivator who suffered great changes in her family due to evil demons when she was young and her entire family was wiped out. Master Wuxin wasn't originally called Wuxin. When she was young, she was still very naive and unaffected. It was only after her family was slaughtered overnight that her temperament changed and she hated the demon race. Later, she was accepted by the world's most famous cultivation sect, the Water Moon sect. After she succeeded in her studies, she gave herself this Taoist name. She vowed to kill all evildoers in her lifetime. She called herself Wuxin. From the heartless fairy to the heartless nun, it took her hundreds of years to make the name of the heartless nun famous in the cultivation world with the sword in her hand and the blood of countless demons. The name of Nun Wuxin was more ominous than good. Because regardless of right or wrong, as long as it was a demon, regardless of whether the other party had done evil or not, even if it was a newly born little demon that did not know anything, her sword would never show mercy. The white fox, Qingbo, had met her the first time she had transformed into a human. The result was obvious. How could the little fox who had just cultivated into a human form be a match for the famous heartless nun? Qingbo was killed by Nun Wuxin. Even in death, she did not understand why this human wanted to kill her the moment he saw her. Nun Wuxin didn't get a good result either. A divine beast like the nine-tailed fox was only born once every 10,000 years, and all of them were born with the luck of the heavenly Tao. She had already killed too much to begin with, and it was difficult for her to achieve the great Tao. Now that she had committed such sins, it was impossible for the heavenly Tao to forgive her. When Nun Wuxin advanced to the next tribulation, the ruthless heavenly Tao would pay back all the sins she had committed. Death was her final outcome. However, no matter what happened to her, the innocent demons who had died under her sword would never come back to life. Chapter 8:16. Gu Xingyin raised her claws and glanced at them silently. She was still in her infancy. Apart from being a little faster, she had no ability to protect herself. This peach blossom forest was still quite safe, but this place could only protect her before her Dharma form grew its first tail and transformed. Once she was able to transform successfully, this array that had existed to protect her since she was born would lose its effectiveness. The strong never grew up in a greenhouse. In the original plot, not long after Qingbo transformed, she went out and met the heartless nun, who happened to be passing by. To the heartless nun, she had just gotten rid of a little demon. But to Qingbo, she had just gone out of curiosity. Before she had time to appreciate the outside world, she had closed her eyes forever. She had to leave here. Gu Xingyin silently concluded. The heartless nun was still far away. She just had to leave here as soon as possible and avoid her before she had the ability to protect herself. But, Gu Xingyin looked at her snow-white fur in distress. Her appearance was too eye-catching. Although the nine-tailed white fox was rare and most people would not think that this was the legendary beast when they saw her appearance, Gu Xingyin had to admit that even if Qingbo was just a fox, she was still a stunning fox. Her red, snow-white skin was flawless. Her pair of dark green eyes seemed to carry endless charm and affection. When people looked at her gently, they could not help but daydream endlessly. She simply lay there. Her movements were very leisurely, but when outsiders looked at her, they felt that her posture was incomparably elegant and charming, graceful and charming. This was the characteristic brought about by her race. When she was in her fox form, she was already so seductive. If she transformed into her human form, who knew how stunning she would be? Gu Xingyin got up and walked out of the cave. Step by step, she walked out of the cave and began to walk outside. There were many peach blossoms outside all year round, but Qingbo did not like them because they would not talk to her. After so many years, the only one who could talk to her and communicate with her was a small tree by the river in the distance. Qingbo still remembered that when he first had memories, this school cloud tree was still a small seedling. Now, it was already very tall. Qingba, you're up. The leaves on Yunshu's body rustled. This was her unique way of greeting her neighbors. Gu Xingyin called out to her gently, Yunshu, when did you transform? The branches of the cloud tree shook violently. Then, with a flash of green light, the big tree by the river disappeared. A little girl in green stood in front of Gu Xingyin. She looked to be around 12 or 13 years old. Her features were beautiful and gentle. At this moment, she was looking at herself with joy. She smiled at Gu Xingyin and said, Qingba, I can transform. Gu Xingyin smiled and said, Congratulations. In 100 years, Yunshu's aptitude was extremely good in the entire demon race. Of course, this was also due to this array formation. The spiritual energy in this peach blossom forest was extremely rich. To a nine-tailed white fox like Qingbo, it was not very useful. But to an ordinary Yunshu, it was already very nourishing. Seeing Yunshu happily turning in circles on the grass, Gu Xingyin suddenly said, "Yunshu, do you want to come with me and take a look outside?" Chapter 8:17. Hearing this, Yunshu's eyes lit up. "Qingbo, are you talking about the human world outside?" The little white fox nodded. Yunshu was elated. Although she had lived for 100 years, her personality was still very simple. The human world was a very attractive existence to her. Moreover, although she called Gu Xingyin Qingbo, deep down, she was very obedient to her words. This was the absolute suppression of the demon race over those with lower bloodlines. Gu Xingyin knew where the exit was. Outsiders could not enter here, but it was very easy for the people inside to enter. "Yunshu, can you use spells?" Gu Xingyin asked. Yunshu nodded. "Alright, then you can create a guard. We will pretend to be a young lady from a wealthy family who sneaked out with a servant." Yunshu had fair skin and a beautiful face. No one would doubt that she was a young lady from a wealthy family. Qingbo nodded. She pointed at a rock at the side and lightly tapped it. A strong adult man appeared in front of the girl and the fox. He cupped his hands at Yunshu. "Young lady." His voice was deep. Gu Xingyin looked at the big man. Although he looked a little slow, his muscles were bulging and he was tall. One look and one would feel that he was not someone to be trifled with. Gu Xingyin did not plan to go to any place where cultivators lived. She was going to go to the human world. With a guard like this, it was enough. She looked at Yunshu again. "Yunshu, this name is not very good. How about you be called Yunshu from now on?" Yunshu repeated it twice and happily said, "Alright, I'll be called Yunshu." The next day, two figures, one big and one small, walked out of the valley that was rarely visited by people. The big one was dressed in black. He was tall and burly and looked like a guard. The small one looked to be 12 or 13 years old. She was dressed in green clothes of unknown texture. Her face was beautiful. One look and one could tell that she was a young lady from a wealthy family. However, the most eye-catching thing was the little thing in the young lady's arms. It was an extremely beautiful white fox. Its entire body was pure white and flawless. At this moment, it was lazily nestled in the little girl's arms. Its pair of clear green eyes were casually looking around. The two of them arrived at a small town nearby. When they arrived at a crowded place, Gu Xingyin became even more conspicuous. Especially some of the girls, when they saw Gu Xingyin's appearance, they almost couldn't walk. Girls had no resistance to this kind of delicate and beautiful furry little fellow. Fortunately, Stone's physique was enough to intimidate people. With so many people watching, no one dared to come up and talk. According to Gu Xingyin's instructions, Yunshu only said that she had come to the city to look for her only remaining relative in accordance with her mother's dying wish. Who would have thought that there was no such person here? She had no choice but to find a temporary residence in this small town. With Stone keeping watch, that family didn't dare to have any bad intentions. They took the money and left. After that person left, Yunshu looked at Gu Xingyin in her arms with admiration. "Qingbo, how do you know everything? You're simply amazing." Gu Xingyin smiled. This was the most basic of common knowledge. Only the little tree demon didn't know. She found an excuse for herself. "In my inherited memories, there is a method to survive in the human world." Yunshu knew what Gu Xingyin's original form was. When she heard this, she was envious. Inherited memories were generally something that only demons with extremely noble bloodlines would have. For a little tree demon like her, there was no such thing as inherited memories. Chapter 8:18. Gu Xingyin and Yunshu settled down in this small town. Yunshu was a little girl living alone with a bodyguard. It was said that she had lost her entire family. The neighbors couldn't help but sigh when they talked about it, and they treated her with more kindness. In less than half a month, the gentle Yunshu had become familiar with the people around her. Every time she went out, she could even greet the aunties of each family. Gu Xingyin carefully sensed the surroundings. This small town was a standard human city, and there were no cultivators. To ordinary humans, cultivators were equivalent to a legend. Cultivators had their own set of rules. For example, in a human city like this, cultivators were not allowed to use vital energy, and they could not reveal their cultivator identity in front of others. Cultivators were not allowed to disturb the lives of humans. This was a rule set by the emperors of the human world and cultivators. The emperors of the human world were protected by the innate dragon aura, and they were also favored by the heavens. Even cultivators did not dare to easily disobey their words. In other words, this place was very safe. She didn't know why the heartless nun would come to this place in the original plot. In this life, Gu Xingyin did not believe that she, who knew everything, could not avoid her before she had enough strength. Time passed year by year. After staying in this small town for 3 years, Yun Shu and Gu Xingyin changed places. This was really a last resort. Yun Shu was a tree demon in human form. Her face could not change every year like a normal human girl. For 3 years, she could only occasionally use magic to change her appearance. This was already the limit. Stone drove the carriage, and Yun Shu sat in the carriage with Gu Xingyin in her arms. The sun is really big. Yun Shu was rather listless. As a tree, Yun Shu didn't like this kind of weather, because the scorching sun would make her beautiful leaves bleached. Gu Xingyin had grown a little taller. If she were to stand now, she could already reach Yun Shu's knees. Bear with it, Yun Shu. We will reach Lotus City soon. Gu Xingyin comforted her. Lotus City was the only city in this world where human beings and practitioners coexisted. It was also the only city where demons could coexist with cultivators and humans. Because this city was occupied by an enormous Buddhist sect, the Lotus Platform sect. If one were to say that there was a group of people in this world who were wholeheartedly good, who did not care about race, who did not care about gains and losses, who wholeheartedly focused on cultivating the next life and cultivating kindness. In that case, it could only be the Buddhist cultivators of the Lotus Platform sect. There were many Buddhist sects in this world, but the most convincing one was the Lotus Platform sect. Even the arrogant demon race, who had always looked down on the hypocritical human race and the self-proclaimed righteous path cultivators, was rather polite to the Buddhist cultivators of the Lotus Platform sect. Logically speaking, Gu Xingyin and the others should have gone there earlier if they knew there was such a city. However, Gu Xingyin wanted to avoid Nun Wuxin. She knew that Nun Wuxin had always disliked the pretentious behavior of the Lotus Platform sect. She even often lingered in some of the cities around Lotus City, specifically waiting for the demons who went to seek refuge to fall into her trap. Her behavior had once caused dissatisfaction among some Buddhist cultivators of the Lotus Platform sect. An Arhat even personally came to banish her. However, Nun Wuxin relied on the benevolence of the Buddhist cultivators to not kill her. She actually did not change her ways despite repeated warnings. In Gu Xingyin's words, this old nun was not only vicious and merciless, but also shameless. Chapter 8:19. This time, she knew that the other party was going to live in a small city in the Lotus Pedestal sect. That was why she held back and did not make a move. Now, an elder of the Lotus Pedestal sect finally made a move. He took out the decree of the Lotus Pedestal sect's abbot, stating that the heartless nun was not to appear within 10,000 miles of the Lotus Pedestal sect. The abbot of the Lotus Pedestal sect, Venerable Yuanda, was a powerhouse who was close to ascension. His decree was strictly enforced. The moment the decree was issued, the heartless nun was banished back to the Water Moon sect. This time, the Water Moon sect also knew that this bloodthirsty elder had angered the Buddhist cultivators who had always been lenient. The sect master gave face to the Lotus Pedestal sect and directly put her in confinement. There were also many people in the Water Moon sect who were dissatisfied with the heartless nun's actions. However, she was powerful and was the Grand Supreme Elder's favorite disciple. She was also the current sect master's junior sister. With the Grand Supreme Elder's protection, even the sect master could not do anything to her. The heartless nun was a very important reason why the demon clan hated human cultivators so much. It was said that the demon clan had also sent many powerhouses to kill the heartless nun. However, this person was not only powerful, but the grand supreme elder of the Water Moon sect, who had always doted on his little disciple, also knew that his little disciple had probably provoked many enemies outside. He gave her countless treasures and even gave her 3 natal sword energies. The heartless nun, who had so many protective talismans, had been so arrogant for hundreds of years. No one could do anything to her. Nothing happened along the way. Gu Xingyin and Yun Shu arrived at the city gate of Lotus City. When she arrived at the entrance, she realized that the city did not have a city gate, and there was no one guarding the entrance. However, there was a glimmer of light at the entrance. It was obvious that there was a formation there. She realized that even if there was no one guarding the entrance, everyone who wanted to enter the city was lining up in an orderly manner. There was no one who jumped the queue. Moreover, among these people, there were quite a few demonic cultivators that she could recognize. Yun Shu's cultivation level was not high. Many demon cultivators and humans recognized her, but none of them found it strange. This made Gu Xingyin click her tongue in wonder. At the same time, she became more and more curious about the Lotus Pedestal sect. What kind of sect could build such a city? Ah! When a person in front of him entered, a black light suddenly appeared on his body, and he was directly thrown out by the array formation. Many people looked at that person with vigilance. What is this? Gu Xingyin was puzzled. Just as she was about to ask the system, someone beside her spoke up. This is the Lotus Platform sect's kindness-seeking formation, right? It is said that only those with good intentions can enter Lotus City through the formation. If one has evil intentions, the formation will not let them pass. There was such a thing. Gu Xingyin couldn't help but find it interesting. Indeed, the existence of such a formation was more reliable than any guards. However, to maintain such a formation, one would need absolute strength to do so. Soon, it was Gu Xingyin and Yun Shu's turn. Both of them were people with pure minds. They had never done anything bad and had no debts. Naturally, they passed through the kindness-seeking array without any suspense. However, the stone returned to its original form under the kindness-seeking array. Yun Shu looked at the stone that had returned to its original form. She couldn't help but squat down and pick it up. A demon beside her had been watching her for a long time. When he saw her, he walked over. Little tree demon, why are you picking up such a stone? Chapter 820. Yun Shu did not expect that someone would be able to identify her so easily. She blushed and asked with widened eyes, You? How did you know that I'm a tree demon? The man smiled confidently, Not only do I know that you're a little tree demon, I also know this. He pointed at Gu Xingyin in her arms, this little fellow is also a little monster that hasn't transformed. Hearing him mention Gu Xingyin, Yun Shu's expression immediately became vigilant. She hugged Gu Xingyin and took a step back. Seeing her like this, the man could not help but laugh. Why are you so nervous? I don't have any ill intentions towards the little fox. What he said was true. Gu Xingyin did not feel any ill intentions from this man. Furthermore, fighting is not allowed in Lotus City. Blood is not allowed. You should know that, right? Yun Shu finally heaved a sigh of relief. The man suddenly asked, Why are there only the two of you here? Where are your elders? Speaking of this, his expression became serious. Although the demon race was unrestrained by nature, they treasured their cubs the most. Every demon cub was the most precious treasure and should be guarded by an adult demon until they had the strength to protect themselves. Why did these two little fellows come to Lotus City alone? However, Yun Shu's response was a blank expression. What cub was precious? She had always grown up alone. Looking at her expression, the man immediately understood. Don't tell me. You've always been outside by yourself? Yun Shu remembered that Gu Xingyin had told her not to mention the peach blossom forest and nodded. The man held his forehead. He did not expect that he would ask about 2 wild cubs. Looking at their appearances, one of them had just transformed and was at most a little stronger than a cultivator in the chi refining stage. The other one was still in her infancy stage. "You're lucky to be able to come to Lotus City so smoothly," he said with a sigh. "Are you willing to come with me? In Lotus City, we demon cultivators have our own place," he asked. Yun Shu was still at a loss, but Gu Xingyin called out softly to express her agreement. Since Gu Xingyin was willing, Yun Shu would not object. The man looked at Gu Xingyin in amazement and praised, "It's a beautiful and clever little guy." As he walked, he said, "My name is Xian. My original form is a black panther. It's fate that we met today. Speaking of which, why are you still holding this stone?" Yun Shu smiled shyly. "Shirtu has protected us for a long time. I'm a little reluctant to part with him." Protection. Xian thought of Stone, that big guy. Perhaps, he had intimidated a lot of people in the human world. He had a pure and innocent heart. Xian brought Tree and Fox to a courtyard. "Bodhi Granny, I've brought 2 cubs." Gu Xingyin was surprised to see Xian lowering his head with a sincere and respectful look. Along the way, she had a rough understanding of Xian's personality. He was carefree and unrestrained. What kind of person could make him so respectful? Soon, she would know what kind of person he was. The courtyard door opened. Gu Xingyin was carried by Yun Shu and followed behind Xian. There was a very tall tree planted in the courtyard, and there were many beautiful flowers growing there as well. However, no one would see these at first glance when they entered, because there was another person sitting in the courtyard. Chapter 821. The person was a woman, but she was wearing an ordinary green monk's robe. Her hair was tied up in a bun with a wooden hairpin. Her attire, which was neither fish nor fowl, did not look out of place at all on her. She did not look old. In fact, she looked very young, probably not more than 30 years old. However, if one looked at her temperament, one would know that this was not something a 30-year-old person should have. She simply sat there, but it was as if all the troubles in the world were far away, leaving only this pure land in front of one's eyes. Yun Shu stared blankly at the woman and mumbled, "What a beautiful sister, just like what?" Her eyes suddenly lit up and she said, "Just like those female bodhisattvas in the temples." When she was still in the human city, she went to a few temple fairs. The female bodhisattvas in the temples also looked like this. Their faces were calm and compassionate, always looking at the world with kindness. Xian blinked his eyes and looked at Yun Shu with a dumbfounded expression. "Sister." She really dared to call her that. Then, he looked at the woman carefully. "Bodhi Granny, this cub doesn't know anything," the woman smiled at him. "Are you afraid that I'll be angry with 2 children?" Xian smiled embarrassedly. The woman waved at Yun Shu, her eyes filled with unconcealable fondness. "Child, come here." Yun Shu liked this sister's aura very much, so she walked over. "What's your name?" Yun Shu answered obediently, "Yun Shu." The woman smiled and nodded. "That's a good name." She continued, "You can't call me sister, you should call me Granny. My name is Bodhi, you can call me Bodhi Granny too, right?" Yun Shu knew that Granny was a form of address for the elderly. This woman did not look old at all, so why was she called Granny? Yun Shu kept her doubts to the bottom of her heart and did not dare to ask too much. She obediently called out, "Bodhi Granny." Gu Xingyin also called out, but her voice was only the cry of a cub. When Bodhi Granny's gaze fell on Gu Xingyin, she paused and said, "This little one is not ordinary." "What's her name?" Yun Shu hurriedly replied, "Bodhi Nanny." "Her name is Qing Bo." Bodhi Nanny stared at Gu Xingyin's watery eyes and nodded. "This name suits you." The man and the fox settled down in this small courtyard. It wasn't until a long time later that Gu Xingyin understood something. Bodhi Granny's true form was originally a Bodhi tree at the entrance of the Lotus Pedestal sect. After listening to the Buddhist teachings of the Lotus Pedestal sect every day, she actually developed a root of wisdom and cultivated a human form. Since she had cultivated a human form, she no longer stayed at the entrance of the sect. Instead, she wore a monk's robe and tied her hair into a bun, becoming a lay disciple of the Lotus Platform sect. Taking in a demonic cultivator, and a female demonic cultivator at that, as a lay disciple, one could see the tolerance of the Lotus Platform sect. In terms of Buddhist teachings, there were probably many disciples of the Lotus Platform sect who were not as proficient as Bodhi Granny. Not long after, demonic cultivators would come to this small courtyard to pay their respects to Bodhi Granny. However, only Yun Shu and Gu Xingyin remained in her courtyard to cultivate. Bodhi Granny seemed to like Yun Shu a lot because they were of the same race. Not only did she personally teach her cultivation techniques, but she also frequently tested her. As for Gu Xingyin, she let her do as she pleased. Chapter 822. Yun Shu was puzzled. "Mammy, why are you only teaching me and not Qingba?" Bodhi Mammy smiled and patted her head. "I can't teach her." Although she could not tell what kind of bloodline the little fox had, after years of studying Buddhism, she always had some vague predictions about certain things. This little fox was not simple. She was afraid that she didn't have the qualifications to teach her. Bodhi Mammy didn't care about her, so Gu Xingyin was happy to be free. After all, after she transformed, she would be able to unlock her inherited memories. There would naturally be the most suitable cultivation method for the nine-tailed Arctic fox to cultivate. Therefore, she really didn't need to be anxious. She began to walk outside. Those who could enter Lotus City were all kind-hearted people. Therefore, no one would have any bad intentions towards a little fox. At most, they would look at her and praise her as a pretty little fellow. Gu Xingyin heard two people talking beside her. An elder from the Lotus Pedestal sect is going to give a lecture on Buddhism. Let's quickly go and get a seat. Okay. Gu Xingyin was curious. From the looks of it, this wasn't the first time the Lotus Pedestal sect was giving a lecture on Buddhism. Moreover, it didn't seem to be taboo for outsiders to listen in. She had always been interested in the Lotus Pedestal sect, so she followed the two people for a while. A huge Buddhist temple appeared in front of her. On the plaque above the main door, the words, Lotus Pedestal Sect, appeared in front of her. Just by staring at these three words, Gu Xingyin felt her mind become clear. Some small worries and troubles seemed to disappear with it. At the same time, some problems that had been troubling her for many days were easily solved. These three words must have been written by an almighty Buddhist. Gu Xingyin had always respected this kind of almighty, not to mention that she had just benefited from it. Therefore, she clasped her two paws together and bowed to the plaque. Ba, this little benefactor is quite spiritual. A gentle voice spoke from beside her. Gu Xingyin turned her head and saw a kind-looking old sorcerer smiling at her. There were two little novice monks standing behind him, looking at him with a grin. Only then did Gu Xingyin remember what she looked like now. A fox was bowing to a plaque. No wonder the two novice monks were smiling so, she turned around and ran through the door. Pfft! A novice monk couldn't help but laugh out loud. The old mage turned his head and sighed helplessly, "You two are still laughing at him. Your wisdom is not even half as good as his." The young novice monk held back his laughter and said, "This disciple knows. This disciple doesn't have any other meaning. I just feel that the little fox's appearance is really too cute." The old mage recalled the scene just now and couldn't help but smile. "Forget it, you can leave." Gu Xingyin entered the Lotus Pedestal sect unimpeded. She didn't know how magnanimous this sect was. She was a Yao cultivator, but she had entered the sect's restricted area. So many people had turned a blind eye to her. Weren't they afraid that she would steal something? In fact, she was overthinking things. The Lotus Pedestal sect had been famous for so many years. Countless cultivators and Yao cultivators had come because of its reputation, but there had never been any bad rumors. One of the most important reasons was that the guests who came here were all kind-hearted and upright people. Another reason was the strength of the Lotus Pedestal sect itself. Their powerful strength gave them enough confidence. After making several turns, Gu Xingyin realized that she was lost. Chapter 823. After all the rooms in the Lotus Pedestal sect were built to look the same. After she walked around twice, she helplessly found that she couldn't tell north from south anymore. At this moment, she faintly heard the voice of a young novice monk. Martial Uncle Yuan Xiu isn't going to attend the assembly today. It's said that Martial Uncle's dharma has reached a bottleneck, and he's now in seclusion, so he won't be going today. Gu Xinyin's eyes lit up, and she walked towards the place where the voice came from. However, when she walked around there, the young novice monk was nowhere to be seen. She helplessly lay on the ground, and simply enjoyed the scenery in the courtyard. Let's rest for a while. If worse comes to worst, I'll let the system take me out later if I really can't find the way. The system. Suddenly, the door where Gu Xingyin was lying on the ground opened with a creak. Gu Xingyin, who happened to be lying on the ground at the door, was caught off guard by this push, and her round and furry body directly rolled several times on the ground, all the way to the flower bed outside the corridor. Gu Xingyin, who was seeing stars, the person who pushed open the door, who never expected this to happen, a trace of surprise flashed through that person's eyes, but he quickly reacted. He hurriedly walked forward, and picked up Gu Xingyin, who was still dizzy and hadn't reacted yet. Gu Xingyin felt that she had fallen into an embrace filled with the familiar scent of lianxiang. This aura cleared her dizzy mind for a moment. Wait a minute. Her lover in this life was a monk. She was so shocked by this cruel fact that she didn't feel dizzy anymore. She raised her head and looked up. At this moment, that person also lowered his head and said with a smile, "Fortunately, you're not injured." Their eyes met. Gu Xingyin was stunned for a moment. This face is really good-looking. After so many worlds, Gu Xingyin felt for the first time that her lover was so suitable for lianxiang. His face was elegant and delicate, and there was a gentle smile on his face. His eyes were gentle and focused on Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin could clearly see his own reflection in those eyes. Yuan Xiu was stunned for a moment when she met that pair of beautiful green eyes, but she quickly returned to normal. He gently placed Gu Xingyin back on the ground. He put his palms together and bowed to her. "Little fox, I apologize for what happened just now. This poor monk apologizes to you." What the hell was this benefactor little fox? Did you ever think that a fox would understand you if you apologized to her in such a serious manner? Wait, the point is, you haven't even shaved. Why are you calling me this penniless monk? Yuan Xiu saw that the little fox was staring at him without blinking and thought that something was wrong. He patiently asked, "Little fox benefactor, is there something you need?" Gu Xingyin did not say anything. He smiled. "If there's nothing else, this penniless monk will continue with his homework." Gu Xingyin still did not speak. Yuan Xiu then returned to his room, but he found that the little fox had followed him in. Gu Xingyin looked around the room. The furnishings inside were very simple. It was just a bed, a table by the window, and a cabinet for Li Mu's clothes. It seemed that the life in this Lotus Pedestal sect was quite poor. Yuan Xiu looked at the little fox's pair of beautiful eyes that were very human-like as it looked around the room. He couldn't help but smile. He no longer cared about her and just read Buddhist scriptures by the window. After finishing a round of homework, he found that there was a little thing lying at his feet. Chapter 824. Yuan Xiu didn't know when the white, fluffy little fox had fallen asleep. She lay softly by his feet, and Yuan Xiu even saw her smacking her lips in satisfaction. He couldn't help but smile. He didn't know why, but when he saw this little fox, he felt a sense of closeness. Buddhism was about fate and he didn't reject this feeling. On the contrary, he was willing to accept his instincts and get close to this little fellow. He gently picked her up from the ground and placed her in his arms. Gu Xingyin vaguely felt that his body had been moved. He opened his eyes in a daze, and when he saw that it was him, he felt that the embrace was so comfortable that he fell asleep again. Yuan Shou felt that she was both pitiful and adorable, but he couldn't help but worry. What if she met a bad person in the future? She trusted others so easily. After thinking about it, he felt that he could only put in more effort to watch over her in the future. What a silly little fellow. He couldn't help but lightly flick her head. Gu Xingyin unhappily reached out her paw and slapped his mischievous hand on her head before falling asleep again. She slept soundly all the way until dusk. When she opened her eyes, she saw Yuan Shou's flawless handsome face. The sun had not set yet, but the light had turned into a soft orange color of Yuan Shou. The light scattered on Yuan Shou's face, making him look peerless. As a fox, how could he endure such a beauty? Gu Xingyin straightened his back and planted a kiss on Yuan Shou's cheek without hesitation. Yuan Shou was stunned for a moment. She touched her cheek that had been kissed and lowered her head to look at the little fox. Seeing the little fellow's undisguised pride, his surprise disappeared without a trace. She was still a little benefactor. When she saw something she liked, she had to show her sovereignty. Then, was he the one she liked? Thinking of this possibility, a hint of a smile flashed across his eyes. Looking at the sky, he said to Gu Xingyin, "Benefactor little fox, it's getting late. If you don't go back, your family will be worried." Gu Xingyin thought for a moment. Indeed, if Yun Shu did not see her, she would probably cry. She gently bit Yuan Shou's sleeve. Yuan Shou looked at her in confusion. Gu Xingyin was anxious. When she saw the pen and paper on the table, her eyes suddenly lit up. She bit the end of the brush and finally wrote a word on the paper in a crooked manner. Yuan Shou looked at it for a long time and finally recognized that it was the word, Lu. "You mean you're lost?" he asked. Gu Xingyin nodded. Yuan Shou thought for a moment. "If you're lost in the temple, just nod your head and I'll bring you out. If you don't remember the way home, just nod your head." Gu Xingyin nodded her head. She just couldn't tell the path inside the Lotus Pedestal sect. Hearing the little fox say that she could find her own way home, for some reason, Yuan Shou felt a sense of loss. He even thought that if this little fellow did not have a home, it would be great if she could always stay by his side. In the next moment, he was frightened by his own selfish thoughts. How could he have such thoughts? Amitabha. He hurriedly put his hands together and chanted the name of Buddha, hoping that Buddha would not blame him. Chapter 825. Yuan Shou carried Gu Xingyin out of the courtyard. Along the way, the disciples of the Lotus Pedestal sect were very surprised to see him carrying a little fox in his arms. Gu Xingyin heard these people address Yuan Shou as martial uncle, and some even addressed him as Grandmaster Shao. She could not help but feel a little surprised about his identity. It seemed that this little monk who had not even finished shaving his head was not an ordinary person. Yuan Shou did not seem to be walking very fast, but in fact, he arrived at the entrance of the Lotus Pedestal sect very quickly. He gently squatted down and placed Gu Xingyin on the ground. He said softly, "Little fox benefactor, can you walk back on your own?" Gu Xingyin nodded. Yuan Shou looked at her and suddenly felt a little reluctant. "After parting today, it would be very difficult for us to meet again, right?" He sighed and silently chanted a few words of Buddhism. He put away the melancholy in his heart and told himself that everything was fate. Suddenly, his robe was tugged at. He lowered his head and saw that the little white fox was using her claws to tug at his robe. When she saw that he was finally looking at her, she let go of his robe and stretched out a paw to shake it at him. He could not help but smile. The melancholy he felt just now disappeared without a trace. "Little fox benefactor, goodbye." He said goodbye to her in a serious tone. The passers-by did not find it strange when they saw the people of the Lotus Pedestal sect talking to a fox. There were many strange people in the Lotus Pedestal sect. After Gu Xingyin said goodbye to her lover, she ran back. It was almost dark. She had never been back so late. Yun Shu was probably worried. Sure enough, halfway through, Gu Xingyin saw a familiar figure. Qing Bo, Yun Shu, who was anxiously walking on the street, saw Gu Xingyin running on the road. She called out to her in surprise and squatted down to pick her up. "Qingbo, where did you go? I was so worried." Yunshu could not help but complain. She was really anxious. Ever since she was conscious, she had always lived in that peach blossom forest. The only person who could communicate with her and grow up with her was Qingbo. Although Bodhi Granny was a good person now, Qingbo was the most important person in Yunshu's heart. Gu Xingyin also knew that she had made her worried today, so she very consciously called out to her. "I'm sorry, Yunshu. I went to the Lotus Platform sect and forgot to tell you." How could Yunshu really be angry with her? It was just that he spoke a little too harshly in a moment of desperation. Soon, Gu Xingyin's coaxing made her laugh, and he carried her back. "You're back." Bodhi Nanny smiled as she watched the two of them walk back. "I told you that nothing would happen to you in Lotus City, but Yunshu was so worried that she insisted on going out to look for you. I couldn't persuade her otherwise." Gu Xingyin's heart warmed slightly. She called out to Yunshu softly and only snuggled in her arms without saying a word. Bodhi Nanny looked at the two of them and wanted to laugh. She waved her hand and dismissed them. "All right, you two must be tired. There is food in the room. Rest early after eating." The next day, Gu Xingyin went to the Lotus Platform sect again. This time, she told Yunshu and Bodhi Nanny in advance that she would be back at night and that they did not need to worry. Yuan Xiu, Gu Xingyin did not know that after she went out, Bodhi Nanny was sitting alone in the courtyard, muttering that name in a slight daze. Chapter 826. This time, Gu Xingyin knew the way and accurately found Yuan Xiu's house. Yuan Xiu was chanting Buddhist scriptures as usual when someone knocked lightly on the door. At first, he thought it was a disciple from the sect looking for him and was wondering why the other party didn't say anything. Then, he saw the door open a crack and a small white figure squeezed in. He was surprised and delighted. "Benefactor Little Fox." Gu Xingyin paused when she heard this name. Being called Benefactor Little Fox was really not nice. She huffed and puffed as she ran to Yuan Xiu's side. Then, she climbed up his thighs with familiarity. Yuan Xiu smiled as he watched her act of not being shy with strangers. Then, Gu Xingyin once again struggled to bite the pen. With the movement of the pen tip, the two crooked words, "Qingbo," finally took shape. "Qingbo." Yuan Xiu softly read it twice and looked at Gu Xingyin. "Is this your name?" Gu Xingyin nodded her head vigorously. Yuan Xiu looked at her pair of watery eyes and couldn't help but reach out his hand to touch them. "I wonder who gave you such a name," he muttered in a low voice. Gu Xingyin blinked her eyes. No one gave her a name. From the moment she could remember, she knew that she was called Qingbo. Yuan Xiu looked at Gu Xingyin with a complicated expression. Of course, he knew that it was impossible for ordinary beasts to enter Lotus City. Even if there was, it couldn't be this little fox. With just one look, Yuan Xiu knew that this was a demonic beast that hadn't grown up yet. To be able to enter Lotus City, one must have been recognized by the Lotus Platform sect. But logically speaking, it was not good for him to get close to this little fellow. After all, although the little fox had not transformed, her intelligence was no different from that of an ordinary child. Benefactor Little Fox was just like a little girl. How could he, a monk, have the nerve to get close to her? But looking at Gu Xingyin lying softly on her body with a look of dependence, Yuan Xiu felt that she was thinking too much. Qingbo was just a human child. What could she know? As long as his mind was calm, why would he bother to be disturbed by these factors? Therefore, he convinced himself to keep Gu Xingyin by his side. Gu Xingyin liked the feeling of watching him quietly as his lover. Not long after, all the disciples of the Lotus Platform sect knew that there was an extremely beautiful and intelligent little fox by martial uncle Yuan Xiu's side. That little fox was not raised by martial uncle Yuan Xiu. Instead, it ran over from the outside. Every time martial uncle Yuan Xiu meditated and chanted, she would lie there to accompany him. Occasionally, she would shake her head along with the sound of the wooden fish, as if she could understand it. Gu Xingyin quickly won the hearts of all the disciples of the Lotus Platform sect. The world was more tolerant of beautiful things. Not to mention, Gu Xingyin's current appearance was not only beautiful, but also very innocent and harmless. Gu Xingyin also learned a lot about her lover during this period of time. For example, although Yuan Xiu was young, he was the disciple of the Lotus Platform sect's guardian elder, Venerable Jing Ming. Venerable Jing Ming's seniority was one generation higher than the sect master, Venerable Yuan De. Therefore, Yuan Xiu's status in the Lotus Platform sect was considered to be extraordinary. Yuan Xiu's comprehension of Buddhism was also extremely high. Even the sect master, Venerable Yuan De, personally admitted that in terms of comprehension, he could not compare to this little junior brother. However, no one knew why martial uncle Yuan Xiu had not shaved his head for so many years even though he lived in the Lotus Platform sect. Therefore, strictly speaking, Yuan Xiu was not a true monk. He could only be considered a lay disciple of Buddhism. Chapter 827. After Yuan Xiu finished his evening lesson, he packed up and walked out of the door. The Lotus Pedestal sect was very quiet at night. The Buddhist disciples usually had a good schedule and most of them were ready to sleep at this time. Yuan Xiu came to the door of his master, Venerable Jing Ming's room. Master. The door was opened and Yuan Xiu walked in. Venerable Jing Ming sat on a praying mat. There was another praying mat in front of him. Yuan Xiu went forward and sat down. Master, can I shave my head? Yuan Xiu did not know how many times he had asked this question. Venerable Jing Ming was thin and his face was very peaceful. He looked at his little disciple lovingly. He was also the disciple that he was most satisfied with and worried about. Yuan Xiu, I've told you before that you're not suitable to cultivate Buddhism. You have the roots of love that have lasted for many generations. In every lifetime, there must be someone who loves you wholeheartedly waiting for you. It's not necessarily a good thing to enter Buddhism. Yuan Xiu's expression did not change. But Master, after so many years, I've never met anyone who's moved my heart. Venerable Jing Ming said, you have the roots of wisdom and amazing talent. That's why I couldn't bear to see your talent buried, so I brought you to the Lotus Pedestal sect. However, I can't let you shave your head. Yuan Xiu looked at him with his eyes wide open. Venerable Jing Ming sighed. If you shave your head, your six senses will really be pure in the future and you'll be cut off from the mortal world. We Buddhists pay attention to fate. We can't be evil people who ruin marriage. Yuan Xiu laughed softly. Only Master, and only the Lotus Pedestal sect, would say something like that to me. If it were any other Buddhist sect, they would have brought such a talented bodhisattva back to the sect immediately to shave his head and make him a monk who serves Buddha wholeheartedly. Venerable Jing Ming put his palms together and chanted Amitabha. Those who walk different paths cannot work together. The Lotus Pedestal sect has its own principles of doing things. Yuan Xiu also chanted Buddha's name in a low voice. He saw that his master had already closed his eyes and left with his head lowered. After Yuan Xiu left, Venerable Jing Ming's tightly shut eyes opened. He looked worriedly in the direction of his disciple's departure and muttered, you don't just have the roots of love. In this life, I'm afraid there will be a love tribulation. The next day, when Gu Xingyin arrived at the Lotus Pedestal sect, she did not discover that Yuan Xiu was different from usual. She continued to lie beside him, watching him meditate, recite sutras, and recite the Dharma. To Gu Xingyin, these things were really boring. She didn't know how he was able to recite them day after day. However, Gu Xingyin tilted his head and looked at Yuan Xiu's delicate and soft side profile. His little monk was so good-looking. Sure enough, he looked better with his hair. Although she did not know why Yuan Xiu had not shaved her head, Gu Xingyin was happy about it. It was good that she did not shave her head. If she did not shave her head, she would not be a real Buddhist disciple. When the time came, it would not be considered a violation of the precepts. Yuan Xiu tilted her head and saw the little fox staring at her without blinking. He wondered what he would be like in a fox's world. He laughed at his strange thought. However, his mind was attracted by that pair of green eyes. What a beautiful pair of eyes. He wondered what Qingbo would look like after she took human form. A woman with such a pair of beautiful eyes must be a beautiful woman, right? Chapter 828. His heart was suddenly in a mess. He recalled what his master, Venerable Jing Ming, had said to him last night: "In your body, there are roots of love that have been planted for many generations. In this lifetime, there will definitely be someone who loves you wholeheartedly waiting for you." What would she look like if there was someone who loves her wholeheartedly? His heart, which had always been calm like an ancient well, was thrown into chaos just like that. When Yuan Shio realized what he was thinking, he hurriedly lowered his head and chanted the name of Buddha several times. It seemed that his state of mind was still not calm enough. He had actually been provoked by this kind of thing. He suddenly didn't dare to look into Gu Xingyin's eyes. Right now, Qingbo was just like a child. How could he associate her with that kind of thing? He forced himself to remain calm and turned to speak to Gu Xingyin. "Qingbo, I have something to do. Can you go back first today?" Gu Xingyin was somewhat puzzled. She called out to Yuan Shio in confusion. After so many days of interaction, Yuan Shio could basically understand the meaning behind her call. Only this time, Yuan Shio didn't know how to explain it to her. Seeing the little white fox standing there with a puzzled expression and unwilling to leave, he stretched out his sleeve. Gu Xingyin only felt a gentle breeze blowing over her body. Then, in the next second, she was standing outside the door. Yuan Shio's door was already tightly shut. Gu Xingyin was dumbfounded. Alright, could something really have happened to him? Gu Xingyin wasn't really a child. She wouldn't get angry because of this and obediently ran back. She would go see what was wrong with him tomorrow. Gu Xingyin thought so. However, she didn't go to the lotus pedestal sect the next day. The reason was that this body seemed to be about to awaken. She slept in a daze at night. Suddenly, her body began to heat up. Was this about the time of the 100-year awakening? Gu Xingyin immediately woke up. Chaotic spiritual energy was scattered in the room. Yun Shu and Bodhi Nanny were also startled awake. Yun Shu looked worriedly at the situation in front of him. "Qingbo, what's going on?" Bodhi Nanny was, after all, experienced and knowledgeable. She roughly understood what was going on. She pulled back Yun Shu, who was about to rush forward in a panic. "She's about to transform. Don't rush forward." "Transformation?" Yun Shu's eyes lit up. However, Bodhi Granny frowned. The commotion in front of her seemed a little too big. Was such a violent spiritual energy really something that a little demon who had just transformed could possess? She had never been able to tell what Qingbo's bloodline was. She had even guessed that it was the powerful six-tailed fox bloodline of the fox race, but at this moment, she was unsure. At the next moment, a stream of white light flew out from Gu Xingyin's body, forming a phantom image in midair. Bodhi Granny's eyes suddenly widened. At the same time, the sound of rolling thunder came from the sky. Bodhi Granny made a prompt decision. Her figure flashed, and in this small courtyard, a huge Bodhi tree that was more than 100 feet tall broke out of the ground. At the same time, a misty green halo scattered from the Bodhi tree, forming a translucent light shield that protected the entire courtyard. Boom! The huge thunderbolt landed on the light shield. There seemed to be ripples on the light shield, but it remained majestic and unmoving. Bodhi Granny, who had reverted to her original form, was still holding Yun Shu's hand. She looked at the phantom image that emerged from Gu Xingyin's body in shock. She didn't expect that Qingbo's bloodline was not the six-tailed fox she had imagined. Instead, it was one of the most noble bloodlines of the demon race, the nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline that only existed in legends. Chapter 829. The nine-tailed celestial fox was another name for the nine-tailed Arctic fox. It was also the demon clan's honorific for the nine-tailed Arctic fox. The figure in the air was the nine-tailed Arctic fox's Dharma form. Her body quietly stopped in midair, and the 9 huge fluffy tails behind her slowly danced. The little white fox on the bed suddenly let out a pained cry. At the same time, the figure trembled slightly, and the eyes that had been tightly shut suddenly opened. When Bodhi Granny met those eyes, her body couldn't help but tremble. She forcibly suppressed the urge to kneel and lowered her head to look at Yun Shu, whose face had already turned pale. A wave of vital essence was transmitted through their clasped hands, and Yun Shu's complexion finally looked better. The 9-tailed Arctic fox had the same jade eyes as the little white fox on the bed. However, Qing Bo's eyes were incomparably beautiful. However, this pair of jade eyes was extremely beautiful, and contained endless loftiness and allure. One look was enough to make people sink. Bodhi Granny felt that if she hadn't been immersed in the Dharma all year round, she was afraid that she would have fallen for such a pair of eyes. Her hands that were hidden in her sleeves had already secretly formed a seal. This was her body's automatic reaction when facing a powerful opponent. At the same time, many people in Lotus City were attracted by the abnormal astronomical phenomenon. When they saw where the phenomenon came from and saw Bodhi Granny's true body revealed, they all expressed their understanding. Bodhi Granny's cultivation has improved again, right? I see that the thunderbolt is very powerful. Bodhi Granny must have a great breakthrough. Many people had envious looks on their faces as they sighed. This was also the reason why Bodhi Granny had released her true body at the first moment. She had many ways to resist the power of the thunderbolt, but she had chosen the method that consumed the most vital essence. Although the 9-tailed Arctic fox was the demon clan's supreme bloodline, not all demon clans were willing to have such a king appear out of nowhere. Before Qing Bo had enough power to protect herself, it was best not to expose her identity in front of others. The pressure in the room grew stronger and stronger. Even with Bodhi Granny's protection, Yun Shu's face was already abnormally red. After all, she was too young and her cultivation was too weak. The pressure of the 9-tailed Arctic fox's bloodline, even if it was just an illusory image, was not something she could withstand. At this moment, the white fox's 9 huge tails, and the leftmost tail slowly solidified. Bodhi Granny moved her hand, and Yun Shu's figure disappeared from the room. In the next moment, she appeared under the tall Bodhi tree in the courtyard. A Bodhi tree emitted a green halo, silently protecting her. In the room, Bodhi Granny quietly watched the white fox condense the first of its 9 tails. The 9-tailed Arctic fox's Arctic fox Dharma was, and the 9-tailed white Arctic fox's Arctic fox's Arctic fox's Dharma, and Arctic fox white Arctic fox's white Arctic fox white. At the same time, the little white fox's body gradually changed. Its small body gradually elongated, and the figure of an adult woman appeared in front of Bodhi Granny's eyes. Looking at that face and those eyes, even Bodhi Granny couldn't help but gasp. Looking back with a smile, she was a beauty that could cause the fall of a city. No wonder, no matter what kind of rumors, the 9-tailed Arctic fox was a femme fatale who could bring disaster to the world. Chapter 830. Gu Xingyin opened her eyes and suddenly realized that her body had changed. She raised her left hand and saw a flawless human palm that was as white as jade. Did she transform? Gu Xingyin looked at Bodhi Granny, who was standing at the side and looking at her with a complicated expression. She stood up and bowed to her. Thank you, Granny, for covering Qing Bo up. Although she had been lying on the bed, a trace of her consciousness had been attached to her Dharma form. Naturally, she had seen Bodhi Granny release her true form to conceal her from the heavens. However, Bodhi Granny had turned sideways to avoid this bow. Miss Qing Bo, no one in the demon clan can accept this bow of yours. Bodhi Granny's words were sincere. The demon clan valued their bloodline. As a 9-tailed Arctic fox, Qing Bo was fully deserving of the title of Highness in the demon clan. After saying that, she paused for a moment and looked at Gu Xingyin seriously. But Miss Qing Bo, it's best that you don't reveal your identity now. Gu Xingyin knew that Bodhi Granny was sincerely thinking for her sake. She nodded and thanked her again. Bodhi Granny saw that she was fine and said, "My true form has attracted a lot of attention. Since you're fine, I'll take it back." Yunshu only ran in after the huge Bodhi tree disappeared from the courtyard. She was stunned when she saw Gu Xingyin. Qingbo. You're so beautiful. She was prettier than all the demons and humans she had ever seen combined. Gu Xingyin couldn't help but smile when she heard this simple and straightforward praise. Her face could be said to be extremely beautiful. When she smiled, it was as if 100 flowers had bloomed. Yunshu's attention, which had just been pulled back with great difficulty, was once again attracted by her. Yunshu only felt that Qingbo's melting technique seemed to have a strange charm. She couldn't help what? She only stared blankly at Gu Xingyin without saying a word. Bodhi Granny sighed helplessly and raised her hand to gently pat Yunshu's head. Then he turned to Gu Xingyin and said, "Miss, you've just transformed, so I'm afraid you won't be able to control the natural charm of the nine-tailed Arctic fox. It's best that you don't go out for the next few days. Wait until you've familiarized yourself with the changes in your body and can control yourself before going out. Otherwise, it would cause a lot of trouble." Gu Xingyin also noticed that something was wrong with her. She nodded and said, "Don't worry, Nanny. I know what to do." Yunshu was still staring blankly at Gu Xingyin as she stood up and walked towards the door. Her white dress was automatically transformed when she transformed. It was hard to tell what style it was, but Yunshu felt that it was very elegant and beautiful. But this was nothing compared to the way she walked. The wind blew the willows, and the willows swayed in the wind. For some reason, Yunshu recalled a few scripts she had read when she was in that small human town. Her delicate steps were incomparably exquisite. In the past, she couldn't imagine what it would be like until she saw Qingbo today. Gu Xingyin had been staying in the courtyard for the past few days. Bodhi Granny was right. She had just transformed, so she couldn't control the natural charm of the nine-tailed Arctic fox. When she saw Yunshu unconsciously being affected by her own aura, she knew. At the very least, she had to be able to control it freely before she could go out. Otherwise, as Bodhi Granny said, it would cause bad consequences. In addition, after her awakening, the unique cultivation method of the nine-tailed Arctic fox clan appeared in her mind. She had to organize it properly. Chapter 831. By the time Gu Xingyin came out of her little seclusion, 10 days had already passed. She pushed open the door to the courtyard and Yunshu ran over immediately. She looked at Qingbo. Qingbo was still so good-looking. However, the feeling that made people unable to control themselves when they saw him was gone. Bodhi Nanny did not expect Gu Xingyin to come out so quickly. She thought that Gu Xingyin would take at least a month. Was she really a nine-tailed Arctic fox? How could his talent be so shocking? Gu Xingyin felt that she had only sat for a while and 10 days had passed. Time passed so quickly that it was frightening. She really wanted to see Yuan Xiu now. She had not gone to look for him for 10 days. Would he be worried? No, Buddhist cultivators had always been indifferent. She did not know if he still remembered her. Gu Xingyin thought for a while. After saying a few words to Yunshu and Bodhi Granny, she turned back into a little white fox and walked on the familiar path. Yunshu did not feel that anything was wrong, but Bodhi Granny was stunned when she heard that Gu Xingyin was going to the Lotus Pedestal sect to look for a little monk. She had a deep relationship with the Lotus Pedestal sect and could be considered half a guardian. Naturally, she knew some things very well. For example, Venerable Jing Ming's disciple, Yuan Xiu, had not shaved his head because he was not pure of love. Now that a nine-tailed Arctic fox had turned into Qingbo and ran into the Lotus Pedestal sect, she could not help but think. With Qingbo's appearance, even a naturally emotionless Buddha would not be able to remain unmoved, right? She was in a daze for a long time before she finally sighed. It was all fate. What was the use of thinking so much? Lotus Pedestal sect. Yuan Xiu was meditating in his room. The wooden fish was knocked again and again, but his heart was not as calm as usual. 10 days. Today was the 11th day. Benefactor Little Fox had not appeared outside his room for 10 whole days. That day, he sent benefactor Little Fox away because his heart was in a mess. Demons were all sentient, so was the little fox benefactor angry? She was angry, so she didn't want to talk to him anymore. Did that mean that she would never come back again? The sound of the wooden fish, which had been steadily striking in the room, suddenly became disordered, just like Yuan Xiu's flawless state of mind. Da-da-da, the door was suddenly knocked a few times. The sound of the wooden fish stopped. Yuan Xiu could recognize this voice. The disciples of the sect would not knock on the door like this. He slowly turned his head, and the door just happened to open a crack. A familiar white ball squeezed in. Gu Xingyin looked up and saw the smile on Yuan Xiu's face. It was like a gentle breeze blowing through the clear water, creating a circle of gentle ripples. Benefactor Little Fox, you're here. It was as if those 10 days had never appeared. Every time Gu Xingyin appeared, she would appear. Yuan Xiu greeted her with a smile. He knew that her name was Qingbo, but he always liked to call her Little Fox Benefactor. Little monk, I'm much older than you. You have no respect for your elders. Gu Xingyin snorted softly. Yuan Xiu was stunned by the sweet and crisp voice. He looked at Gu Xingyin carefully and said, "Congratulations, Benefactor Little Fox." Gu Xingyin snorted. "I told you that my name is Qingbo, don't call me Little Fox." Yuan Xiu readily followed her advice. Benefactor Qingbo, this little monk's Buddhist name is Yuan Xiu. So, don't call him Little Monk. Gu Xingyin understood what he meant. Seeing that he was still studying the Buddhist Dharma, he walked to his side, leaped lightly, and lay on top of him. This time, Yuan Xiu's body froze for a moment. Chapter 832. He knew that something was different. In the past, the little fox, Benefactor Qingbo, had gained intelligence but could not speak. He could still tell himself to treat her purely as a sentient animal. But now, Benefactor Qingbo had obviously made a great breakthrough and could speak. She should be able to successfully transform in the future. Listening to her soft and sweet voice, she was obviously a girl. But now, she was still lying on top of him as usual. Wasn't that a little wrong? Yuan Xiu was a little distressed. It seemed that he should avoid it. Gu Xingyin certainly sensed the change in him and could roughly guess what he was thinking. This was also the reason why she did not tell him that she could transform into a human. Although she did not shave, Yuan Xiu had cultivated the habits of a Buddhist disciple in the Lotus Platform sect. If he knew that she could transform into a girl, he would definitely not dare to let her get close to him. How could Gu Xingyin allow this to happen? She said lazily, "Yuan Xiu, are you feeling very uncomfortable right now?" Yuan Xiu didn't expect Gu Xingyin to be so direct. He put his palms together and chanted a Buddhist mantra in a low voice. "Benefactor Qingbo, there are clear rules in Buddhism. Our disciples are not allowed to get close to women." Gu Xingyin interrupted him, "Can I be considered a woman in my current form?" Yuan Xiu answered instinctively, "Benefactor Qingbo, you should be able to transform in no time." Gu Xingyin yawned lazily and said, "I'm just a straight white fox. You can just treat me as a fox too." Buddhist disciple, you are so pretentious. Was this how pretentious was used? Yuan Xiu did not know whether to laugh or cry. But after thinking for a while, he lowered his head and said, "Amitabha, Benefactor Qingbo is very right. I have learned from you." He would just treat Benefactor Qingbo as a little fox. On this day, with Gu Xingyin's company, Yuan Xiu practiced Buddhism for a whole day without any distracting thoughts. Before Gu Xingyin left at night, she hesitated for a moment and said to Yuan Xiu, "Yuan Xiu, I might not be able to come every day in the future. Don't be surprised if you don't see me." She was about to officially start cultivating and couldn't be as idle as before. The smile on Yuan Xiu's lips froze for a moment before she revealed an even gentler smile. "I understand, Benefactor Qingbo." Gu Xingyin glanced at him again. She seemed to be afraid that he would think too much and said, "But don't worry, Yuan Xiu. Even if I can't come every day, I will still think of you. You're so pretty." You're my favorite. Yuan Shou couldn't help but laugh out loud. She nodded again. I understand, Benefactor Qingbo. He watched as the white ball walked further and further away until it disappeared from his sight. He closed the door and sat down again. In front of him was a line of words on the Buddhist scripture. Saraira, form is not different from emptiness, emptiness is not different from form. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. He gently closed his eyes and recited the words silently. He ignored the trace of delusion in his heart. Gu Xingyin walked out of the lotus pedestal sect in a good mood. The words she said before she left were no doubt said deliberately for Yuan Shou to hear. As an active and passionate demon, how could she be reserved in front of the person she liked? If it wasn't for the fact that she was afraid of scaring the pure and simple little monk, she would have said something even more explicit. Forget it, let's take it slow. After all, the little monk couldn't run away. Chapter 833. Gu Xingyin was right. She began to run out of time. She had to work hard to cultivate and improve her strength as soon as possible. Although it was very safe in Lotus City, she couldn't stay here for the rest of her life and wait for death, could she? She was a nine-tailed Arctic fox, born with a noble bloodline. It didn't allow her to be a cowardly demon. In the demon clan, one's bloodline determined one's strength. After her awakening, there was the most suitable cultivation method for the nine-tailed Arctic fox clan in her inherited memory. Unlike the human clan, who had barriers in every small realm, she could reach the highest realm without any bottlenecks and ascend to become an immortal as long as she continued to cultivate. Although Gu Xingyin missed her lover, she had never forgotten the big threat of the heartless nun. As long as she was around, the demon clan, especially those ordinary demons with average strength, had to live in fear all day long. Gu Xingyin once asked the system why the demon clan's powerful figures didn't kill the heartless nun. The system's answer made him sigh. The demon clan was not united. There were powerful demons, but they each occupied one side and were wary of each other. The heartless nun was powerful and had many treasures on her. It would take a lot of effort to kill her, and it was likely that they would face the crazy revenge of the Water Moon sect. Moreover, the demon clan was cold-blooded. Those demons with noble bloodlines didn't have any feelings for their fellow demons who died at the hands of the heartless nun. No one was willing to take a big risk to kill her as long as it didn't infringe on their interests. Gu Xingyin sneered. They were overcautious, selfish, without courage, and in a state of disunity. This was the reason why there hadn't been a unified demon king in the demon clan for so many years. This was also the reason why the demon clan had been suppressed by the human clan even though they had a natural talent, bloodline, and lifespan advantage over the human clan. She retracted her thoughts. These were still too far away from her current self. The more time she spent on cultivation, the less time she had to find Yuan Shou. Yuan Shou found that his heart couldn't calm down. Every morning, after his morning class, he would prick up his ears and listen to the door to see if there was that familiar knocking sound. If not, he would sit quietly on the futon for a while, and then silently begin to cultivate. His dharma did not fall, but his state of mind was no longer as pure as before. Yuan Shou knew that a little fox had quietly crawled onto her originally clear and empty spiritual altar. After the morning class, the little white ball came to his room as promised. He would smile and greet her. Then, the two of them would have a tacit understanding. One of them would silently cultivate dharma, while the other would lie on top of him and sleep. Or, she would look at him with her mysterious and beautiful eyes. The emotions of the demon race were usually passionate and straightforward. From time to time, Benefactor Qingbo would say things like, "Yuan Shou, you're so pretty, I like you the most," and so on. At first, Yuan Shou would feel a little uncomfortable or embarrassed from being teased. But now, he could easily reply, "Yuan Shou's whole body can't compare to Benefactor Qingbo's pair of eyes." His words were meant to refute, but they were also sincere. Benefactor Qingbo's pair of eyes was indeed the most beautiful pair of eyes he had ever seen in his life. Chapter 834. Benefactor Qingbo had not been here for half a month. Yuan Shou looked at the scriptures in front of him and sighed inwardly. Even though he had mentioned it before, benefactor Qing Bo had only been away for 5 days at most. He did not know what had happened to her. Venerable Jing Ming had looked for Yuan Shou once. "Your heart is in a mess," Venerable Jing Ming said to him. Yuan Shou admitted without hesitation, "This disciple's heart is not calm." Venerable Jing Ming did not ask for the reason. He had always allowed this disciple of his to decide the path he wanted to take in the future. He could resolve his doubts countless times, but he could not decide the path he wanted to take in the future. Moreover, this disciple was not supposed to be a Buddhist in the first place. Yuan Shou walked out of his room and looked up at the moon in the sky. It was close to the middle of the moon. The moon was very far away, and a hazy layer of clear moonlight spilled over the courtyard. He could not help but think that if this gentle moonlight shone on Qing Bo's body, it would definitely look very beautiful with her snow-white and flawless fur. In Bodhi Nanny's small courtyard, Gu Xingyin finally opened her eyes. After her pair of dark green eyes opened, they slowly turned into the black of an ordinary person's eyes. She pushed open the window and saw the big round moon outside at a glance. Before she went into seclusion, it was still a crescent moon. She finally understood the saying that cultivation had no concept of time. Bang! Yun Shu excitedly pushed open the door to her room. Gu Xingyin looked at her in surprise. Yun Shu was usually gentle and quiet. Why was she so happy today? Yun Shu looked at Gu Xingyin and said, "Qing Bo, tomorrow is the day of the Moon Lantern Festival. Bodhi Nanny said that she allowed me to go out and play." Looking at Yun Shu's sparkling eyes, Gu Xingyin could not help but laugh. Unlike her, Bodhi Nanny looked gentle, but she was very strict with Yun Shu. She usually restrained her to cultivate properly and did not let her take a single step outside. Every time this little girl saw her return from outside, her face would be filled with envy. Moon Lantern Festival. Gu Xingyin's heart skipped a beat. The next day, Gu Xingyin accompanied Yun Shu to play outside during the day. However, the most fun part of the Lantern Festival was at night. Unfortunately, Gu Xingyin could not accompany Yun Shu. "Have fun by yourself. I have something to do." To avoid attracting attention, Gu Xingyin did not even transform into her human form. Instead, she remained in her fox form and allowed Yun Shu to carry her. Yun Shu expressed her understanding. If Qing Bo were to transform into a human, the people on the street would probably not look at the lanterns anymore. Hearing Gu Xingyin say that she was leaving, Yun Shu was obviously a little disappointed. However, she had always been considerate and didn't say much. Her little appearance made Gu Xingyin feel pity for her. She reached out to rub Yun Shu's head and said, "I'll personally talk to Bodhi Nanny another day and bring you out to play for a day. How about that?" Yun Shu's eyes lit up when she heard this, but she still shook her head. "I think it's better. Nanny said that I have to cultivate properly so that I won't be a burden to you in the future." How could she be so obedient and cute? Gu Xingyin had no resistance to this kind of little girl. She said to Yun Shu, "Cultivation can't be rushed." "It's settled then. I'll talk to Bodhi Nanny." She looked at the sky and knew that it was time for her to leave. Otherwise, Yuan Xiu would be having dinner and preparing for her evening class. Gu Xingyin said goodbye to Yun Shu and ran towards the Lotus Pedestal sect. She arrived just in time. Yuan Xiu had just finished dinner and was preparing for her evening class. "Yuan Xiu." A clear and pleasant voice came from outside the door. Gu Xingyin did not knock this time. Yuan Xiu paused. Was she hallucinating? Why did she hear benefactor Qing Bo's voice at this time? Chapter 835. Yuan Xiu. Gu Xingyin didn't hear a reply from inside and thought that there was no one inside. She stretched out her hand and was about to push the door open. Unexpectedly, the door opened from the inside. Yuan Xiu stood at the door and looked at her in surprise. "Benefactor Qingbo, why are you? Why did you come over at this time?" Gu Xingyin jumped into his arms easily. Yuan Shou hugged her out of reflex. Today is a good day. I came out especially to play with you. Yuan Shou counted the days and suddenly realized that today was the annual Lunar Lantern Festival. He was a little embarrassed. Benefactor Qingba, I still have evening classes to do. Gu Xingyin stretched out her hand and patted his arm gently. You can always take a break once a year, right? I have never seen what the Lunar Lantern Festival is like. I heard from others that the Lantern Festival is for the people you like the most. That's why I'm here to look for you. Benefactor Qingba. Even though he was used to Gu Xingyin's confession, from time to time, Yuan Shou's face couldn't help but blush when he heard such words at this time. Gu Xingyin loved to see him like this. It was really rare to see such a gentle and innocent lover. She purposely added, if you're still unwilling, I'll find someone else. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt the arm that was hugging her tighten. Yuan Shou's gentle voice came from above. Benefactor Qingba, please allow me to change my clothes. Change his clothes. Gu Xingyin was put down. She was ready to admire the picture of a handsome man taking off his clothes with great interest. However, Yuan Shou didn't move for a long time. Gu Xingyin was puzzled. Yuan Shou looked at the little white fox's eyes and said helplessly, Benefactor Qingba, can you please turn around? Gu Xingyin pretended not to hear. She seemed to hear Yuan Shou sigh. Then, a green cloud fell from the sky and covered Gu Xingyin completely. It was Yuan Shou's green monk robe. There was a very light sandalwood scent on his clothes, which was different from the lotus scent on Yuan Shou's body. This was the scent of his body. It was as if that lotus fragrance would only appear on his body. As for other things, even the most intimate clothing, they would not be tainted in the slightest. Gu Xingyin didn't dislike the smell. On the contrary, she felt that it was easy to fall asleep just by smelling it. However, the current situation still annoyed her. Because she was covered by a piece of cloth, she couldn't see anything. Not only did she fail to get out, but she also often tripped over herself. When Gu Xingyin finally realized that she was not a real fox, but a demon who knew magic, Yuan Shou had already taken the monk's robe off her body. This is an urgent matter. Benefactor Qingba, I apologize for offending you just now. Yuan Shou's face was full of apology. Gu Xingyin did not pay attention to this. She raised her head and looked at Yuan Shou, who had changed into ordinary clothes. He took off his monk's robe and changed into a blue robe. It wasn't made of expensive material, but when he wore it, it gave him a leisurely demeanor. His unshaven hair was tied up with a jade hairpin. A few strands of hair casually fell to the side of his face, adding a touch of elegance to his jade-like face. Some people needed to use luxurious clothes to show their charm, while others could wear ordinary clothes to show the bearing of a prince. Yuan Shou was the latter. Chapter 836. Yuan Shou, who had taken off his monk robe, looked less otherworldly, but the advantage of his appearance was fully displayed. Gu Xingyin clicked his tongue in admiration. My foresight is indeed not bad. Yuan Shou, if you go out dressed like this, you should be able to receive many lanterns from girls tonight. The Moon Lantern Festival was also a day for lovers to express their feelings. If a girl saw a man she liked, she could naturally pass the lantern in her hand to him. If that person accepted it, it would mean that they were in love with each other, and it would be a golden wind and jade dew meeting. Yuan Shou did not speak but bent down to carry Gu Xingyin. Along the way, many novice monks saw Yuan Shou's dressing and were amazed. However, they did not ask too much. This martial uncle had not shaved his head and was naturally different from them. Yuan Shou carried Gu Xingyin all the way out of Lotus Pedestal Sect and walked to the street outside. The sky had already darkened, but Lotus City tonight was more lively and bright than during the day. Countless lanterns were on the roofs of the buildings, on the treetops by the roadside, and in the hands of the tourists, turning Lotus City into a city of lights that night. Gu Xingyin was right. Even if Yuan Shou's dressing was not outstanding, his handsome and otherworldly charm still attracted the attention of countless girls. Many beautiful girls shyly passed the lanterns in their hands to him, but they were all politely rejected by him. Gu Xingyin could not help but tease, Yuan Xiu, there are so many beautiful girls but you're not moved by any of them. Yuan Xiu retracted his gaze from the bright lights in the distance and looked down at the little fox in his arms. Yuan Xiu is just a monk, how can I have such thoughts? Gu Xingyin did not comment, don't lie to me. You obviously have not shaved your head and received your precepts, how can you be considered a monk? Logically speaking, Yuan Xiu had never been able to win against this little fox benefactor who had a sharp tongue. Hearing this, he only chuckled, that's because this little monk's mortal heart has yet to find someone who can move it. Gu Xingyin did not speak anymore. She laid lazily in Yuan Xiu's arms, instructing him to look for places with many people. Yuan Xiu had never experienced such a lively scene before, so she wasn't used to it. However, he didn't say anything and just followed Gu Xingyin's instructions. Don't you find it annoying? Gu Xingyin asked. I can see that you'd rather stay in your room and knock on the wooden fish. Yuan Xiu shook her head. It's a novel feeling to come out and take a look occasionally. He really didn't like this kind of noisy environment, but when he saw the little fox in his arms looking at him with interest, he felt his heart was at peace. Since he had come out with the little fox, of course he had to be happy. Gu Xingyin suddenly said, I remember there's a clear pond over there. It's full of lotus flowers. Let's go there and have a look. Yuan Xiu looked in the direction she was pointing at. It was dark and gloomy. It was obviously not lively there at all. Even the lanterns were much fewer than in other places. As long as the little fox was happy, it was fine. He walked in that direction. The place was very quiet. There was a pavilion beside the clear pond. 2 lanterns were hung at the corner of the pavilion, providing the only light in the place. The night breeze brought with it the unique fragrance of lotus flowers. Yuan Xiu only felt relaxed and happy. He didn't know why there was no one in such a wonderful place. Close your eyes, Gu Xingyin suddenly said. Chapter 837. Yuan Xiu didn't know what the little fox wanted to do, so he closed his eyes. Then, he felt an emptiness in his arms. His fingers unconsciously bent, as if he wasn't used to it. All right, Yuan Xiu, open your eyes. He opened his eyes. In front of him was still the same dark pavilion. Where was the little fox? I'm over here. A soft voice came from behind him. Yuan Xiu's heart skipped a beat. He felt that something was wrong. He turned around, and his eyes suddenly widened. In the night wind, under the reflection of the lotus flowers in the pond, there was a slim and elegant beauty, holding a lantern and smiling. The night wind blew her thin skirt, as if it would be blown away by the wind in the next moment. At this moment, the beauty was looking at him with a smile. This handsome young master, I have a lantern in my hand. Would you be willing to give it to me? In her hand, there was a lantern that had appeared in her hand at some unknown time. Yuan Xiu looked at the woman in front of him, who was so beautiful that she didn't seem like an ordinary person. He only felt that a certain emptiness in his heart had quietly been filled. He slowly revealed a smile. This young monk is honored to have the benefactress's favor. He slowly walked forward and reached out to take the lantern that swayed unsteadily in the night wind. Gu Xingyin looked up and rolled her eyes at him. Young monk? Are you really planning to become a monk? Yuan Xiu shook his head and smiled. It's a habit that has been cultivated for many years. It's hard to change it in a short period of time. He looked at Gu Xingyin beside him with joy and curiosity. Master was talking about the root of love that he had planted for many generations, the person he loved wholeheartedly. Was that benefactress Qingbo? It was no wonder that as soon as he saw her, he felt incomparably close to her. Suddenly, a fragrant wind blew in front of him. Yuan Xiu only felt a burst of soft and fragrant jade suddenly close to his arms. The peerless beauty was very close to him. She whispered in his ear, Yuan Xiu, did you accept my lantern because of my face? No matter how calm Yuan Xiu's heart was, when had he ever experienced such a situation? Naturally, his ears were a little red from the heat. He said in a low voice, "Benefactor Qingbo, please do not speak. You must know that beauty is emptiness." Gu Xingyin snickered in her heart. She moved closer to him until their bodies were almost touching. She sensed that his body had stiffened. She wanted to tease him even more. She said with some dissatisfaction, "There are so many girls on the street who want to give you lanterns, but you don't accept them. I'm more beautiful than them, so when I give it to you, you take it. If this isn't because you like my beauty, then what is the reason?" Yuan Xiu still shook her head. "Benefactor Qingbo, you are different from them." Gu Xingyin pressed on, "What's the difference?" Yuan Xiu stared blankly for a moment. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. She looked down carefully. Sure enough, he saw a trace of seriousness in the woman's seemingly careless movements. He seemed to have understood something, and his restless heart suddenly calmed down. In this little monk's heart, they are just withered bones and beautiful women. Benefactor Qingbo, on the other hand, is the only color in this little monk's spiritual altar. A faint blush appeared on Gu Xingyin's white jade-like face. This monk was so serious even when he was whispering sweet nothings. However, Yuan Xiu suddenly smiled. He gently reached out his free hand and held Gu Xingyin's hand. "Master once said that I have the roots of love planted over many generations. I have a lover who loves me wholeheartedly. Yuan Xiu is lucky. It seems that I have already found this person." Chapter 838. Gu Xingyin and Yuan Xiu walked around the Moon Lantern Festival together. The only thing that was not harmonious was that during the latter half of the festival, Gu Xingyin appeared in her human form and caused quite a stir in Lotus City. Cultivators were usually more beautiful than mortals. Even if their appearance was not astonishing, after cultivation, they would remove the impurities in their body and reconstruct their foundation. No matter what, there would not be a person with an unsightly appearance. However, even in the cultivation world where beauties were everywhere, Gu Xingyin's appearance was enough to be called the number one beauty. Although Yuan Xiu's mind was calm, he still felt somewhat helpless when he saw countless people coveting his lover who had just interacted with his mind. He pulled Gu Xingyin to the side and said, "Qingbo, why don't you change back to your original form?" Under Gu Xingyin's insistence, he finally omitted the word benefactor. Gu Xingyin deliberately asked, "Why?" How could Yuan Xiu not know what she was thinking? He followed her heart and admitted, "There are too many people coveting Qingbo. This little monk is afraid that the meditation dharma that I have been cultivating for so many years will lose its effect." Gu Xingyin burst out laughing. No matter what a beauty did, it was beautiful, let alone when she laughed so happily. Yuan Xiu looked at her quietly and thought to himself that he would have to cultivate even more diligently in the future. With such a beauty by his side, it could be imagined that there would be many wild bees and butterflies in the future. Without enough strength, he would not be able to protect her. In the end, Gu Xingyin still changed into her white fox form and was sent back to the small courtyard by Yuan Xiu. "Qingbo lives together with Bodhi Mammy?" Yuan Xiu asked in surprise. Gu Xingyin was not surprised that he knew about Bodhi Mammy and nodded. Since it was Bodhi Mammy, Yuan Xiu decided to pay her a visit. He grew up in the Lotus Pedestal sect and was quite familiar with Bodhi Mammy. Yuan Xiu. As expected, Bodhi Mammy was very surprised when she saw Yuan Xiu. Gu Xingyin returned to her human form when she returned to the courtyard. She saw that Yuan Xiu and Bodhi Mammy were obviously old acquaintances. She pulled Yuan Xiu into the room and gave them some space to talk. Bodhi Mammy was very experienced and knowledgeable. How could she not understand when she saw the two of them like this? It turned out that the root of Yuan Xiu's love was actually Qingbo's. Bodhi Mammy had known about this matter all along. Now that it was confirmed, her heart felt at ease. But she still felt a trace of regret when she looked at Yuan Xiu. She was from the Lotus Pedestal sect. Although she had established her own sect, she could still be considered half a guardian of the Lotus Pedestal sect. Naturally, she hoped that the Lotus Pedestal sect would become better and better. Yuan Shou's aptitude was the best among all the Buddhist disciples she had seen in so many years. She had no doubt that if Yuan Shou were to devote herself to studying Buddhist doctrine, her achievements would far surpass those of the Lotus Pedestal sect. Couldn't, she could not force S's Mammy S. However, Bodhi Mammy had thought it through. This was the Lotus Pedestal sect. If it was like other Buddhist sects, fighting for resources for benefits, it would be no different from other sections. How could it be called the Lotus Pedestal sect? She looked at Yuan Shou lovingly. I know what happened to you and I won't say anything about it. I only hope that you can find the right person and live happily for the rest of your life. Yuan Shou put his palms together and bowed to Bodhi Mammy. Yuan Shou knows that she is the one destined for me. Thank you for your blessings. When Gu Xingyin came out, Yuan Shou had already left the courtyard. Chapter 839. The next day, Yuan Shou went to find his teacher, Venerable Jing Ming, and explained the matter between him and Qing Bo. Since you've moved your heart, my Lotus Pedestal sect can't keep you. Venerable Jing Ming sighed. Yuan Shou bowed and solemnly kowtowed 9 times to Venerable Jing Ming. That afternoon, he packed his things and left the Lotus Pedestal sect. In Bodhi Nanny's small courtyard, there was one more person who often swept the courtyard. Gu Xingyin felt that this kind of life was actually quite good. The years were peaceful. If Nun Wuxin didn't exist, it would be good for her and Yuan Shou to find a similar place to live a peaceful life. Unfortunately, with her identity in this life, there was no way she could live a peaceful life. There was a rumor that a new king of the demon clan had been born. It was in Lotus City. One word shocked the world. The king of the demon clan wasn't some powerful person, but a unique king. Only a few extremely noble bloodlines could receive this title. No matter which bloodline it was, if she was allowed to grow up, she would be a great threat to everyone. The human cultivators didn't want such a king to appear in the demon clan, and the powerful people of the demon clan also didn't want a king who could unify the demon clan. The thing that Gu Xingyin was worried about still happened. According to the rumor, the future king of the demon clan was in Lotus City. Although there was no way to know whether this news was true or false, Gu Xingyin already knew that many people were secretly rushing to Lotus City. After living here for a period of time, Gu Xingyin already had a good impression of this city. Although the Lotus Pedestal sect was powerful, it was still alone. If someone really came to find trouble, the peaceful days in Lotus City would come to an end. She went to find Bodhi Nanny. Bodhi Nanny seemed to have expected this. She sighed and said, I guessed that you would come to find me soon. Miss Qing Bo, it's good for you to leave this place and avoid the limelight. Whether it's for your own sake or for Lotus City's sake. Of course, Gu Xingyin understood this. She was just here to say goodbye to the person who had taken care of her for so long. Walking out of Bodhi Nanny's courtyard, she saw Yuan Shou standing at the side with a smile on his face. He was carrying a small package in his hand. Gu Xingyin stared at him with wide eyes. She hadn't had the time to tell Yuan Shou about this, but from Yuan Shou's reaction, it was obvious that she knew. Yuan Shou smiled and said, I was just guessing. I didn't expect it to be true. Yuan Shou is blessed with the supreme bloodline of the demon race. Gu Xingyin's heart warmed. She whispered, you don't mind? Being with her meant that in the future, he might have to bear great dangers and could no longer live a peaceful life like now. Yuan Shou didn't answer her question. Instead, he sighed and took 2 steps forward, pulling her into his embrace. I only care if I will be too far away from you in the future and not be worthy of you. Aya! A cry of surprise came from the door. Gu Xingyin raised her head from Yuan Shou's embrace and saw Yun Shu standing at the door of the courtyard, covering her eyes with her white and tender hands. The growth of the demon race was slow. She still looked like a teenager and would look like this for many years to come. Gu Xingyin noticed that she was also carrying a small package on her shoulder. Chapter 840. Gu Xingyin was surprised. Yun Shu, what are you doing? In her opinion, staying in Lotus City and cultivating with Bodhi Nanny was the most suitable path for Yunshu. Yunshu giggled and said, I grew up with Qingbo. Of course, wherever Qingbo goes, I'll follow. Her world had always been simple. The first creature she saw when she gained sentience was Qingbo. In Yunshu's heart, Qingbo was the closest person to her. Of course, she wanted to be with Qingbo and never be separated. Gu Xingyin felt her eyes heat up. She looked at Yuan Xiu beside her and then looked at Yunshu who was not far away. Suddenly, she revealed a smile. Yes. We'll always be together. No one and nothing could separate them. Before the people sent by various forces to gather information arrived, 3 people dressed in low-key clothes had already quietly left Lotus City. Gu Xingyin had taken the appearance-changing pill. Her face was too conspicuous and could easily cause unnecessary trouble. The 3 of them cultivated while changing their residence from time to time. Unexpectedly, more than 10 years passed just like that. Those cultivators and demons went to Lotus City. Most of them were blocked outside by the Lotus Platform Sex Array. After the rest went in, they confirmed that there were no demons with the bloodline of the sovereign stage inside. The crowd did not give up and searched everywhere. After many years of fruitless searching, they slowly put this matter to the back of their minds. Perhaps it was really just a rumor. Otherwise, why was there no additional news after so many years? Nowadays, not many people still cared about this rumor. However, Gu Xingyin and the others were still very careful and did not give themselves away. They had already lived in this town for a year. This place was not big. The cultivators in the entire city were at most in the Golden Core stage. They were not much of a threat to them. During this period of time, they lived quite leisurely. Gu Xingyin was notified by the system that Nun Wuxin had arrived. She frowned. Wasn't she confined? She still remembered that Nun Wuxin had angered the Lotus Pedestal sect and had been grounded by the sect master of the Water Moon sect. The system replied, she has also been locked up for more than 10 years. Her master loves her disciple dearly, and the Water Moon sect master also felt that after all these years, her temperament should have been smoothed out a bit, so she was released. Temper his temper. Nun Wuxin's hatred for the demon clan had become a kind of morbid obsession. In the cultivation world, it was called a heart demon. In the modern society of the technological era, it was a typical mental illness. Gu Xingyin did not believe that a mere 10 years could change her personality. Sure enough, in less than 10 days, she heard the rumor that the heartless nun had tortured and killed a black bear spirit. Gu Xingyin, Yuan Xiu, and Yunshu discussed for a while before they decided to leave. With their current strength, although they were not completely powerless against Master Wuxin, they would not be able to gain the upper hand. Needless to say, Gu Xingyin's identity was not suitable to be exposed. However, some people could not be avoided just because you wanted to. Gu Xingyin had clearly followed the route provided by the system and walked in the opposite direction of Master Wuxin's goal, but they still met her. Looking at the black-robed Taoist nun with sharp eyes at the city gate, Gu Xingyin hurriedly pulled Yunshu into a nearby restaurant. System. She was silent for a moment. What happened to going in the other direction?